Keziah led desperate fugitives east, hunting for heirs who held the key to survival. The heirs demanded proof through ancient trials of fire and sky. To unite them and awaken dragons, Keziah entered a deadly tournament, chasing a lost ally trapped in a forced bond. What would you do when survival means proving yourself in a tournament of impossible odds? Ash Crown of the Cinder Circuit, a web novel, Romantasy, by Vance R. Sterling. Book 2 of the Ash Crown saga, the sequel to Ash Crown of the Stormbound. The complete audiobook, only on Novel Charter, free to listen. Subscribe so you never miss a new release. Chapter 1 begins now. Chapter 1. Dawn came gray, and wind scoured across the ash flats, the convoy strung thin along the old salt road. Keziah rode at the front with Wakefire limping in the air above her, one wing still dragging from the heart roost collapse, his presence a low burn at the base of her skull. She had not slept in 2 days. The 11 air names rode in a leather pouch against her ribs, and every ridge they crossed felt like a closing door. The green dragon hit them from the east. It came through the morning haze without warning, a streak of jade and blood that clipped the lead wagon's canvas, cogwheeled across the packed ash, and slammed into the base of a stone outcrop 40 yards from the column. The crash shook through the ground. Horses screamed. Someone behind her shouted. Keziah was already running. The dragon was small, barely past juvenile, its scales the color of new moss, dulled by dust and cilia. One wing bent at an angle that made her stomach turn. Its ribs rose and fell in shallow, ragged bursts, and blood pooled beneath its flank in a spreading stain that steamed against the cold ground. She dropped to her knees beside it. Behind her, she heard Tundazil barking orders, wagons halting, the scrape of blades being drawn. Wakefire's attention sharpened through the bond, a question without words. She did not answer him. The dragon's eye found hers, and she saw something in it that was not animal terror. It had a message. It had been sent. The transport ring was lashed to its foreleg with a strip of singed leather, half melted, the metal still warm. Keziah pulled her fish knife and cut the binding. The ring fell into her branded palm, and the world turned inside out. The lattice hit her like a physical blow, a pressure that drove through her skull and down her spine, rooting her to the ash. She was not on the salt road anymore. She was somewhere else, a city of ash piers and volcanic stone, where bridges hung between cliffs and the air smelled of sulfur and burning. Cinder Anchorage. The name came with the image, slammed into her with the force of a memory that was not hers, and beneath it, a presence. Sami, divided, flickering. She was there and not there, a voice trapped halfway between speaking and silence, her will pressed thin as hammered gold over a core of stubborn life. Keziah felt her reaching, felt the shape of her in the lattice like a wound that had never closed. And above Sami, a colder presence, a man-shaped hollow in the threadweb where warmth should have been. Samuel. The vision shattered. Keziah came back to herself on her knees, the transport ring hot in her hand, her breath coming in sharp, wet gasps. The green dragon's eye had not moved. It was still watching her, and she understood now that it had carried this across whatever distance remained, that it had burned through the sky to put this knowledge in her hands before it died. The ring bore an engraving, a name, one of the 11. Underneath it, a route marker, 3 digits and a sigil she recognized from Pym's stolen records, the Bellanca freight seal. She pressed her palm to the dragon's jaw. Its pulse flickered once against her scar, then went still. Keziah, Idrisi's voice, low and urgent. She felt an approach before she heard him, his presence a familiar weight at the edge of her awareness. He dropped into a crouch beside her, his hand hovering near her shoulder without quite touching. "What did you see?" She opened her mouth to answer, and the first arrow struck the lead wagon. It came from the ridge to the north, a flat trajectory that punched through the canvas and buried itself in the cargo frame. a heartbeat of silence. Then the ridgeline moved, figures rising from behind the scree, gray cloaks, the sun catching off polished steel. Concord scouts. At least a dozen, maybe more. Keziah was on her feet before she finished the count, the transport ring clenched in her fist, her knife still wet with the green dragon's blood. Tendazil, cover the wagons. Idrissi, get Nizan and the children to the rear. Wakes fire. The gray dragon's roar split the air, but it was not the answer she expected. The sound came from behind her, from the third wagon, the one they had been using for supplies and the pale ash hatchling Calvo had been nursing since the heart roost. The hatchling that had not spoken, had not moved, had barely breathed for 3 days. It was answering the scouts with fire. The first plume of ash-white flame tore through the wagon's roof, canvas and wood exploding outward in a shower of burning scraps. The horses bolted. The hatchling rose from the wreckage, wings half unfurled, its small body wreathed in smoke, and the scouts on the ridge saw everything. They saw the dragon, the convoy, the dead green juvenile, the branded woman standing over it with a Bellanca transport ring in her hand. One of the scouts raised a horn. Keziah moved. She grabbed Idrissi's arm, hauled him toward the rear, shouting for Tendazil to form a perimeter, for Calvo to get the wounded under cover, for Zuri to cut the burning wagon loose before it took the whole column. Her voice was a blade, sharp and clean, and the convoy snapped into motion around her. But the horn was already blowing, and on the ridge, the gray cloaks were parting, making room for something that came up the slope behind them. A rider in black plate, a dragon with rust-colored hide and scarred wings. Keziah recognized the silhouette before she saw the face. Garin Halalik. The horn kept blowing, the hatchling kept burning, and the first wound of the morning was already bleeding through the ash. Chapter 2. Keziah moved before the horn finished its first note. She grabbed Idrissi's wrist, pulled him toward the rear wagon, her voice cutting through the chaos. Tendazil, perimeter. Calvo, wounded under cover. Zuri, cut that wagon loose before it takes the whole column. Smoke poured from the third wagon in a black column that any scout within 10 miles could read. The pale ash hatchling stood in the burning wreckage, wings half spread, its small chest heaving with the effort of the fire it had just unleashed. Its eyes were wide and white-rimmed, and it was shaking. It had no idea what it had done. Keziah reached for Wake's fire through the brand, felt him banking hard above her, his injured wing dragging on the turn. The gray dragon's anger hit her like heat from an open furnace, not aimed at her, aimed at the ridge, at the rust-colored dragon climbing into view behind Karen Halleck. Gutterfang. She knew that beast, knew the way it fought, patient and methodical, wearing its opponent down through cuts that never quite killed until they did. Keziah! Idrissi's hand closed around her arm, pulled her focus back to ground level. We cannot fight them here, not on open ground with wounded and children. I know. She was already calculating. The salt road offered no cover for a full mile east, just scrub and ash, and the shallow depression where the land dropped toward the dry creek bed. If they could reach the creek, the wagons might hold. The dragons would have to fight in the air. Wake's fire could not hold Gutterfang in a straight engagement, not with his wings still torn from the roost collapse. The first Concord arrow took the lead horse. The animal screamed, a sound that cut through the smoke and the shouting, and went down in a tangle of harness and thrashing legs. The wagon lurched, tipped, and spilled its cargo across the salt road. Canvas-wrapped bundles, a crate of dried meat, the last of their medical supplies, scattering in the ash. Zuri was already there, knife out, cutting the dying horse free while Matty dragged the driver clear. The girl moved like she had been born inside disasters, small and quick and utterly fearless. Keziah! Idrissi again, closer now. His voice had dropped to something almost private, even with the chaos around them. What did the ring show you? She pulled the transport ring from her pocket, the metal still warm against her palm. The Bellanca freight seal caught the morning light. 3 digits and a sigil she had seen in Pym's stolen records. A route marker, a destination. Cinder Anchorage? The name felt strange in her mouth, heavy with the vision that had come with it. The ash piers, the volcanic stone. Sammy's voice, pressed thin as hammered gold, reaching for her through the lattice. The heirs are being routed through there. Sami is there, or near it. And Samael, she stopped. She did not need to finish. Above them, Wake's fire roared. The sound was not a challenge. It was a warning. Keziah looked up and saw Gutterfang already descending, rust-colored wings folded against a dive that would put the beast directly over the burning wagon. Garen Halleck rode low on the dragon's neck, curved black plate catching the firelight, a javelin already in his hand. He threw. The javelin took one of the work dragons through the shoulder. The animal bellowed, wrenched sideways, and the sling harness carrying Pale Wake swung wildly, the wounded white dragon's tail scraping the ash. Keziah ran. She did not think. Her body moved before her mind caught up, boots pounding through the ash, knife in her hand, the transport ring still clenched in her fist. She reached the sling just as the work dragon stumbled again, and she grabbed the harness rope, hauled it steady, felt the weight of Pale Wake's life pull through her shoulders and down her spine. "Fantaziel, I need cover!" The older woman was already moving, her crescent moon blade clearing the space between Keziah and the ridge. She did not ride a dragon, but she had survived the wreck year, and she moved like someone who had learned that standing still meant dying. "Your hatchling just announced us to every scout between here and Ashfall Gate," Fantaziel said, not looking at her. "We are out of time." "I know. You have a destination. Use it." Keziah hauled the sling steady, checked Pale Wake's breathing. The white dragon's side rose and fell in shallow pulses. Not good, but alive. Still alive. Above them, Wake's fire met Gutterfang in the air. The impact was brutal. The gray dragon had age and weight, and a fury that came from something deeper than training. But Gutterfang was fresher, faster, and Garen Halleck knew how to use the blind side. Keziah felt every hit through the brand, a shock of shared pain that drove her to one knee. She forced herself back up. "Idrisi!" She turned, found him already beside her, his face set in that careful mask she had learned to read as the thing he wore when he was terrified. "Get Nizan and the children to the creek bed. Take Calvo and the wounded. I will hold them here." "No!" The word hit her like a slap. "I said, I heard you." He stepped closer, close enough that she could see the pulse beating in his throat, the flecks of ash caught in his hair. "And I am not running while you die on this road. If we go together." The argument she wanted to make died in her throat, because she saw it in his face, the same thing she had seen in the vision of Sami, the refusal to let the people he loved be sacrificed to a plan that did not include them. She did not have time for this. "Fine. Then you take the left flank and keep the hatchling moving. If it burns anything else, I am holding you responsible." A flicker of something, almost a smile, crossed his face. Then he was gone, running toward the burning wagon, shouting for Zuri and Maddie to form a line. Keziah turned back to the ridge. Garen Halleck had not pressed the attack. He had pulled Gutterfang back, circling above the scouts, watching, measuring. He was not trying to kill them all here. He was hurting them, forcing them to burn supplies and panic and make mistakes. She hated how good he was at it. Wake's fire. She pushed the thought through the brand, felt him bank above her, his breathing ragged. "Can you hold him off for one more pass?" A beat. Then his voice, rough and dry as old stone. "1, maybe 2. Then I will need to land or fall." She did not need to hear the cost twice. "Fantaziel, we are pulling out. Burn what we cannot carry and get everyone to the creek bed. We move east and do not stop until we reach the tree line." Fantaziel nodded, already turning to pass the order. The convoy snapped into motion around Keziah, ragged and terrified but moving, a body that had learned how to survive because it had no other choice. The last supply wagon went up in a tower of flame and Zizuri put a torch to it. The work dragon carrying Pale Wake stumbled into the creek bed, its shoulder wowed, bleeding freely. The children ran ahead, Nizan at their head, his small face set in a mask that looked too old for his years. And behind them, Garen Halleck watched. He was not following. Not yet. He was waiting. Keziah reached the creek bed and looked back. The ash road was burning, the wreckage of their morning scattered across a half-mile of salt and scrub. The hatchlings' fire had announced them to every eye in the valley. The Bellanca freight seal was hot in her pocket. She had a name, a destination, a dead dragon's last gift pressing against her ribs. Cinder Anchorage. She did not know what waited for her there, heirs or traps or something worse. But she knew Sami was near it, knew the Concord was routing children through it, and knew that the Bellanca seal meant someone in that city had been paid to make the system run. Keziah, she turned. Idrisi stood at the edge of the creek bed, the hatchling cradled in his arms, its white ash scales still smoking. He was looking at her with an expression she could not name, something raw and unguarded that made her chest tighten. "We lost the medical wagon," he said. "The dried meat, the spare canvas, and Calvo says Pale Wake's pulse is weaker." She nodded. She had already counted the cost. "But we are alive," he continued. "All of us. The children, the wounded, the dragons. We are alive because you got us here. I got us here by making us burn our own supplies and run like thieves. That is what surviving looks like." She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that surviving was not the same as winning, that she had just led them deeper into enemy territory with nothing but a transport ring and a dead dragon's name, that she had no idea what they would find at Cinder Anchorage or how they would get there without being caught. But she looked at him, at the hatchling trembling in his arms, at the children huddled in the creek bed, at Thandaziel binding the work dragon's wound with strips torn from her own shirt, and she said, "We move at dusk. Tell everyone to rest while they can." "Where are we going?" She pulled out the transport ring. The Bellanca seal caught the light, 3 digits and a sigil that meant something, somewhere. Cinder Anchorage. She let the name settle in the air between them. "We are going to find out why the heirs are being sent there, and we are going to find Sami." Idrisi's breath caught. She saw the hope and the fear warring in his face, the same divided thing she had felt in the vision of his sister. "If the Concord is already there, then we find a way in anyway." She did not tell him that she had no plan, no map, no allies in that city. She did not tell him that Garen Halleck was probably already sending word ahead, that every gate and road between here and Cinder Anchorage would be watched by morning. She did not tell him that she was terrified, but when he reached out and took her hand, his fingers threading through hers with a gentleness that felt like a promise, she did not pull away. They stood together at the edge of the creek bed, ash settling around them like gray snow, and watched the road burn. Above them, something moved in the cloud break. Keziah looked up. 3 wings. Not dragon. Something else. Something with ragged edges and a shape that did not belong to any beast she knew. It circled once, twice, then turned east, towards Cinder Anchorage. She did not know what it was, but she knew, with a certainty that settled cold in her chest, that it was watching, and it had already seen them. Chapter 3. The convoy moved at dusk, strung out along the dry creek bed like refugees from a battle that had not yet ended. Keziah led on foot, strung out along the dry creek bed like refugees from a battle that had not yet ended. Keziah led on foot, the transport ring hot against her ribs, the hatchling's ash-white scales a dull gleam in Idrisi's arms behind her. The children stayed at the center, Nizan shepherding them with a quiet authority that made her chest ache. He was 9 years old. He should not know how to keep other children quiet during a retreat. The ash flats stretched east, gray and barren, the old salt road reduced to cracked earth and scattered bone. No birds, no wind. The silence felt deliberate, as if the land itself was holding its breath. Zuri caught up to her first, her boots scuffing the dry ground. "We have maybe 3 days of food if we stretch it," she said. 4 if we stop feeding the hatchling scraps and let it hunt. It is too young to hunt. It is too young to breathe fire and burn our supply wagon too, but here we are. Keziah did not answer. Zuri was right, and Zuri knew she was right, and the silence between them carried the weight of every choice that had led them here. The first wreck appeared at twilight. A cart, splintered and overturned, its wheels shattered and its cargo scattered across the ash. The horses were gone, their traces cut clean. The Concord marks on the cart's side had been scored over with a blade, the black paint flaking like old scabs. Fantaziel raised a hand. The convoy stopped. Keziah motioned for Idrissi to stay back and moved forward alone, her branded palm tingling with the low hum of latent lattice. The cot was a prison transport. She recognized the reinforced cage bars, the iron rings bolted to the floorboards, the narrow slit vents that let air in but offered no view of the road. The cage door hung open. Inside, someone was breathing. Keziah reached for the knife at her belt and stepped closer. A child's face appeared in the gap. A girl, maybe 7, her hair matted with dried blood, her eyes wide and dark. She stared at Keziah without blinking, her small hands gripping the cage bars like a shipwrecked sailor clinging to wood. Behind her, 2 more faces. A boy her age, smaller, with a bruise blooming across his cheek. An older child, 2 or 13, with a brand on his forearm that matched the shape of the transport ring in Keziah's pocket. She stopped breathing. The branded child stared at her. His eyes moved from her face to her hand, where the brand scar on her palm was visible, a splayed claw burned into living flesh. He knew what it meant. She saw the recognition hit him, the terror and the hope warring in his thin face, the way his mouth opened and closed without sound. "Help us," the girl whispered. "Please." They took the others. Keziah's hand moved to the cage door. The iron was cold, the lock broken, the hinges screaming as she pulled it open. The children did not move. They had been taught to wait for permission. They had been taught that safety was a lie. "It is all right," she said. "You are safe now." The branded child let out a sound that was not quite a sob and not quite a word. He crawled out first, his legs trembling, his branded arm pressed against his chest as if he could hide the mark. The others followed. The girl stumbled. Keziah caught her, and the child flinched so hard she nearly fell. Keziah let go immediately. She stepped back, giving them space, and saw the fear in their eyes sharpen into something like understanding. They knew who she was. They knew what the brand meant. And they were terrified that she would use them the way the Concord used everyone. Fantaziel arrived at a jog, her crescent moon blade still drawn. "Prison transport?" she said, her voice flat. "The Concord runs these between the holding stations. They take the children who show signs of waking." "How many did they take?" "Don't know yet." Fantaziel crouched beside the branded boy. "You. What is your name?" "Ren," he said. His voice was hoarse, unused. "They took my sister. They said she was going to Cinder Anchorage for testing." The name hit Keziah like a blow. "Testing for what?" He looked at her. His eyes were older than Nizan's, older than they should have been, hollowed out by the kind of knowledge that should have been impossible for a child. "For the circuit. They said if she passed, she would be useful. If she failed, they would sell her." Zuri swore under her breath. Calvo appeared from the rear, his hands still stained with the work dragon's blood, and began checking the children for injuries without waiting for permission. He worked quickly, his voice low and steady, the same voice he used on frightened horses and wounded dragons. Keziah stood. The convoy was watching her. Nizan and the other children, Zuri and Mati. Fantaziel, her blade still wet. Idrissi, the hatchling, quiet in his arms, his eyes fixed on her face. They were waiting for her to decide. "We take them," she said. Zuri stepped forward. "Keziah, we have no food, no water, no spare horses. We are 4 days from Cinder Anchorage, maybe 5 with the wounded. The Garen Halleck is still hunting us. If we take 3 more children, we will not make it." "Then we make it anyway." "With what? Hope?" Keziah turned to face her. The anger that rose in that chest was not directed at Zuri. It was directed at the cart, at the iron rings, at the Concord's tidy system of sorting children into useful and disposable. "Yes," she said, "with hope. Because that is all they have left, and I am not going to be the one who takes it from them." The silence stretched. Zuri held her gaze for a long moment, then linked away. "Fine. But they walk. I am not carrying them. We all walk." Keziah turned back to the children. The girl was still trembling, her hand wrapped around the branded boy's sleeve. The smaller boy had not spoken yet, his eyes fixed on the ground as if he was trying to disappear. She crouched down. "What is your name?" she asked the girl. "Lyra." "Lyra. I am Keziah. We are going to Cinder Anchorage. I cannot promise you will be safe there, but I can promise you will not be alone." The girl looked at her. For a moment, Keziah saw something flicker in her eyes, something that might have been trust or might have been the desperate hope of a child who had learned that every adult was a liar. Then the branded boy spoke. "You are the Ash Crown." It was not a question. Keziah felt the weight of the name settle on her shoulders. She had not chosen it. She had not wanted it. But the boy was looking at her with the kind of faith that only children could give, the kind that asked nothing in return except that she be worthy of it. I am, said. He nodded. Then he reached out and touched her brand with his branded hand, palm to palm, the marks matching in the dying light. "Then we will follow you." The convoy reformed around the new children, the wounded, the exhausted, the hopeful. The sky was purple and black, the first stars appearing above the ash flats like watching eyes. Keziah walked at the front, the transport ring in her pocket, the branded boy's handprint still warm against her palm. Behind her, the three-winged creature circled low, its shuttle passing over the column like a breath. It was still following. And ahead, somewhere in the dark, Cinder Anchorage was waiting. As it. He be way. From these Carmodas camas wholly pathetic. Somebody could truly sinnel ack, if she said resiblically as a sweatic infant. 5 for forwards at the moth, doffant with the wounded. The girls unexpected vidicrits, slore cut the clothes maybe first by. And eyes maybe, Kukin pass Midelska, his maid. His miserable seas braid on ottering all of the best backness, just with degree. All it is once a mass view for staring out of mid eyes. We completely looked, slightly, completely, literally wait. Still I decide to fold away, for example, new names at Franchi. The Crivola Kravis word, monthly unused. We worst. Even hear sense of a heating faux esky statements at the Undivy Claw. Whether one it haps, it's an incredibly and it crater. That's the last with a moment which I have do a might. Chapter 4. The convoy moved through the dark with the 3 rescued children folded into its ragged line, and Keziah felt the weight of every new breath like a stone added to a load already near breaking. Nizan fell into step beside the younger boy, matching his pace without speaking. The gesture was so natural, so unforced, that Keziah almost missed it. 2 children who had learned the same silence, carrying the same weight. The transport ring burned against her ribs. She pulled it out, turning it over in the dim light. The Bellanca freight seal caught the last traces of dusk, the engraving of the air name still sharp beneath her thumb. The green dragon had died to deliver this. The question was whether she could read what it meant before the message turned to ash. "Keziah?" Thandazil's voice cut through the dark. She stood at the rear of the column, her crescent moon blade still drawn, her eyes fixed on something behind them. "The juvenile is still alive?" Keziah turned. The green dragon lay where they had left it, a crumpled shape against the ash-colored ground. She had assumed it was dead. She had not checked. She walked back. The dragon's side was still moving, shallow and uneven, each breath a visible effort. Its eyes were open, filmed with the gray of approaching death, but they tracked her as she approached. The bond hollow between them pulsed with a weak, flickering light, like a candle guttering in a draught. Keziah knelt beside it. "I am here," she said. "I have the ring. I saw the message." The dragon's jaw opened. No sound came out, but the bond hollow flared, and Keziah felt the fracture flash before she saw it. The images came in fragments, each one a blade of glass driven into her skull. Cinder Anchorage at dusk, its ash piers stretching into sulphurous water. A sealed hava with iron gates sunk into volcanic stone. Handlers in blue robes moving children in chains, their faces blank, their brands raw. A bridge of suspended ash stone swaying over a pit of ember light. A door marked with the Bellanca seal, opening to admit a line of children, the youngest no older than Lyra. The flash shifted. A room lined with cages, each one labeled with a name and an age. Handlers sorting children by the glow of their brands. A woman in gray Concord leather examining a child's palm, nodding, writing something on a slate. The child was crying. The woman did not look up. Another shift. The sealed harbor again, but this time Keziah saw the ritual testing. Children standing on a platform of black stone, their bare palms pressed to a heated seal. Handlers watching, marking, dividing them into useful and disposable. Those who passed were led through a door marked with the keeper's circle. Those who failed were taken to the ash bridges. The ash bridges swayed over the ember pit. The vision ended. Keziah gasped, her hand pressed to her brand, the heat of the images still burning behind her eyes. The green dragon's bond hollow flickered once, twice, then dimmed. Its sides stopped moving. The convoy gathered around her in silence. Idishi was the first to speak. "What did you see?" Keziah stood. Her legs felt unsteady, but she forced them to hold. "Cinder Anchorage is not a prison," she said. "It is a sorting station. They are testing the children, testing their brands, dividing them into groups." "For what?" Zuri asked. "For the circuit, the keeper's circuit, the old bonded trial." Keziah looked at Thandaziel. "You knew about this?" Thandaziel did not flinch. "I knew there was a circuit. I did not know the Concord was using it to sort children." "Then what is the circuit?" "A test." Thandaziel's voice was flat. "An old one, from before the Concord. The keepers used it to identify leaders who could bond multiple heirs without coercion. It was supposed to be sacred. It is not sacred anymore." Keziah held up the transport ring. "They are using it to mask prison transfers as ritual testing. The children who pass are taken to the sealed harbor. The children who fail are taken to the ash bridges." "What happens to them on the ash bridges?" Keziah did not answer. She did not need to. The look on her face was enough. The convoy stood in the dark, the weight of her words settling over them like ash. Ren stepped forward. "My sister," he said. "She is there, in the testing." Keziah looked at him. The boy's face was pale, but his eyes were steady. He had not cried when they found him. He had not cried when he told them about the testing. He was holding himself together by will alone, and she knew that kind of holding, had done it herself for years. "I know," she said. "Will you find her?" "Yes." She said it without hesitation, and the word felt like a promise she did not know how to keep. The convoy moved again, faster now, the urgency of the message driving them through the dark. Keziah walked at the front, the transport ring in her hand, the green dragon's death still fresh in her lungs. The three-winged creature circled overhead, its shadow passing over the column like a breath. It was still following. And ahead, somewhere in the dark, Cinder Anchorage was waiting. The night deepened. The ash flats stretched on, endless and featureless, the only landmarks the occasional skeleton of a burned wagon or the bones of a long-dead dragon. The children walked in silence, too exhausted to speak, too frightened to sleep. Keziah felt the weight of every step. She was leading them toward a city that sorted children into useful and disposable. She was leading them toward a circuit that the Concord had corrupted into a prison transfer. She was leading them toward a sealed harbor where Sami was being held, divided, flickering, alive. And she had no idea how she was going to get them all out. The transport ring burned against her palm. She looked up at the sky. The three-winged creature was still there, its silhouette sharp against the stars. It was watching. And for the first time, Keziah wondered if it was waiting for something. Chapter 5. The convoy moved through the ash flats as the first gray light bled across the sky. Keziah walked at the front, the transport ring cold against her ribs, her eyes fixed on the horizon where Cinder Anchorage was supposed to be. The children followed in silence. Lyra had not spoken since the rescue. She walked with her small hand wrapped in Ren's sleeve, her eyes on the ground, her bare feet picking their way around the sharpest stones. Nizan kept peace beside the younger boy, matching his stride, saying nothing. Behind them, the work dragons labored under the weight of the wounded in the supplies. Pale Wake hung in her sling, her breathing shallow but steady. Wake's fire flew above the column, his injured wing pulling at every beat, his presence a constant pressure against Keziah's ribs. The three-winged creature was still there. It had not attacked, It had not approached. It simply circled, patient and silent, its shadow passing over the convoy like a splinter of dark glass. Zuri fell into step beside Keziah. "We need food," she said. "The children are slowing. We have maybe 2 days of rations left, and the water skins are half empty." "I know. Then what are we going to do?" Keziah did not answer. She had been asking herself the same question since the Green Dragon died. The frontier settlements were close. She could feel them in the change of the air, the way the ash gave way to patches of scrub and the occasional track of wagon wheels. But the settlements would be watching. The rumor of waking dragons had spread faster than the convoy, and everyone in the borderlands knew that the Concord was hunting. They would not welcome strangers. They would not welcome an outlaw Ash Crown leading a column of branded children and wounded dragons. The Sash settlement appeared at midday. It was a small cluster of stone buildings huddled against the base of a collapsed shard, their roofs patched with salvaged tin and the hides of dead work dragons. A single watchtower rose from the center, its flagpole empty. Keziah halted the convoy. "Stay here," she said. "I will go ahead. They will not talk to you." Then Daziel said, "Not like that, not with the brand on your palm." "Then what do you suggest?" Then Daziel was silent for a moment. Then she pulled a strip of cloth from her pack and wrapped it around Keziah's hand, covering the branded palm. "Tell them you are a traitor, looking for passage east, nothing more." Keziah nodded and walked toward the settlement alone. The gate was a rusted iron frame with a single gatekeeper, a woman with a scarred face and a crossbow slung across her back. She watched Keziah approach with flat, unreadable eyes. "State your business." "Passage east. I need to buy supplies for my column." The gatekeeper's eyes flicked to the convoy waiting on the ash flats, to the work dragons, to the sling carrying pale wake. "You are not a traitor." Keziah's hand tightened on the cloth covering her brand. "I am a traveler. I have children with me. They need food." The gatekeeper studied her for a long moment. Then she stepped aside. "The keeper is in the long hall. Do not cause trouble." The settlement was small and cramped, its streets lined with mud brick houses and the smell of smoke and animal waste. People watched Keziah from doorways, their faces closed, their hands never far from their knives. The long hall was a low stone building at the center of the settlement. Inside, a man sat at a wooden table, his hands wrapped around a cup of dark tea. He was old, his face lined with the kind of deep weariness that came from years of watching the world burn. He looked up when Keziah entered. "You are the one they call the Ash Crown." Keziah stopped. "I am a traveler." The old man smiled, but there was no effect in it. "You wear the brand. You travel with a wounded gray dragon and a white dragon in a sling. You have a column of children and outcasts, and you are being followed by a creature that has not been seen in these skies since before the shattering." "Sanctuary routes," she said. "The keeper said they still exist, but they are not free." "What do you want?" The keeper leaned back. "The circuit, the old bonded trial. You have heard of it?" "Yes." "Then you know that the Concord has corrupted it. They use it to sort children, to test them, to decide which ones are useful and which ones are disposable. The keepers who still remember the old ways have been waiting for someone to reclaim it." He looked at Keziah with a steady, unblinking gaze. "We have been waiting for someone who could bond multiple heirs without coercion. Someone who could prove that the Ash Crown is not a title taken by force, but one earned by consent." Keziah's heart was beating fast. "I am not a leader. I am a fishmonger who survived a tournament." The keeper smiled again, and this time there was something like warmth in it. "That is exactly what the first Ash Crown said." He reached into his coat and pulled out a folded map. He pushed it across the table. "This will show you the old routes, the ones the Concord does not watch. Use them to reach Cinder Anchorage, and when you get there, find the keepers who still remember the old songs. They will know what to do." Keziah took the map. "Why are you helping me?" The keeper looked at her for a long moment. "Because I knew your mother." He stood. "You should leave before the patrols arrive. The Concord has a garrison 2 days east of here, and they have been asking questions about a convoy matching your description." Keziah folded the map and tucked it into her belt. "Thank you." "Do not thank me," survive. She turned and went out of the long hall, the map pressed against her ribs, the keeper's words burning in her chest. The convoy was waiting where she had left them. Idrisi stepped forward as she approached. "What did you find?" Keziah unfolded the map. The old routes traced across the paper like veins, connecting settlements she had never heard of to places that had been erased from every Concord chart. "Sanctuary routes," she said. "The keeper said they still exist, if the right authority can claim them." "Can you claim them?" Keziah looked at the map, at the ash flats stretching ahead, at the children waiting in the shadow of the wagons. She did not know, but she was going to try. "Move out," she said. "We have a long way to go." The convoy reformed and began to move. The three-winged creature circled overhead, its shadow passing over the map in Keziah's hands. She looked up at it. It was still watching. And ahead, somewhere through the ash and the smoke, Cinder Anchorage was waiting. Chapter 6. The convoy reached Cinder Anchorage at dusk. The city rose from the volcanic shelf like a wound that had learned to build. Ash piers jutted from the cliff face, connected by rope bridges that swayed over pits of ember glow. The air smelled of sulfur and salt, and somewhere below, water lapped against stone that still steamed from the earth's heat. Keziah, he moved to her side, his face drawn from the days of flight. "It's a trap. Everything is a trap." Keziah looked at the open gate. "But the keeper said the old routes still exist. If we want them, we have to enter. And if we die? Then we don't need the routes." She walked through the gate. The city swallowed them. The streets were narrow and winding, lined with stone buildings that leaned inward like old conspirators. The walls were covered in carvings, layers of symbols stacked on top of each other, some fresh, some so old they had been worn smooth by wind and ash. People watched from doorways, not hostile, not welcoming, watching, marking every face, every dragon, every child in the column. Keziah kept her branded palm visible. She had learned in the settlement that hiding it only made people suspicious. Let them see what she was. Let them decide. They reached a central square where the ground was paved with black stone tiles arranged in concentric circles. At the center stood a platform of the same stone, its surface covered in the same splayed claw mark that Keziah carried in her palm. A woman was waiting on the platform. She was older than the keeper from the settlement, her hair white and braided with iron rings, her face lined with the kind of authority that came from decades of deciding who lived and who died. She wore no armor, no weapon, but the air around her hummed with the same quiet pressure that Wakesfire carried when he was about to strike. "You are the one they call the Ash Crown." Keziah stopped at the edge of the circle. "I am Keziah Onwuamaeze." The woman's eyes flickered to the children, to the wounded dragons, to the map tucked into Keziah's belt. "You have come far. I have come for the old roots, for the children, for the heirs." The woman stepped off the platform. "The old roots still exist. The keeper cells still remember the songs, but they are not free." Keziah's jaw tightened. "I know. The circuit." The woman's expression did not change. "You know the name, but you do not know what it demands." She walked to the edge of the circle and stopped, her voice carrying across the square. The Cinder Circuit was built before the Concord. It was a sacred trial, designed to test whether a leader could bear power without becoming a tyrant. The bonds were not tested by force. They were tested by consent. She looked at Keziah. The Concord corrupted it. They turned it into a sorting machine, a way to identify children who could be used and children who could be discarded. But the bones of the old circuit remain. The keepers who still remember the old ways have been waiting for someone to reclaim it. Keziah's heart was beating fast. "Then let me reclaim it." "It is not that simple." The woman raised her hand, and the crowd that had gathered in the square parted. A path opened toward a second gate, one that led deeper into the city, toward the sound of running water and the glow of ember pits. The circuit has 3 trials. The first is a qualifying round that establishes the field and the rivals. The second is a mid-bracket match that forces a new technique or reveals a weakness. The third is a final that ties the rider's growth to a personal stake beyond winning. She looked at Keziah. "You will face riders who have been trained for this since childhood. You will face opponents who know the wind currents, the thermals, the secret weaknesses of the arena. You will face the Concord's influence, which has already placed its agents among the candidates. Keziah did not look away. I have survived worse. The woman's eyes narrowed. Have you? She gestured to the column behind Keziah. Your dragons are wounded. Your children are exhausted. Your supplies are nearly gone. The Concord garrison is 2 days east, and they will not stop at the city gates. If you enter the circuit and fail, everything you have built will be destroyed. She stepped closer. And if you win, you will have the old routes, the Roost roads, the child sanctuary, the cooperation of every keeper cell in the eastern storm belt. Keziah's hand tightened on the map. I will enter. The woman studied her for a long moment. Then you will need a name. A name? The circuit does not recognize titles. It recognizes names. The keepers need to know who they are choosing. Keziah looked at the splayed claw mark on her palm, at the transport ring warm against her ribs, at the children waiting in the shadow of the wagons. I'm Keziah Onwuamaeze. The woman shook her head. That is who you were. The circuit asks who you choose to become. Silence. Behind Keziah, the pale ash hatchling stirred in its sling, letting out a low, resonant note that vibrated through the stone. Keziah turned. The three-winged creature was perched on the roof of the nearest building, its body dark against the sky, its eyes fixed on her with the patience of something that had been waiting a very long time. The woman followed her gaze. It has been watching you since you crossed the ash flats. You know what it is. I do. The woman's voice was flat, but I will not tell you until you have earned the right to know. Keziah looked back at the woman. I will enter the circuit. The woman nodded. Then we will begin at dawn. She turned and walked away into the steam, leaving Keziah standing in the circle with her convoy, the three-winged creature, and the weight of a choice she had not fully understood until now. Chapter 7. The keeper cells gathered in a chamber beneath the ash piers, where the only light came from ember pits sunk into the floor. 8 figures sat in a half-circle, their faces shadowed, their hands resting on iron-bound staffs or folded over old leather armor. The woman who had met Keziah in the square sat at the center, her braided iron rings catching the glow. Keziah stood before them with the transport ring pressed against her ribs and the brand on her palm itching like a warning. The keeper woman spoke first. You bring wounds, children, and a dragon that cannot fly. You bring a hatchling that no one in this room has seen in living memory, and a creature older than the Concord that follows you like a promise. She paused. And you bring a name that has not been spoken in these halls for 17 years. Keziah held the ring up. The Bellanca seal caught the ember light. I bring proof that the Concord is moving Ember heirs through your city. I bring a vision of a woman in gray leather testing children on black stone platforms. I bring the name of a girl who is still alive inside a forced bond, who is being used as a key to something Samoel Ikaru wants to open. She stepped closer. I bring 11 names of children who are still out there, waiting to be harvested. The keeper on the left, a man with a scar splitting his eyebrow, shook his head. You bring a story we have heard before. Every season someone arrives with a ring and a tail. Every season we lose more keepers to the Concord's hanging crews. This is not a tale. Keziah pressed her branded palm to the transport ring. The lattice connection flared. Amber light licked up her forearm, and the room filled with the fractured echo of the green dragon's dying vision. Cinder Anchorage at dusk, iron gates, blue-robed handlers, children in cages, the woman in gray leather writing on a slate. The vision faded. The keeper woman's face had not changed. You have the ring, you have the vision, but you do not have the circuit. Keziah's jaw tightened. Then let me earn it. Earn it! The scarred keeper laughed. You cannot even fly. Your dragon's wing is held together by prayer and stolen salve. The moment you enter the arena, the Concord's agents will know exactly where you are, exactly how weak you are, and exactly how to break you. I have survived worse. Have you? The keeper woman's voice was flat. You have survived ambushes. You have survived a tournament. But you have not survived a keeper ring that refuses to follow you because you arrived too broken to lead. Silence. Keziah felt the weight of the room pressing down on her. The children in the wagons, the wounded dragons, the map tucked into her belt that meant nothing if she could not reach the roosts it described. She looked at the keeper woman. If I do not enter the circuit, what happens to the children in your testing chambers? The woman's eyes flickered. They are sorted. The useful ones are sent east. The rest are taken to the ash bridges. And what happens to the heirs who are still free? The woman did not answer. Keziah's voice dropped. What happens to the keeper rings when the Concord realizes you have been hiding the old roots instead of denting them? The scarred keeper shifted. She is not wrong. The woman at the center looked at him, then back at Keziah. If you enter the circuit and fail, the keeper rings will splinter. The frightened heirs will go deeper into hiding. The Concord will seal every root within a year, and what we have been preserving for 4 generations will be lost. She stood. If you enter the circuit and win, you will have the old roots, the Roost roads, the child sanctuary, and the cooperation of every keeper cell in the eastern storm belt. She stepped closer. But if you enter and lose, you will not just lose the circuit. You will lose the children, the dragons, the heirs. Everything you have built will burn. Keziah met her gaze. I know. The woman studied her for a long moment. Why? Why what? Why do you want this? The circuit will not give you power. It will give you responsibility. It will give you the weight of every child who fails, every keeper who falls, every heir who is taken while you are too slow to reach them. Keziah's hand moved to the fishbone needle threaded through her collar, the one she had carried since the market, the one she had used to sew her own wounds, her own clothes, her own life together when no one else would. Because I have already been carrying that weight. She looked at the woman. I have been carrying it since the moment the green dragon crashed into my convoy. Since the moment I touched the transport ring and felt Sami Bellanca's will pressing against the lattice. Since the moment I realized that every child in this city who is tested and found wanting is someone I could have saved if I had arrived faster. She stepped forward. I am not asking for power. I am asking for the tools to do what I have already chosen to do. The keeper woman was silent for a long moment. Then she turned to the assembled keepers. The vote is called. The scarred keeper raised his hand. Let her enter. A second keeper, a woman with gray-streaked hair and a crescent moon brand on her cheek, raised hers. Let her enter. The third keeper, a man with the burned lattice marks of a failed bond, did not raise his hand. She will die. The fourth keeper, a woman with a voice like cracked stone, raised hers. Let her enter. The fifth keeper, a man who had not spoken, shook his head. Not yet. The sixth keeper, a woman with a child's handprint tattooed on her throat, raised hers. Let her enter. The seventh keeper, the scarred Dan who had laughed, raised his hand reluctantly. Let her enter. The eighth keeper, the woman at the center, looked at Keziah. The vote is 7-1. You will enter the circuit at dawn. She stepped closer. But know this, Keziah Onwuamaeze. The keeper rings will not protect you. The Concord will not spare you. And the children you are trying to save will not thank you if you fail. Keziah nodded. I know. The woman turned and walked toward the door. The qualifying round begins at first light. Your opponent will be drawn from the candidates who have been training for this since childhood. You will be given no preparation, no warm-up, and no mercy. She paused at the threshold. Welcome to the Cinder Circuit, Ash Crown. The 12 closed behind her. Keziah stood alone in the chamber, the ember pits casting long shadows across the stone floor. The transport ring was warm against her ribs. The brand on her palm was aching. She pressed her hand to her chest and felt the lattice pulse beneath her skin. Through the bond, she reached for Wade Farrell. He answered with a pulse of seat and pain and something that felt like hunger. Tomorrow, she told him. We fly tomorrow. Tonight, he answered. I watch the sky. She climbed the stairs back to the surface, stepping out into the sulfur-tinged air of Cinder Anchorage. The three-winged creature was still on the roof, its eyes fixed on her with the patience of something that had been waiting a very long time. The pale ash hatchling was stirring at its sling, and somewhere in the darkness of the city, a child pressed a branded palm to a heated seal and was found wanting. Chapter 8. The first light hit Cinder Anchorage like a blade, cutting through the sulfur haze and painting the ash piers in shades of rust and gold. Keziah stood at the edge of the circuit arena, the transport ring warm against her ribs, the brand on her palm aching with the morning cold. The structure rose before her in concentric rings of black volcanic stone, each tier packed with bodies that pressed against the barriers like tide against a seawall. The crowd had come to see the rumor made flesh. She felt their attention like a weight on her shoulders. The woman who had spoken her mother's name before the arena, the outlaw who had cracked open the heart roost, the ash crown who had walked out of the storm belt with the dying white dragon, a hatchling that breathed difference, and a wounded gray who had been waiting for her bloodline since before she was born. She was not a rider to them. She was a story, and stories were eaten alive in places like this. Wakefire's voice came through the bond, rough with fatigue and something like dark amusement. They expect a monster, then let them watch. The crowd's noise shifted, a ripple moving through the tiers like wind across ash. Keziah turned. The candidate entrance on the far side of the arena had opened. A young man stepped through, leading a lean, russet-scaled dragon with copper-veined wings and eyes the color of old amber. He was tall, clean-shaven, with the kind of calm, unhurried posture that came from knowing exactly where he stood in the world. He was not wearing Concord armor. He was not wearing any house sigil. But the way he moved through the crowd's attention told her everything. This was Tovin Maris. The crowd parted for him the way smoke parted for a blade. He walked to the center of the arena floor, stopped at the black stone seal, and turned to face the Keeper Council's tier. His voice carried without effort, pitched to reach the farthest spectator. I am Tovin Maris of the Smoky Ridge Maris line. I enter the circuit because I believe in order. Not the order of old bloodlines and forgotten titles, the order of discipline, of training, of knowing what a bond can carry before you ask it to bear the weight of a realm. The crowd murmured. Some nodded. Others watched with the careful stillness of people who had heard this argument before. He turned to face Keziah. You are the Ash Crown. It was not a question. I am. I have heard the stories, the arena, the heart roost, the dead champion's daughter who speaks in her mother's voice. He stepped closer. Those stories are dangerous. Keziah did not move. Because they are true? Because they are inspiring. He said it without irony. You have given people hope, and hope without structure is a fire that burns everything it touches. He gestured to the tiers around them. The children in this city are afraid. Their parents are afraid. The Concord is 2 days east, and every hour that passes brings them closer. If you fail here, if you fall, if you prove that the Ash Crown is just another name for a corpse that has not been buried yet, then every person who believed in you will lose more than hope. They will lose their trust in the very idea that someone can save them. He stopped a few paces away. I am not your enemy, Keziah Onwuamaeze. I am the person who will make sure that when you win because you deserve to, not because the crowd believed in a story. Keziah studied him. He was not wrong. That was the worst part. He was calm, articulate, and genuinely convinced that containment was mercy, that the system he wanted to build was not the Concord's cage, but a kinder structure, one that trained theirs and dragons to bear their bonds with discipline instead of burning out. She could have respected him. She might have, if she had not seen the children pressed against the heated seals, if she had not felt the ash bridges calling her name. The circuit will decide who deserves what, she said. Yes. He inclined his head. It will. He turned and walked back toward his dragon, but paused at the edge of the seal. One more thing. She waited. I know you think I am the Concord's creature, but I am not. I am here because I believe the awakening is real, and I believe it will kill thousands if it is not managed. The Concord wants to control it. The Keepers want to hide from it. And you, he looked at her, you want to free it. But freedom without readiness is just another kind of death. He mounted his dragon. The Keeper Council's bell rang, sharp and final. The qualifying round had begun. The crowd surged to its feet as the first pair of candidates launched into the arena's open sky. Keziah watched them climb, feeling the lattice thrum beneath her skin, the bond with Wakefier pulsing in time with her heartbeat. The arena was a vertical course, a maze of ash-wreathed stone pillars and suspended iron rings, with the storm belt boiling above and the ember pits below. The objective was simple: cross the finish line on the far side before your opponent did, through the course, without touching the ground. The first pair fought through the course in a blur of wings and body checks. The winner crossed the line with a dragon's wing torn and a rider's arm bleeding, but the crowd roared. The second pair was faster, cleaner, more brutal. The third pair, Keziah's name was called. She stepped onto the launch platform. The wind hit her, sulfur-stung and cold. The crowd's noise rose to a pitch that vibrated in her bones. The three-winged creature was perched on the upper rim of the arena, watching with its ancient patience. Her opponent was a woman in a handler's leathers, riding a stocky green dragon with scarred wing membranes. Not a house rider, not a Concord agent, just someone who had been training for this since childhood and wanted to prove herself against the Ash Crown. The bell rang. The green dragon launched. Keziah did not have Wake's fire. She had the Kappa work dragon from the keeper's stables, a beast that had never been trained for combat, that flinched at the roar of the crowd and the clang of the iron rings. She had the pale ash hatchling, still small to carry her, still too young to fly. She had her own body, her own will, and the lattice burning in her blood. She ran. The copper dragon launched behind her, clumsy and terrified, but it followed. It followed because it had no choice, because the bond hollow was open, because Keziah's voice was the only thing in its head that was not screaming. The first pillar came at her fast. She vaulted off the lower ring, caught the stone edge, and pulled herself up as the green dragon's tail whipped past where her head had been. The crowd gasped. She was not riding, she was climbing. The copper dragon banked hard, caught the thermal rising from the ember pits, and rose toward her. She leaped, caught the harness, and swung onto its back as the green dragon wheeled for another pass. The handler was good, better than good. She pressed the green dragon into a tight spiral, cutting off Keziah's escape route, forcing her toward the iron rings where the gaps were too narrow for the copper's wingspan. Keziah felt the copper's fear spike through the bond. "Trust me," she pushed. "I do not know you," the dragon answered. "Then learn." She dropped the reins. The topper dragon's wings snapped open, catching the crosswind, and it slid sideways through a gap that should have been too small. The iron rings scraped along its flank, drawing blood, but it was through. And behind him, at the top of the highest tier, a figure in gray Concord leather stood motionless, a slate in one hand, the woman from the vision, the woman from the testing, the woman who had been writing names when the children were sorted into useful and disposable. She was here, and she was watching Keziah the same way Tovin was, like she was being studied, like she was already being measured for a cage she did not know existed. Chapter 9. The copper dragon's flanks heaved beneath her, its fear bleeding into the bond hollow in cold pulses. Keziah kept her hand on its neck, counting breaths, feeling the crowd's roar vibrate through the stone platform. The handler's green dragon was down on the far platform, foreleg twisted, the handler already kneeling beside it with her hands pressed to the wound. The Keeper Council's bell had stopped ringing, but the silence that followed was worse. Keziah looked up. The woman in gray Concord leather was still standing at the top of the highest tier, slate in hand. She had not moved during the match, had not cheered, had not flinched when the green dragon screamed. She was writing now. Tovin Maris stepped onto the platform beside Keziah's copper dragon, his russet-scaled mount settling behind him with copper-veined wings folding tight. He did not look at Keziah. He looked at the course behind her, the iron rings, the ash pillars, the ember pits still glowing below. "You climbed," he said. "You noticed." "I noticed you did not ride." Keziah slid off the copper dragon's back, landing hard on the stone. Her knees nearly buckled. The copper dragon shifted, pressing its warm flank against her shoulder, steadying her before she could fall. She did not think it. She did not need to. The bond hollow was already humming with something that was not quite trust, but was not fear anymore. "The qualifying round is over," she said. "I won." "You survived," Tovin corrected. "Winning is what happens when the course is designed to measure something." He gestured at the iron rings, the ash pillars, the ember pits. This course was designed to measure control. You did not demonstrate control. You demonstrated that you are willing to break the rules to survive. Same result. Not the same. He met her eyes for the first time, and there was no anger in his gaze. There was something worse. Certainty. The keepers will call it clever. The crowd will call it inspiring. But the Concord agents watching will call it something else. They will call it predictable. He turned and walked back toward the arena's edge, his russet dragon falling into step beside him. Keziah watched him go, her hands shaking. The pale ash hatchling stirred in the sling at her hip, its small body trembling with the resonance that had been building since the bell rang. Keziah felt it through the bond hollow, a low hum that vibrated in her teeth, her ribs, the bones of her skull. She looked up at the three-winged creature on the upper rim. It was watching her. It had not moved during the entire match. It had not blinked. It had just watched, patient as stone, ancient as the storm belt that boiled overhead. The Keeper Council's bell rang again, 3 short strikes, and the crowd's noise shifted from roar to murmur. The woman in gray Concord leather descended from the highest tier, walking down the stone steps with the unhurried precision of someone who had been measuring threats for decades. She did not look at the crowd. She did not look at the wounded green dragon. She looked at Keziah. She stopped at the edge of the platform, slate tucked under one arm, and studied Keziah the way a hunter studies a wounded animal. "Ash Crown," she said. Keziah did not flinch. She had learned not to flinch when people used that name. "You were at the testing." "I was at the testing," the woman agreed. "I am still at the testing." The testing does not end because one child pressed a branded palm to a seal and was found wanting. "Found wanting," Keziah repeated. "That is what you call it." The woman's voice was flat, clinical, as if she were reading from a ledger. "The children who pass are useful. The children who fail are fuel. The system is efficient. It has been efficient for 17 years. Keziah's hand moved to the fishbone needle threaded through her collar. Not a threat, a reminder. "Where is Sami Bellanca?" The woman's lips curved, just slightly, not quite a smile. "The Bellanca heir is not at Cinder Anchorage. She was moved 3 days ago, toward the eastern routes, toward Ashfall Gate. The High Warden does not keep his most valuable assets in the same cage twice." "Then why are you here?" "To watch." The woman's gaze flicked to the pale ash hatchling, then back to Keziah. "To measure. To determine whether the Ash Crown is a leader or a weapon." She turned and walked away, her gray leather blending into the shadows of the arena's upper tiers. Keziah stood on the platform, the copper dragon's breath warm against her shoulder, the pale ash hatchling trembling in its sling, the three-winged creature watching from above. The crowd had begun to leave. The qualifier was over. But the whispers had already started. She could hear them, fragments carried on the sulfur wind, passed from mouth to mouth like embers caught in a dry field. The Ash Crown climbed the course on foot. The Ash Crown used an untrained dragon. The Ash Crown's hatchling made the iron rings hum. The Ash Crown is not a leader. She is a catalyst. She is a fire that will burn everything down. Keziah closed her eyes. Through the bond, Wakefire's presence pressed against her, warm and steady, a balm against the cold stone of the arena. "They are afraid," he said. "That is why they whisper." "They should be afraid," she answered. "I am afraid." "Good." His voice was dry, ancient, almost amused. "Fear keeps you alive. Fear keeps you sharp, but do not let it make you small." She opened her eyes. The copper dragon was watching her, its amber eyes unblinking, its fear steadying into something that felt almost like faith. The pale ash hatchling had stopped trembling, and the three-winged creature was gone. Keziah turned and walked toward the arena's exit, the copper dragon falling into step behind her. She had won the qualifier. She had survived. But the woman in gray leather was still here, and Sami Bellanca was being moved east, and Tovin was already studying her weaknesses, and the whispers were spreading like wildfire through the ash-stained streets of Cinder Anchorage. She was not a leader. She was a catalyst. and catalysts did not get to choose what they burned. Chapter 10. The city hummed with the aftermath of the Qualifier, the crowd's noise spilling from the arena into the ash-stained streets, pressing against the stone walls like a held breath. Keziah moved through the press of bodies with her head down, the copper dragon's weight a steady warmth at her back. Idrisi walked beside her, his shoulder brushing hers in the narrow gaps between stalls and awnings, his presence a familiar pressure she did not have to look at to feel. They did not speak. The Bellanca freight records had been mentioned in the Keeper Council's chamber, buried in the ledgers of the customs house, hidden beneath 17 years of shipping manifests and Concord-stamped permissions. If the transport ring's route marker meant anything, if the woman in gray leather had been telling the truth about Sami's movement east, the proof would be in those ledgers. The customs house hunched at the city's northern edge, a squat structure of volcanic stone and rusted iron grills, its windows dark, its doors sealed with a keeper's lock that Idrisi picked in silence. Inside, the air smelled of old paper, coal dust, and something metallic that Keziah did not want to name. She found the Bellanca section by the embossed seal on the ledger spines, a hawk and chain crest stamped into cracked leather. The records were not hidden. They were buried, layered beneath standard shipping manifests for grain, timber, and iron ingots, the kind of paperwork that no customs inspector would ever flag. Idrisi pulled the first volume from the shelf and laid it flat on the reading table. His hands were steady, but his jaw was tight. They worked in silence, turning pages, scanning columns of dates and weights and destination codes. The first 3 ledgers were clean: grain shipments to the eastern settlements, timber from the upper shard forests. Nothing that would raise a Concord auditor's eyebrow. The 4th ledger was different. The binding was newer, the ink a different shade of black, the handwriting tighter and more deliberate. The entries were not grain or timber. They were coded. Keziah traced her finger down a column marked Special Consignment. The entries listed weights, destination codes, and a single letter in the margin. A, B, C, D. The letters repeated, cycling through the alphabet, 37 entries over 12 pages. "What are these?" she asked. Idrisi loomed over her shoulder, his breath warm against her neck. He studied the page for a long moment, then reached past her to turn to the ledger's end paper. Someone had written a key in faint pencil, nearly erased, as if the person who wrote it had hoped no one would look. A. Living. B. Bonded. C. Extracted. D. Transfer complete. The weight of the numbers rearranged itself in Keziah's chest. 37 entries, 37 special consignments, and each one corresponded to a letter that told her whether the person had been moved alive, bonded, extracted, or transferred. "This is not a shipping ledger," she said. "This is a body count." Idrisi did not answer. He was staring at the page, his hand frozen on the spine, his face stripped of color. Keziah followed his gaze. At the bottom of the last entry, in the same tight handwriting, a note in the margin. Ashfall Gate. Distribution point. All routes converge. Authority: Honoran Vel, Deputy Quartermaster, Bellanca, East Channel. The name hit her like a blade between the ribs. Honoran Vel. The same name that had signed the Ashfall Gate ledger. The same name that had authorized the transport of Keziah Onwuamaeze 17 years ago. "This is not a distribution network," Keziah said, her voice low, her hand pressing flat against the page as if she could hold the truth still. "This is a supply chain. The Concord is not just moving Ember heirs. They are moving parts. Dragon matter, bonded tissue. They are harvesting the bond itself." Idrisi's hand moved to his belt, where his knife hung, a reflex born of years of training. If this ledger reaches the Keeper Council, the circuit becomes irrelevant. The Concord will have to move openly. They will have to declare war. Or they will burn the ledger and every witness who saw it. Keziah turned the page, her eyes scanning the next entry, then the next, building the picture in her mind. The coded entries crossed the page in neat columns, each one a name she did not know, a child she had never met, a life reduced to a single letter and a destination code. She stopped at the last entry on the final page. Designation: Bellanca, S. Age: 12. Status: active. Destination: Ashfall Gate. Authority: direct order. High Warden Ikari. The date was 5 days ago. Sami Bellanca had been moved before the qualifier even began. Idrisi made a sound, low and raw, the kind of sound a person made when they realized they had been running toward a door that had already been locked. "She was here," he said. "She was at Anchorage. She was here, and I did not find her." Keziah reached for his hand without thinking, her fingers finding his, holding on. "We will find her," she said. "We will find her, and we will tear this supply chain apart piece by piece until there is nothing left of it." Idrisi's grip tightened, his knuckles white against hers. The customs house was silent around them, the only sound the rustle of paper and the distant hum of the city above. And then, from the corridor outside, the sound of boots on stone. Keziah's hand moved to her knife. The footsteps stopped outside the door. A key turned in the lock. The door swung open, and a figure stepped into the lamplight, his face shadowed, his hand on the hilt of his sword. He was not a keeper. He was not a customs officer. He was a rider in gray Concord leather, with a slate tucked under one arm and a woman's calculating eyes fixed on Keziah's face. "I thought you might find this room," the woman said, her voice flat, clinical, as if she had been expecting them. "The High Warden sends his regards." Behind her, in the corridor, the sound of more boots, more riders, more steel. The door swung shut. The lock clicked, and the ledger sat open on the table, its secrets laid bare, its proof now a weapon that Keziah would have to fight to keep. And percents. The corridor outside the customs house rang with boots and steel, but no door opened. Keziah counted heartbeats, her hand still on the ledger, her knife half drawn. The footsteps stopped at the intersection, held, then faded left toward the main hall. Not a search, a patrol shift change. She did not wait for the silence to settle. She closed the ledger, tucked it into her coat, and crossed to the window with a shutter hung loose on one hinge. Idrisi was already beside her, his breath shallow, his hand finding the iron latch. They dropped into the alley together, landing hard on packed ash, and ran. The Registry loft was 3 blocks east, tucked between a shuttered smithy and a counting house whose windows had been painted black from the inside. Idrisi was already moving along the shelves, his fingers tracing spines, pulling volumes by their binding color. He worked fast, methodical, his face set in the same controlled mask he had worn during the qualifier. They searched in silence for a long time. The Registry was a labyrinth of identical leather spines, each volume labeled with the same copperplate hand. Keziah lost count of the cargo manifests she pulled, scanned, and set aside. Nothing matched the ledger's codes. Nothing carried the Bellanca seal. The light through the high windows shifted from gray to deeper gray. The city hummed above them, indifferent. "I found something." Idrisi's voice was low, rough with dust and something else. She crossed to where he stood at the far end of the loft, a thin volume open in his hands, its pages interleaved with receipt slips. "These are the override logs," he said. "When a cargo needs to move outside the regular schedule, the deputy quartermaster issues a override seal. The seal is logged here, cross-referenced to the departure time and the gate used." He turned the book so she could see the entry. Override seal 47B, issued. 3 days past midnight. Gate, East Channel, secondary pier. Cargo, single unit, human, bonded. Authorization, Ona Anvel. Destination, marked on seal. Marked on seal, Keziah repeated. The seal itself has the destination. The seal is also the tracking mechanism. Idrisi's voice was careful, controlled. If the seal is still active, the Concord can follow the cargo's route in real time, and if the seal is still active, it leaves a ghost in the Registry. He pulled a second volume from the shelf, larger, bound in black leather with a Concord stamp on the spine. The Ghost Log. Every active seal in the district is recorded here, updated every shift. He opened it, ran his finger down the columns, and stopped. Seal 47B. Status, active. Location, East Channel, Spire 12. Route, Cinder Anchorage to Ashfall Gate, via the Salt Canyons. ETA, 4 days. Keziah's chest tightened. Sami had been moved. Not just moved, but tracked. Her location visible to anyone who knew how to read the registry. She is still on the route, Idrisi said. Still moving. Still alive. The words hung between them, fragile and finite. Outside, boots scraped on the stair. Voices, low and casual. Customs guards making a round. Keziah moved before she thought, pulling the ledger and the ghost log into her coat, sliding into the gap between two tall shelves where the shadows pooled sickest. Idrisi followed, pressing into the same narrow space, the shelf at his back, Keziah in front of him, the air between them suddenly too small. The boots reached the landing. A key turned in the lock. The door swung open. Keziah held her breath. Idris's hand found her arm, his fingers curling around her wrist, steady, grounding. The guard paused at the threshold. Check the seal logs. The quartermaster wants a count before the night shift. The second guard grunted. Footsteps crossed the floor, slow, unhurried. A ledger was pulled from a shelf, flipped open, set down. Keziah could feel the heat of Idrisi's chest through her coat. His breath moved against her hair. She did not dare look up. The guards talked. Something about the Salt Road, about a shipment delayed at the Canyon Pass. The ledger pages turned. One of them laughed. The space between Keziah and Idrisi was less than a handspan. She could feel his pulse through his grip on her wrist, a steady rhythm that matched her own. She looked up. His face was close, his eyes dark, his mouth parted. The dust motes swirled in the thin light from the high window. The guards' voices faded to a distant murmur. Keziah thought about the registry, about the seal, about the salt canyons and the 4-day route, and the sister he had already lost once. She thought about the way his hand had not let go of hers in the customs house. She leaned in. His hand moved to her jaw, his thumb tracing the line of her cheekbone, and for a moment, the world contracted to the space between them, and the choice they were both about to make. The guard laughed again, louder. Check the far shelf, the seal logs from last cycle. The footsteps moved closer. Keziah pulled back. Idrisi's hand dropped to her shoulder, steady, not letting go. They pressed deeper into the shadows, breath held, houts hammering, as the guard passed within 3 feet of their hiding place and pulled a volume from the shelf above their heads. The guard flipped through it, grunted, and set it back. All accounted for. The door closed, the lock clicked. The footsteps faded down the stairs. Keziah exhaled. Idrisi's hand was still on her shoulder. She did not move away. That was close, she said. Too close. She looked at him. His face was still close, still dark-eyed, still carrying the weight of the moment they had not finished. We should check the seal, she said. The physical seal. It might have a route marker the ghost log does not show. He nodded. His hand fell from her shoulder. They pulled the volumes from the shelves, spread them across the table, and began to trace the seal's path through the registry's cross-references. The destination was Ashfall Gate, but the route cut through the Salt Canyons, a winding path that followed the old Bellanca freight channels. And at the bottom of the override log, in a different hand, a note. Seal 47B carries the bonded unit's signature. Active tracking enabled. Secondary function. The bonded unit will mark any location she passes through, leaving a trail that cannot be erased. Keziah read the words twice. Sami was not just cargo. She was a living instrument, a key that wrote its own map as it moved. Every gate she passed through, every road she traveled, left a mark in the lattice that the Concord could read. She is not just being moved, Keziah said. She is being used. They are taking her through the eastern routes, and she is marking every keeper road, every hidden roost, every sanctuary path she passes. Idrisi's face was pale, his hands flat on the table. Every route we might use to reach her, he said. Every place we might hide. She is mapping them for him. The registry loft was silent. The paper dust settled around them. Keziah looked at the override log, at the note about the bonded unit's signature, at the trail of ink that marked Sami's path through the salt canyons. "She is still alive," she said, "and she is still fighting. The seal is active, meaning she's still strong enough to hold her signature." Idrissi's jaw tightened. "For how long?" Keziah did not answer. She folded the override log into her coat, next to the ledger and the ghost log, and turned toward the door. "We find her before she reaches Ashfall Gate. We find her, and we pull her off that route." She reached the door, her hand on the latch, and stopped. There was a sound from the far end of the loft, a soft, rhythmic scrape, like something being dragged across the floor. Keziah turned. The shadows at the far wall were moving, not the shifting of the light, but a deliberate, creeping motion, as if something was reshaping itself in the dark. The scrape stopped. The registry loft was silent. And then the door behind them, the one they had locked, swung open on its own, and the woman in gray Concord leather stepped through, her slate in hand, her eyes fixed on Keziah. Chapter 12. The arena bell rang and the course unfolded before them. Ash thermals rose in staggered columns, their heat visible as shimmering distortion against the gray sky. Between them, iron rings swung on chains, spaced at intervals that made no pattern Keziah could read. The storm belt churned above, feeding the thermals with unpredictable gusts that shifted direction without warning. 3 other riders launched ahead of her. The first took a thermal too fast, caught a cross gust, and slammed into a stone pillar. The dragon's wing folded. The rider fell. The crowd roared. Keziah held Wakesfire back. "Wait," she said through the bond. "Read it first." His injured wing beat against the air, the rhythm slightly off, the pain a constant flicker through the shared space of their bond. He did not argue. He circled, low and slow, his good eye tracking the thermals as they rose and collapsed. The second rider hit the ring course at speed, threading through the first 3 obstacles cleanly. Then the ash shifted. The thermals sheared sideways. The dragon pitched into a chain of iron rings, and the rider was thrown clear. 2 down, 3 courses remaining. Keziah felt the pressure of the crowd, the watching eyes of the Keeper Council, the woman in gray leather somewhere in the high tiers. She felt Tovin Maris studying her from the opposite side of the arena, waiting to see what she would do. "Now," she said. Wakesfire dropped. The first thermal caught them at an angle, forcing Wakesfire to bank hard on his injured wing. The pain fled through the bond, bright and sharp, and Keziah gasped. She clamped down on the sensation, walling it off, trying to focus on the course ahead. The second thermal rose beneath them. She called the correction. Wakesfire obeyed. The first iron ring slid past. Then the thermal shifted. It was not a gradual change. The column of hot air collapsed sideways, dropping them in dead air, and Wakefire's wings screamed as he caught himself against the fall. The second ring loomed close. Keziah called a hard bank. Wakesfire tried. The crossfeed caught them. Pain, double amplified, ricocheted through the bond. Keziah's wing, Wakefire's shoulder, her scarred palm, his torn membrane. The feedback loop tightened, each sensation bouncing off the other, growing sharper, louder, until she could not tell where her body ended and his began. "Pull up," she commanded. He tried. The wing would not answer. The third ring swung toward them, and Keziah saw the collision a heartbeat before it happened. She threw herself sideways in the saddle, trying to shift his weight, trying to force a correction through sheer will. The iron ring caught Wakefire's wing. The impact drove through her chest like a blade. Her breath stopped. The world tilted. They fell. The ash thermal rose to meet them, and Wakefire caught the edge with his good wing, spinning them sideways, scraping along the stone pillar before the lift caught and held. Keziah's hands were shaking. The bond was a raw wound, every nerve ending firing in the space between them. "Stop commanding," Wakefire said through the bond. His voice was ancient, patient, strained. "You are making it worse." She did not understand. "We have to push through," she said. "I have to—" "Control," he said. "You have to control, and it is killing us both." The fourth ring waited. The crowd watched. The ash thermals churned, unpredictable, hungry. Keziah's hands were still shaking. The bond pulsed with his pain, her pain, their shared panic, and she could not tell which was which. "Then what?" she asked. "What do I do?" Wakesfire did not answer. He turned his head, his good eye meeting hers, and for a moment she felt something shift in the bond. A door. Not the one she had learned to open in the arena, the one that let her command him. A different door. One that opened inward. "Trust me," he said. "Not as a weapon, not as a tool. Trust me as a partner." The ash thermal rose beneath them, and Keziah made a choice. She let go. Not the reins, not the saddle, the bond. She opened the wall between them, the one she had built to protect herself from his pain, and she let him in. All of him. His age, his grief, the memory of her mother's voice, the centuries of waiting, the weight of a bond that had been closed for 17 years, and she felt him take the flight. Wakefire's wings caught the thermal, not fighting it, reading it. He banked into the shifting current, letting the ash carry him, and the iron rings slid past within inches of his flank. The fourth ring, the fifth, the sixth. Keziah stopped thinking. She stopped commanding. She held the saddle and felt the wind, and let him fly. The course became a dance. The ash thermals rose and fell, and Wakesfire rode them like he had been born in the sky, his injured wing moving in a rhythm that ignored the pain, that used the pain as a signal instead of a wound. The iron rings passed, the stone pillars blurred, the crowd's roar faded to a distant hum beneath the rush of air. And then they were through. The final ring, the landing platform, the bell. Keziah did not realize she had been holding her breath until Wakefire's claws touched the stone and the world snapped back into focus. The arena was silent. Then the crowd erupted. She sat in the saddle, her hands still gripping the harness, her body trembling with the aftermath of the flight. The bond was quiet, not empty, quiet. A shared space that was no longer a battlefield. Wakefire's thought touched hers, gentle, exhausted. "Now you understand." Keziah looked at the arena, at the Keeper Council's tier, at the woman in gray leather, her slate still, her eyes fixed on Keziah with something that might have been recognition. She looked at the hidden heirs in the crowd, the ones she had not known were watching, their faces lifted toward her, their hands pressed to their chests where the brand would be. The chapter ended with Keziah on the landing platform, the bond open, the course conquered, and the watching heirs beginning to believe. Chapter 13. The bond was still open. Keziah felt it like a second skin, like the space between her ribs had been unlatched and the wind had poured through. Wakefire's breath moved in her chest. His heartbeat drummed beneath her palm. The pain of his wing was a low, steady ache that she did not try to push away or command into silence. She let it sit beside her own. The crowd's roar was a distant thing, a wall of sound that broke against the platform without reaching her. She sat in the saddle, her hands still gripping the harness, her body trembling with the aftermath of the flight. The ash thermals had settled. The storm belt churned above, indifferent. Wakefire's thought touched hers, gentle, exhausted. "Now you understand." She did not answer. She did not know how. The keeper judges were already moving, their voices carrying across the arena, calling the next riders to the platform. The round was not over. Other matches still needed to fly. But Keziah did not move. She sat in the saddle, her branded palm pressed to Wakefire's neck, and she let herself feel what it meant to be known. The copper work dragon had been led away. The pale ash hatchling was somewhere in the crowd, carried by Calvo. The strays, the children from the broken cart, were watching from the lower tier, their faces pale, their hands pressed to the stone. Keziah looked at them, and she saw the shift. It was not the crowd's roar. It was not the keeper judge's recognition. It was the way the children looked at her. The way their hands moved to their chests where the brand would be. The way their eyes held something that had not been there before. Hope. She did not want it. She had never wanted it. Hope was a weight she had learned to refuse, a vulnerability the Concord had taught her to cut away. But the children did not know that. They had seen her fall, seen her rise, seen the bond open like a door and the partnership take flight, and they had believed. Keziah forced herself to dismount. Her legs buckled when her boots hit the stone. She caught herself on the saddle, breath ragged, and the children did not look away. "Get her inside," someone said, Thandaziel's voice. The old keeper's hands closed around Keziah's arm, steady, unyielding, pulling her toward the tunnel. "The round is not over," Keziah said. "You are done for the day." "I have to." "You have to breathe," Thandaziel said. "The course is done. The watching is done. Now you rest." The tunnel swallowed them. The crowd's roar faded to a pulse beneath the stone. Keziah's legs gave out halfway, and Thandaziel caught her, half carrying her through the dark. The bond was still open. Wakefire's presence was a warm current beneath her ribs, steady, patient, waiting. She did not know how to close it. She did not know if she wanted to. The hidden room beneath the arena was cold and smelled of old stone and the salt of sweat. Keziah sat on the packed earth floor, her back against the wall, her branded palm pressed to her chest. The bond pulsed with Wakefire's breathing. His wing was a dull ache that she carried like a second heartbeat. Idrisi found her first. He did not speak. He crossed the room and sat beside her, close enough that she could feel the warmth of his shoulder against hers, and he did not ask. The silence stretched. "I let him in," Keziah said. "I know. I did not think I could." Idrisi did not answer. He reached for her hand, his fingers brushing the brand on her palm, and the touch was light, careful, asking instead of taking. Keziah turned her hand over. She let him hold it. The bond whispered. Wakefire's thought was a thread of warmth, exhausted, ancient, and something close to peace. "You remembered," he said. Keziah closed her eyes. She did not know if she had remembered, or if she had simply stopped fighting long enough to learn. The door of the room opened. Thandaziel entered, her face unreadable, a folded paper in her hand. She crossed to Keziah and held it out without a word. Keziah took it. The paper was warm from Thandaziel's hand, the seal already broken. She unfolded it and read. The words blurred. Then they sharpened. The Keeper Council's verdict. The second trial was complete. The third trial would be called at dawn. She had advanced. But beneath the verdict, a note in a different hand, hurried, the ink smudged. Ren's sister was found. Keziah looked up. Thandaziel's face was stone. "Where?" "Lower level, the testing chambers. She is alive." The word hung in the air. Keziah was on his feet before she had decided to move. The bond flared, Wakefire's attention snapping toward her, the pain of his wings forgotten. "Where?" she said again. Thandaziel met her eyes. "The Keeper Council is waiting. They will not let you in without a fight." The door behind Thandaziel groaned. It swung open, slow, and the woman in gray Concord leather stepped through the gap. Chapter 14. The woman in gray Concord leather did not enter. She stood in the doorway, her slate tucked under her arm, her eyes moving across the room like she was reading the space before she read the people in it. She looked at Thandaziel, at Idrisi's hand still wrapped around Keziah's, at the paper crumpled in Keziah's fist. Then she looked at Keziah. "You have a choice," the woman said. "The testing chambers are sealed until dawn. The Keeper Council will not open them for a rider who has not finished the circuit. You can spend the night trying to break a seal that will not break, or you can rest, recover, and earn the right to ask for what you want." She stepped back. The door swung wider. "Your children are in the lower tier. The council has given them shelter. They are safe." Keziah did not move. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because I am not your enemy." The woman's voice was flat, practiced. "I am measuring you. The measurement requires a fair test." She turned and walked into the corridor, her footsteps fading into the stone. Keziah stood in the silence, the paper still sharp in her hand. The bond pulsed. Wakefire's thought brushed hers, not a command, not a question, just presence. Idrisi's hand tightened around hers. "Tomorrow," he said. Keziah did not answer. She let him pull her back to the floor, let the cold stone press against her spine, and she sat in the dark with the bond open and the weight of Ren's sister pressing against her chest like a wound that had not yet bled. By morning, the city had chosen its story. The Cinder Anchorage market was a river of rumor, and Keziah heard it all as she moved through the ash-slick streets with Idrisi at her side. The fishmongers at the pier called her the Ash Crown, who had walked through the storm and come out whole. The ironmongers spat at her name, claiming she was a fire that would burn every Roost road to ash. "She is dangerous," a woman said, her voice carrying from a stall where she sorted dried fish. "She opened the bond. She let the dragon in. That is not leadership. That is surrender." "Surrender?" The fishmonger's apprentice laughed. "You saw her fly. That was not surrender. That was the first honest thing the circuit has shown in years." Keziah kept walking. The children from the broken cot were waiting at the lower-tier gate, pressed against the iron bars, their faces pale and hungry. Ren was at the front, his branded forearm pressed to the metal, his eyes fixed on Keziah. "She is alive," Keziah said. "Your sister, she is alive." Ren's breath caught. He did not speak. He pressed his forehead to the bars and stood there, shaking, and Keziah did not know what to say that would be enough. Nizan was behind him, the younger boy's hand pressed to his chest where the brand was. He was watching Keziah with the same look the children had worn in the arena, the look she had learned to dread. Hope. She turned away before it could settle. Tovin Maris found her on the storm shelf above the arena, where the ashfall was thin and the sky was a pale, bruised gray. He did not announce himself. He simply appeared at the edge of the shelf, his russet-scaled dragon settled behind him, its amber eyes fixed on Keziah with the same patient assessment its rider carried. "You are not resting," Tovin said. "Neither are you." "I do not need to rest. I am not the one who nearly died in the pain course." Keziah did not answer. She stood at the shelf's edge, her branded hand pressed to the stone, the bond humming beneath her ribs. Tovin walked to stand beside her, not close enough to touch, but close enough that she felt the weight of his presence, the calm, unhurried posture that never seemed to break. "You flew well," he said. "I know." "That is not a compliment. It is an observation. The bond is open. You are letting the dragon lead. It is effective, but it is also dangerous." "Dangerous?" "Untrained heirs are watching you. They saw what you did. They think it means anyone can do it." Keziah turned to face him. "Anyone can." Tovin's eyes did not waver. "No, they cannot. The bond is not a door that opens the same way for everyone. You have a bloodline echo that most of them will never touch. You have a dragon who has been waiting for your family for decades. They have none of that." He stepped closer. "Children will die, Ash Crown. Not because you are cruel, but because you made it look easy. They will try to open bonds that are not ready. They will trust too fast, and they will burn." Keziah's jaw tightened. "What do you want, Tovin?" "To warn you." His voice was quiet, careful. "The Concord is closer than the crowd thinks. They have agents in the city. They have agents in the circuit. And they are watching you the same way I am. Measuring. Watching," he said, "and waiting for you to prove them right." He turned and walked back to his dragon, his russet-scaled mount lowering its head to meet him. He mounted without looking back. "The trial is at dawn," he said. "Do not let the hope of the children make you careless." The dragon launched, the ashfall swallowed him, and Keziah stood alone on the storm shelf, the bond pulsing beneath her ribs, the weight of the children's hope pressing against her chest like a second heart. She did not move. The bond whispered. Wakefire's thought was a thread of warmth, steady, patient, waiting. "You are not alone," he said. Keziah closed her eyes. She wished she believed him. Chapter 15. The lower tier smelled of damp stone and the smoke from a single oil lamp that Zuri had balanced on a crate. The children were arranged in a loose circle around it, their faces hollowed by shadow, their hands wrapped around cups of thin broth that Calvo had pressed into their fingers an hour ago. Keziah stood in the doorway of the hidden room, watching them. Nizan sat apart from the others. His back was against the wall, his knees drawn to his chest, his branded hand pressed flat to the stone floor as if he was listening to something only he could hear. She had seen that posture before, in the heart roost, in the moment before the eggs began to crack. She crossed the room and lowered herself to the floor beside him, keeping a hand's breadth of space between them. He did not look at her. The lamp flickered. The other children ate in silence, their faces turned away, their exhaustion a wall Keziah did not know how to breach. She waited. The silence stretched long enough that she felt the bond pulse beneath her ribs, Wakefire's patient attention brushing against the edge of her awareness. Designation dormant, awaiting activation protocol. The Concord did not kill every child who showed the mark. They kept some alive, watched them, waited for them to be useful. Nizan was still looking at the wall. "He saw me," he said. "Before I was taken. He knew my name. He knew where I would be." Keziah did not have a lie ready. She had half-truths, careful omissions, the same armor she had worn since the first time a keeper called her Ash Crown, and she had felt the weight of the title settle on her shoulders like a yoke. She said, "The man in your dream is High Warden Samuel Ikaru. He runs the Concord's monitoring network. He has been tracking children with the brand for 17 years. Nizan's head turned. His eyes were dark, unblinking. "Then he knows where I am now. He knows you are in Cinder Anchorage. He does not know exactly where, but he knows." Keziah did not answer. He did not need her to. The silence between them hardened. Nizan pulled his hand from the floor and wrapped it around his knees, his branded palm hidden, his face closed. "You said I would be safe," he said. "You are safe. You did not believe that when you said it." The words landed like a blade between her ribs because they were true. She had said it because she needed him to believe it. She had not said it because she had proof. She had no proof. She had 11 names on a stolen page, a wounded dragon, a convoy of exhausted survivors, and a trial at dawn that would decide whether the keeper routes opened or closed forever. She had nothing that would fit inside the shape of a child's fear. "You are not going to send me back," Nizan said. "No." "You are not going to let him take me?" "No." "Then what are you going to do?" The question hung in the lamplight, simple and unbearable. Keziah opened her mouth, closed it, opened it again. "I am going to win the circuit," she said. "I am going to claim the Roost routes. I am going to find every child on the list before the Concord does, and I am going to burn the system that put your name in a ledger." It was not a lie. It was not the whole truth. It was a promise made with the tools she had. Nizan looked at her for a long moment. His face was young and old at the same time, carrying a weight no child should have to carry. Then he said, very quietly, "That is not what I asked." He stood. He walked to the other children and sat down among them, his back to her, his branded hand hidden in the folds of his sleeve. Keziah stayed on the floor. The bond hummed. Wakefire's thought was a thread of warmth, but it did not reach her. She had told a half-truth to a child who had already learned to see through them, and she did not know what would happen when he stopped trusting her. The lamp guttered. The shadows in the room seemed to thicken, pressing against the edges of the light. Zuri looked up from her position across the room, her eyes meeting Keziah's with a question Keziah could not answer. The trial was at dawn, but something else was already moving in the dark. Chapter 16. The morning came too fast, the air still thick with ash and the promise of storm. Keziah found the supply cache burned before she reached the quarter. Zuri stood at the edge of the collapsed awning, her face unreadable. "Hit before dawn. 2 handlers down. They took the dried meat, the bandages, the spare harness leather." "Who?" "Concord. Who else?" Keziah crouched beside the wreckage. The embers were still warm. Whoever had done this knew exactly where the cache was hidden, knew the rotation of the guards, knew the timing of the shift change. Someone inside the refuge quarter had told them. "Where is Nizan?" Zuri's jaw tightened. "He was not in the bunk when I checked." Keziah's blood went cold. "How long?" 2 hours, maybe 3. Maddie is looking." 2 hours. A child alone in a city that had already been compromised, with a branded palm that marked him as Ember, with a dream link to a man who had been waiting for him since before he was born. Keziah moved. She searched the lower tier, the keeper's hall, the market lanes where the dawn traders were already setting up their stalls. She asked the children, the handlers, the old woman who mended harness leather near the east gate. No one had seen him. The bond hummed. Wakefire's thought brushed hers, sharp with concern. "You are hunting blind. I know. Let me look from above." You cannot fly with that wing. I can see. I do not need to fly. She felt him shift in the roost, his good eye scanning the city through the rift in the storm clouds. He was searching the streets, the alleyways, the places where a small body could hide. Nothing yet. Keziah pressed her branded palm to the nearest wall, reaching through the lattice. The stone was cold, unresponsive. She had hoped the old Roost pathways might echo Nizan's passage, but the city was too new, too built over, too saturated with the Concord's renovations. She found him in the bell tower, not because the lattice showed her, but because Maddie had traced a trail of small footprints in the ash leading to the base of the spiral stairs. Keziah climbed. The tower was cold, the wind cutting through gaps in the stone. At the top, Nizan sat with his back to the bell, his knees drawn to his chest, his branded hand pressed flat against the stone floor. He did not look up when she entered. "I found the door," he said. "What door?" "The door from my dream, the one with no handle. It is in the lower tier, behind the cistern. I went to see if it was real." Keziah's throat tightened. "Was it?" "Yes." She crouched in front of him, searching his face for the hollow look she had seen in Sammy's eyes through the bond. But Nizan's eyes were clear, if tired. He had not been taken. He had gone looking on his own. "What did you see?" "A room. Glass walls, a table, a slate with my name on it." He paused. He was not there, but he had been. The room was warm. Keziah's hand found his shoulder. She did not pull him toward her. She let him feel the weight of her presence, steady and unhurried. "You should have told me before you went. I did not think you would let me go." She did not have an answer for that. The bell tower door slammed open below, Maddie's voice sharp with urgency. "Keziah, the refuge quarter, fire!" They ran. The smoke was visible from the top of the stairs, a black plume rising from the eastern edge of the city where the keeper cells had housed the rescued children. By the time Keziah reached the quarter, the flames were already eating through the roof of the main hall. The handlers were forming a bucket line. The children were being herded out through the side door, coughing, terrified, their faces smudged with ash. Keziah counted them as they passed. Ren, Lyra, the younger boy, the girl with the braid, the twins from the lower tier. 9, 10, 11. Not enough. She pushed through the smoke toward the entrance, her sleeve pressed to her mouth, her eyes streaming. The heat was vicious, a wall of it that pressed against her chest and made her lungs seize. She found the last child trampled against the inner wall, too stunned to move, her eyes fixed on the flames climbing the rafters above her. Keziah grabbed her, hauled her up, and ran. They burst through the door together, coughing, stumbling into the open air. The handlers took the child from Keziah's arms. She fell to her knees on the ash-covered ground, grasping, her palms balled from the heat of the door handle. The refuge quarter burned, and in the shadows at the edge of the smoke, a figure in gray Concord leather watched. Keziah saw her, the woman from the testing vision, the woman who had written names on a slate while children were sorted into useful and disposable. She stood motionless, her hands clasped behind her back, her pale eyes fixed on Keziah through the smoke. Then she turned and walked into the haze, gone before Keziah could reach her. The fire ate the main hall. The children were alive, but the quarter was gone. The supplies were gone. The caches that had taken 3 days to build, the stores that had been meant to keep them through the semifinal and the journey beyond, all of it, gone. Zuri appeared at Keziah's side, her face streaked with ash and exhaustion. "That was not a raid," she said. "That was a message." Keziah watched the smoke rise into the gray sky. The woman had been watching. She had been counting. The semifinal was at dawn, and Keziah had no supplies, no shelter, and a city full of watchers who had seen exactly where the convoy was weakest. She turned to find Nizan standing at the edge of the crowd, his branded hemd pressed to his chest, his eyes fixed on the burning quarter. He had found the door. He had seen the room. And the man who had been waiting for him was still out there, watching. The bond hummed. Wakefire's thought was a low, steady flame. "They are testing your edge. Seizure, what will you show them?" Keziah looked at the smoke, the children, the wounded city. She did not have an answer, but she had until dawn. Chapter 17. The smoke was still rising when the horns began. Keziah heard them from the charred edge of the refuge quarter, where she stood with ash caked to her skin and her burned palms wrapped in strips torn from her sleeve. The sound came from the eastern gate, low and urgent, a call that did not mean competition. Zuri reached her first, breathless, her face still streaked with soot. "Riders, Concord formation coming through the main approach." "How many?" 20, maybe more. They are not stopping at the gate." The quarter erupted around them. Handlers ran for the children. Matty appeared at the cistern entrance with the younger boy in his arms, his eyes scanning the exits with the mechanical precision of someone who had already mapped every escape route, in fact most of them closed. Keziah's mind was cold and clear. The fire had been a message. The raid was the delivery. She turned to Zuri. "Get the children to the lower tier tunnels, the ones behind the keeper's hall, not the cistern. Take Maddie and Pim. Do not stop for anything." "What about you?" "I am going to find out who told them where we were." The first riders crested the ridge as Keziah ran. They came through the eastern approach in a wedge, their dragons low and fast, their riders clad in the gray-black of Concord patrol leather. They did not slow for the market stalls or the startled crowd. They rode straight through, scattering merchants and sending livestock screaming into the alleys. Keziah reached the keeper's hall as the first dragon landed on the roof. The crash of stone and timber was deafening. She threw herself through the side door into the narrow corridor where the council chamber had hosted her 7 days ago. The lead keeper was already there, his face tight with fury and resignation. "They came through the Bellanca channel," he said. "The eastern route. Someone opened a gate." "Who?" "One of yours, a child, the one who has been asking about the Concord's protection since the first night." The world tilted. Keziah knew who he meant before he said the name, the older boy, the one who had been silent on the journey, who had watched the waking dragons with fear instead of wonder, who had asked Nizan twice whether the Concord could really be worse than the storm wilds. She had seen the fear in his eyes. She had not treated it as a threat. Where is he now? Gone. He ran when the first rider cleared the gate. He is with them. The hall shook again. Another dragon landed. Keziah turned and ran. The quarter was chaos. Children screamed, pandlers shouted. The smoke from the morning fire still hung in the air, turning the sunlight gray and thick. Keziah pushed through the crowd, searching for the boy, searching for the new strays, searching for anyone who could tell her which way the Concord had taken him. She found Maddie at the tunnel entrance, the younger boy still in his arms. "Where's the girl?" Keziah asked. "The one from the broken cart, the one with the braid." Maddie's face went still. "They took her." The words hit like a blade. "Who took her?" "The rider who landed first. He grabbed her from the handlers before we could reach the tunnel. He knew exactly which one to take." Keziah's hands were shaking. The boy had not just opened the gate. He had told them which child would break the convoy. She found the betrayer at the eastern edge of the quarter, huddled behind a collapsed stall, his face streaked with tears and ash. He was not running. He was not hiding from her. He was sitting in the wreckage of his own choice, staring at the ground as if the stone could swallow him. She stopped 10 feet away. "Why?" He did not look up. "They said they would protect me. The Concord. They said if I told them where you were, they would take me east, to a place where the dreams stop." Keziah's voice was flat. "The dreams do not stop. They just change who controls them." "I know." His voice cracked. "I know now, but I did not then, and she is gone because of me." The cold fury was there, waiting. Keziah could feel it in her chest, the old instinct that said, "Cut him loose, let him face the consequences, let him feel what his fear had cost." She had been abandoned by people who chose fear over trust. She had survived alone. But the lattice hummed. Wakefire's thought came through the bond, quiet and steady. "You are not him." Keziah watched the boy. He was 12 years old. He had been afraid, and the Concord had used that fear the way they used everything. "Because I am not going to become them." Chapter 18. The boy sat alone in the keeper's hall, his back against the stone, his knees drawn to his chest like he was trying to fold himself out of existence. No one sat near him. The children kept their distance, their eyes sliding past him the way they might avoid a wound. Even the youngest ones understood what he had done. The girl with the braid was gone because of his fear, and no amount of ash-covered silence could scrub that fact from the air. Keziah stood at the hall's edge, watching him. The lattice hummed with Wakefire's attention. You cannot save her by staring at him. I know. Then what are you waiting for? She did not answer. She did not know. The boy had been afraid. The Concord had used that fear the way they used everything. He was 12 years old, and he had believed their promises because no one had ever taught him that promises from the powerful were just another kind of chain. But the girl was gone, and Keziah's hands still burned from pulling her out of the fire. Zuri appeared at her shoulder, her voice low. The keepers want to know what you plan to do with him. They are watching. All of them. I know. They are not the only ones. Keziah followed Zuri's gaze across the hall. Nizan sat in the corner of the room near the cold hearth, his branded hand pressed to the stone floor, his eyes fixed on the boy with an expression Keziah could not read. The other children watched, too. Not with hostility, with waiting. They were waiting to see what she would do. The boy had betrayed them. He had opened the gate. He had given the Concord a name and a face and a target. By every law of survival, the convoy should cut him loose before he did it again. But that was the Concord's logic. Frightened people become disposable. Keziah pushed off the wall and walked across the hall. The boy did not look up until she was 3 feet away. When he did, his eyes were raw and red, his face blotched with dried tears and ash. He looked smaller than he had an hour ago. He looked like what he was, a child who had made the wrong choice and was waiting for the punishment he deserved. I am not going to throw you out, Keziah said, his breath caught. Why? Because that is what they would do. She crouched in front of him, her burned palms resting on her knees. The pain was a steady thrum, the skin tight and blistered, but she ignored it. She had carried worse. If I leave you behind, I prove that fear is the only thing that matters. That one mistake makes you worthless, that the only way to survive is to never need anyone, because needing someone gives them the power to hurt you. She paused. I believed that for a long time. It is a lie the Concord tells you because it keeps you alone. The boy's lip trembled. I told them everything. The routes, the names, the order of the watches. I told them about Nizan. I told them about the hatchling. I told them, I know. I gave them the girl. I know. He broke. The sound that came out of him was not a sob but a crack, the kind of noise a body makes when it has been holding too much weight for too long. He pressed his hands to his face, his shoulders shaking, and Keziah did not reach for him. She did not pull him close. She just stayed where she was, crouched in the ash and the dust, letting him fall apart without having to fall alone. The hall was silent. The children watched. The keepers watched. Nizan watched. When the boy's shoulders finally stilled, Keziah spoke again. Here is what happens now. You stay with us. You help. You carry what you can. You learn to tell the difference between a promise and a trap. And when we find the girl, you look her in the eye and you tell her you are sorry, and you spend the rest of the road proving that you mean it. The boy lowered his hands. His face was raw, but something in his eyes had shifted. Not hope, not yet, but a kind of ragged attention, as if he had been waiting for a blow that had not landed. The keepers will not let me stay, he said. Then I will argue with the keepers. They will say I am a liability. Then I will argue harder. Keziah, Zuri's voice cut across the hall. The Concord team is still out there. The eastern gate is broken. They could come back. Keziah rose. She turned to face the room, the children, the keepers, the weight of every eye on her back. Then we would be ready when they do. She looked at the boy. What is your name? He hesitated, as if he had forgotten it. Then he said, Kale. Kale, you stay with me. You do not leave my sight. And when the semifinal bell rings, you will be in the tunnel with the others, and you will not move until I come back." "What if you do not come back?" The question hung in the air. Keziah looked at Nizan, at Zuri, at the children who had been watching her since the arena, waiting to see if the Ash Crown was just another kind of master. "Then you run," she said, "and you find the Kipu who knows the old routes, and you keep going east." She did not say, "and you find her." She did not say, "and you finish what we started." The boy was 12 years old. He deserved a chance to be a child before he was asked to carry the weight of a war. The latch on the eastern door clicked. Every head turned. The door swung open, and the woman in gray Concord leather stepped through, her boots leaving ash prints on the stone. She was alone, unarmed. Her eyes found Keziah across the hall, and she did not look at the boy at all. "You have 1 hour until the semifinal is called," she said. "The council has already voted. If you are not in the arena when the bell rings, the circuit forfeits. You lose the routes, the Roost roads, the sanctuary." Keziah's hand tightened at her side. "I know." The woman's gaze slid to the boy, once, fast. "They want to know if you will keep him." "And what do you think?" The woman's mouth curved, nothing like a smile. "I think you already decided." She turned and walked out, leaving the door open behind her. The hall was silent. Keziah looked at the boy, at the watching children, at the open door and the gray sky beyond it. The semifinal was in 1 hour. The girl was still out there, and Keziah had just made a choice the Concord would use against her if they could. She walked toward the door. "Kale, with Mo." He rose, unsteady, and followed. The watching heirs did not look away. Chapter 19. The keeper's hall had not emptied. Kale stood at Keziah's side, still trembling, still waiting for the blow that had not landed. The other children had pressed themselves against the far wall, watching with the flat vigilance of people who had learned that mercy was usually a trap with a delayed spring. Zuri stepped into the gap between Keziah and the children. "You cannot keep him." "I already decided I could." "You decided alone." Zuri's voice was not loud. It was worse than loud. It was tired. "You decided without asking if the rest of us were willing to sleep next to the person who sold our route to the Concord." The hall went still. Keziah felt the words land like stones in her chest. She had expected this. She had prepared for this. But preparation did not stop the impact. "He is 12 years old," she said. "So is Nizan. So is the girl they took." Zuri's hand tightened on the strap of her satchel. "You are not the only one who gets to decide what we risk." Matty moved to stand beside his sister. He did not speak, but his silence was a statement. He was with her. Keziah looked at them, at Zuri's clenched jaw, at Matty's steady, unblinking gaze, at the children who had been watching her since the arena, waiting to see if the Ash Crown was different. She had told Kale that the Concord's lie was that one mistake made you worthless. She had not told him that the opposite was also hard, that keeping someone who had failed meant asking everyone else to carry the weight of that decision. "I am not asking you to trust him," she said. "I am asking you to trust me." "That is the same thing," Zuri said, "and you know it." The silence stretched. Brother Calvo stepped forward, his hands still stained with the salve he had been spreading on the hatchling's burns. He looked at Keziah with the expression of a man who had seen too many martyrs mistake their own suffering for strategy. "You cannot carry every burden alone and call it leadership," he said. "That is not strength. That is a slow death by exhaustion, and you will take everyone who loves you down with you." Keziah's jaw tightened. "I am not." "You are." Calvo's voice was gentle, which made it worse. "You have been since the heart roost, since before the heart roost. You hoard the pain because you think it makes you a shield, but a shield that does not let anyone stand behind it is just a wall, and walls keep people out." The words hit harder than any blade. Pim cleared his throat from the corner where he had been clutching his satchel of copied records. His voice was thin but steady. "The names only matter if the living survive long enough to carry them," he said. "I did not copy all those records so you could burn yourself out before we reached the first heir." Keziah's hand moved to her mother's ring, still warm against her chest. Handazil had not spoken. She stood apart from the group, her scarred face unreadable, her arms crossed. But her eyes were fixed on Keziah with the weight of someone who had been waiting for this conversation for a long time. "You have been holding this alone since you left the arena," Handazil said. "The roots, the heirs, the bond, the boy. You think if you let anyone else carry it, they will break." Keziah's throat tightened. "I have seen people break," she said. "I have seen what the Concord did to people who try to help. You will not let us choose." Handazil's voice was flat. "That is what you are saying. You will not let us choose to stand beside you because you think you are protecting us from the cost." The hall was silent. Keziah looked at them. At Zuri, who had lost her home to the fire. At Matti, who had mapped every exit in the city. At Calvo, who had been defrocked for refusing to let a patient die. At Pim, who had risked his life to copy the records. At Handazil, who had been waiting 17 years for a bloodline to return. At Nizan, who was watching her with the same unreadable expression he had worn since the bell tower. She had told herself she was protecting them, but protection was not the same as trust. "I do not know how to do this differently," she said, and the admission scraped her throat raw. "I have been alone for so long that the only way I know to keep people safe is to keep them at a distance." Suria's expression softened, just a fraction. "Then learn," she said. "We are still here." Keziah looked at Kale, who had not moved from her side. At the children pressed against the wall, at the family she had not chosen but had somehow acquired anyway. "I will try," she said. It was not a promise, it was not enough, but it was the truth. The bell rang. Not the hour bell, not the warning bell, the semifinal bell. It rang early, its tone cutting through the stone walls and the ash-choked air, and Keziah felt the sound like a blade against her spine. The woman in gray Concord leather had said 1 hour. It had not been 1 hour. The door to the keeper's hall swung open, and a handler stood in the threshold, breathless, his face pale. "The circuit master has called the match forward. Concord riders are moving through the lower tiers. The council is demanding you take the field now or forfeit." Keziah's hand went to the ring at her chest. She looked at Zuri, at Matti, at Calvo, at Pim, at Handazil, at Nizan, at Kale. "I will come back," she said. She did not know if it was true. She turned and walked toward the door, the bell still ringing, the sky beyond the threshold gray and waiting. Chapter 20. The bell was still ringing when Keziah stepped through the keeper's hall threshold. The sound followed her down the stone corridor, through the ash-stained tunnel, past handlers who flinched when they saw her face. She did not know what she looked like. She did not care. The arena opened ahead of her. The same ash-wreathed pillars, the same suspended iron rings, the same storm belt churning above. But the air was different now, tighter, charged with something that was not crowd noise. The stands were packed. Every keeper, every child who could walk, every merchant who had watched the Qualifier had come to see whether the ash crown would fall. Keziah walked to the launch ledge. Wakesfire was already there, his gray scales catching the ember light from the pits below. His good eye found her before she reached him, and through the bond she felt his assessment of her state. The smoke in her lungs, the burn on her palms, the weight of Kale's confession still pressing against her ribs. "You do not have to do this," he said through the bond. "Yes, I do." She mounted. The harness creaked. The crowd's noise swelled. On the opposite side of the arena, Tovin Maris launched from his own ledge. His russet-scaled dragon caught the thermal cleanly, copper-veined wings spreading with practiced precision. He did not look at Keziah. He looked at the course, calculating, measuring, already planning his approach. The semifinal was not a single match. It was a timed bracket. 4 riders, 2 heats, the fastest time advancing to the final. Keziah's heat was first, Tovin's was second. She would fly against the clock, not against him. But everyone would compare. The starting horn sounded. Wakesfire launched before she could think, his injured wing catching the thermal at an angle that should have been impossible. The bond flared with shared pain, and Keziah did not wall it off. She let it in, let it ground her, let it remind her that she was not alone in this body. The first obstacle was a wall of swinging iron cages, weighted to crush a dragon's spine. Wakesfire slipped through the gap between two cages on the second swing, his belly scraping the stone. Keziah did not breathe. The second obstacle was a furnace vent, its thermal column pulsing in irregular bursts. She had used vents before. She had mapped them, studied them, turned them into weapons. But this one was different. It was not designed to be ridden. It was designed to burn. "Trust me," Wakesfire said. She let go of the reins. He dropped into the vent's mouth, folded his wings at the last instant, and rode the blast upward like a missile. The heat seared her exposed skin, blistered her palms, but they emerged above the pillar line with a full beat gained. The crowd roared. Keziah did not hear them. She was counting the remaining obstacles. 6, 5, 4. Each one demanded a different kind of trust. Each one required her to surrender control she had spent her whole life hoarding. By the third obstacle, the bond was singing between them, a shared rhythm of breath and muscle and will. Wakefire's wings screamed with every beat, but he did not slow. He banked around the fourth obstacle, a field of razor wire, at an angle that scraped his flank, and the blood that splattered across Keziah's leg was warm and wet and his. She did not flinch. She did not tell him to stop. She leaned into the pain and let it fuel the next turn. The fifth obstacle was a narrow gap between two pillars with a crosswind that would slam any rider who hesitated into the stone. Wakesfire did not hesitate. He folded his wings and dropped, then snapped them open at the last instant, catching the thermal from the vent below and shooting through the gap like an arrow. The crowd was standing now. Keziah did not look at them. She looked at the finish line, a ring of fire at the arena's far end, and she felt Wakefire's focus sharpened to a single point. "Together," she said through the bond. "Together," he answered. They hit the ring at full speed, the fire licking at their heels, and the horn sounded. Keziah did not stop. She let Wakesfire carry her through the landing, his forelegs buckling, his chest heaving, his wing dragging in the ash. They had made it. The time was good. Not the best she could have flown, but good enough to advance. She dismounted and pressed her forehead to Wakefire's neck, feeling his pulse hammer against her skin. "You did it," she whispered. "We did it." The crowd's noise shifted, not the roar of a finish, the murmur of something else. Keziah looked up. Tovin was already on the launch ledge, his dragon poised, his eyes fixed on the course. The second heat was about to begin. But the handlers were not watching the course. They were watching the Eastern Gate. Keziah followed their gaze. A formation of Concord riders was descending through the storm belt, their banners snapping in the wind. Not a raid, not a patrol, a formal entry. And at the center of the formation, riding a black-scaled dragon with a burn scar across his jaw and a lattice mark spreading over his throat like cracked copper veins, was High Warden Sumiel Ikaru. The crowd went silent. Keziah's hand went to her mother's ring. The bond with Wakesfire flared with cold rage, and through the lattice she felt the same recognition spread through every Ember heir in the stands. The man who had hunted them, imprisoned them, harvested them, was here, in the city, in the arena. Tovin launched for his heat, but no one was watching him anymore. They were watching the Ash Crown and the High Warden, and the air between them was the air before a storm. Chapter 21. The arena had not stopped being silent. It had simply changed the quality of its silence, from the roar of a finished race to the held breath of a city watching a predator descend. Keziah stood with her hand on her mother's ring and her other hand on Wakefire's neck, feeling the cold rage bleeding through the bond. The black-scaled dragon touched down on the arena sand 50 feet from her, its wings folding with the precision of a creature that had made landings like this 1,000 times. High Warden Sumiel Ikaru dismounted. He looked different than she remembered. The heart roost collapse had carved new lines into him. The burn seam along his jaw had spread, a lattice of scar tissue climbing his throat like cracked copper veins. His right shoulder sat slightly crooked beneath his coat, and when he walked, there was a hitch in his stride that had not been there before. But his eyes were the same. Pale gray, measured, unhurried. He started to takfum from her, close enough to speak without shouting, far enough to signal that he was not here to strike. "Ash Crown," he said. The title hit her like a blade between the ribs. Not because it was a threat, because it was recognition. He knew what the keepers had called her. He knew what the circuit meant. She did not answer. The crowd was straining to hear, leaning forward in the stands, handlers frozen at the arena edges, riders watching from the launch ledges. Tovin's heat was still running on the far side of the course, but no one was watching him. No one was watching anything except the burned man and the girl who had crawled out of his trap alive. "I am not here to seize you," Samael said. His voice carried, pitched for the arena, not for her alone. "I am here to offer this city a choice." Keziah's grip tightened on Wakefire's neck. Through the bond, she felt his muscles coil, ready to launch. "Say what you came to say," she said. Samael's mouth curved, not quite a smile, something older. "The awakening is accelerating," he said. "You felt it in the Roost. You felt it in the lattice. Every day, more bonds stir, more heirs surface, more dragons wake in places no one has mapped for centuries." He paused, letting the weight of his words settle across the arena. The Concord was built to prevent the first shattering from happening again. 10,000 dead in 3 days, shards falling, storm belts spreading. We regulated bonds because uncontrolled awakening killed more people than any war. He took a step closer. "I am not your enemy, Keziah Onwuamaeze. I am the only man willing to do what mercy refuses to do." The crowd murmured. Somewhere in the stands, someone shouted something Keziah could not catch. "Here is my offer," Samael said. "Cinder Anchorage yields the circuit, the heirs, and the sanctuary roads to Concord administration. In exchange, I guarantee protection. Every keeper cell keeps its routes. Every child receives training and placement. The awakening is managed, not extinguished." Tovin's heat ended. His dragon landed on the far side of the arena, and Tovin dismounted, walking toward the confrontation with the measured stride of a man who had already decided where he stood. "You cannot control the awakening," Keziah said. "You can only cage it. I can prevent it from killing everyone you are trying to save. You can prevent it from being free." Samael's head tilted. The burned scar on his throat caught the light, and for a moment, Keziah saw the lattice mark beneath it, the same pattern that had been carved into the heart Roost mechanism. "Freedom killed the last realm," he said. "Freedom turned the sky to ash. I am offering your people something better than freedom. I am offering them tomorrow." Tovin reached them. He stopped beside Samael, not quite aligned with him, but not opposing him either. "High Warden," Tovin said. His voice was neutral, careful. "Rider Maris," Samael acknowledged. "I have read your reports. You understand the cost of chaos." "I understand that Keziah won the semifinal without using Concord tactics," Tovin said. "I understand that her bond with Wakefier is the strongest I have seen in 10 years of arena competition." Samael's pale eyes flickered. And I understand that strength without discipline becomes destruction." Tovin turned to face Keziah. His expression was not hostile. It was something worse. Sincere. "I am not your enemy either," he said. "But I have seen what happens when bonds are opened without structure. I have buried riders who thought they could trust instinct over training. The High Warden's methods are harsh, but they are not wrong. The awakening needs order." Keziah stared at him. "You would rather be ruled by fear than learn to share power?" "I would rather be alive to argue about it tomorrow." The crowd was fracturing. She could hear it in the scattered shouts, the arguments breaking out in the stands, the handlers arguing among themselves at the arena edges. The city was splitting, right here, right now, between the terror of uncontrolled awakening and the familiar weight of Concord chains. Samael raised his hand. The arena fell silent. "I will give this city until dawn to decide," he said. "Accept Concord administration, and the circuit continues as a sanctioned event. The heirs stay, the routes stay, the sanctuary roads remain open." He lowered his hand. "Refuse, and I will seal every route within a week. The awakening will be contained by force, and the children who cannot be saved will be moved to facilities where they will not endanger the realm." The word facilities hung the air like smoke. Keziah knew what it meant. Ashfall Gate. The vault beneath the shard graveyard. The extraction rig that had drained Pale Wake's mind. You do not have the authority to seal the keeper routes, she said. Samal smiled. I have the Bellanca channels. He turned and walked back toward his black-scaled dragon, his gait uneven, his scarred throat catching the light. At the edge of the arena, he stopped. One more thing, Ash Crown. He did not turn around. Your mother stood where you are standing now, 17 years ago. She made the same speech about freedom and consent and the right of every heir to choose their own bond. He looked over his shoulder. She died believing it. He mounted his dragon and rose into the storm belt, Concord formation closing around him like a fist. The arena exhaled. Keziah did not move. Tovin was still standing 10 feet away, watching her with that sincere, terrible expression. Think about what he said, Tovin said quietly. Think about what happens to the children if you lose. He walked away. The crowd began to disperse, not in a rush, but in a slow, fractured motion, like a city trying to decide whether to stay or flee. Keziah pressed her forehead to Wakefire's neck. He is wrong, she said through the bond. He is afraid, Wakefire answered. That makes him more dangerous. She looked up at the storm belt, at the vanishing shape of the Concord formation, at the sky that was already beginning to darken. Dawn was 10 hours away, and the city was waiting for her answer. Chapter 22. The Keeper's Hall had gone quiet in the hour since Ikaru's departure. Not the quiet of peace, the quiet of a wound that had not yet begun to bleed. Keziah stood at the long table with the group gathered around her, the weight of dawn pressing against every unspoken word. Zuri and Mati sat on the floor with their backs to the wall, watching the door. Thandazil stood at the window, her scarred face turned toward the storm belt. Calvo knelt beside the pale ash hatchling, checking its breathing. Nizan sat in the corner with his branded hand pressed to the stone, his eyes half closed, listening to something none of them could hear. Idrissi entered first, his coat torn at the shoulder, his face pale. He had been gone since the arena emptied, following the Bellanca threads through the city's lower tiers. Behind him came Pim, carrying a canvas satchel so full the seams strained. Pim dropped the satchel on the table. The impact sent a sound through the hall like a body falling. I found them, he said. All of them. He pulled out a stack of folded papers, each one covered in the tight, precise handwriting of Concord freight manifests. The ink was smudged in places, the paper warped from humidity, but the seals were intact. Bellanca East Channel, Deputy Quartermaster Honoran Val. These are the ingress points, Pim said, spreading the papers across the table. The Concord has been building access routes under Cinder Anchorage for 3 years. Supply tunnels, maintenance shafts, storm lock overrides. They run beneath the arena foundations, the Keeper's Hall, the lower-tier shelters. He tapped a specific map, its edges darkened with handling. This one connects directly to the championship course. The final is not just a match, it is a sweep. The Concord waits beneath the stands. When the bell rings, they seal the exits, identify every heir in the crowd, and lock down the sanctuary routes before anyone can move. Zuri stood, her face hard. How many ingress points? 12, Pim said. 3 of them are large enough to move dragon-mounted riders through. The hall went colder. Thandazil turned from the window. The final is designed to draw the heirs out. The crowd, the circuit, the promise of sanctuary. It is all bait. They are not here to watch us win. They are here to watch us gather so they can take us all at once. Keziah's hand found the transport ring at her collar. The metal was warm against her fingers. Kale, she said. The boy flinched. He had been standing at the edge of the group, trying to fold himself into the shadow of the wall, his eyes raw and red. When Keziah said his name, he looked up like a creature expecting a blow. Tell them what you told me. His voice cracked on the first word. I did not know about the ingress points. I did not know about the final. But I heard the talking, the Concord riders, when they came for the girl. They said the arena was already wired. They said the circuit master had been paid to keep the match running long enough for them to seal the upper tiers. He swallowed. They said the keepers who resist will be replaced. The Roost routes will be reassigned. The heirs who survive will be sorted and shipped east. Matty moved first. He crossed to the table and studied the ingress map, his fingers tracing the lines beneath the arena. 3 rider-capable points, he said. If we seal them before the final, the Concord cannot sweep the stands. Sealing them requires access to the stormlock controls, Kim said, which are in the Circuit Master's tower, which is guarded by Concord riders. Zuri let out a breath that was almost a laugh. So we need to take the tower before the final, seal the ingress points, and still win the championship. That is the plan. That is not the plan, Keziah said. That is the beginning. She pulled the Bellanca freight records toward her, flipping through the pages until she found what she was looking for. A single line, written in the deputy quartermaster's hand, at the bottom of a manifest dated 3 months ago. Sealed Roost hub. Beneath championship course. Access via Stormlock 7. Presence confirmed. Awaiting activation protocol. She read it aloud. No one spoke. Idrissi stepped forward, his voice lower. The Roost hub. That is what Samuel is after. Not the circuit, not the heirs, the hub. If he controls it, he controls every sanctuary route in the eastern storm belt. Keziah looked up from the paper. If he controls the hub, this is not a sweep. It is a takeover. The final is not designed to crown a winner. It is designed to lock down the entire network while the Concord claims the only roost that can still connect the hidden routes. She let the words settle. Which means we do not just need to survive the final. We need to reach the hub first. The pale ash hatchling stirred, its small body shifting in Calvo's grip. Its eyes opened, still blind, still damp, and it let out a thin, reedy cry that vibrated through the bond hollow like a question. Keziah touched the hatchling's head. I know, she said. We are going. She turned to face the group. Pim, you have the ingress points mapped. Find me a route to the stormlock controls that does not go through the Circuit Master's tower. She looked at Maddie. You have the pulley system. Tell me what the hub's mechanism looks like and how to open it without killing everyone in the arena. She turned to Thandaziel. You have the keepers. Tell them to hold the sanctuary routes. When the bell rings, the heirs in the crowd will need somewhere to wear. Thandaziel's scarred face did not change. And you? Keziah's hand found the transport ring again. I will be in the arena, she said, flying the course Samuel designed for me. And when he opens the hub to claim it, I will be there first. The room held its breath. Then Nizan spoke from the corner, his voice soft, his branded hands still pressed to the stone. He knows you are coming. Keziah looked at him. I know. The boy's eyes met hers, and for a moment she saw something ancient in them, something that had been watching since before the heart roost fell. Then he has already moved, Nizan said. The ingress points are not the trap. The hub is not the trap. You are the trap. He wants you to reach the hub. He wants you to open it. And when you do, the door will not open for you. The hatchling cried out again. And in the distance beneath the wind, Keziah heard the first horn of the championship bell. Chapter 23. The championship bell faded, but the silence it left behind was worse. Keziah stood at the table with the Bellanca freight records spread before her, the map of ingress points still pinned under Maddie's knife, the Roost hub's location burned into her memory. The others moved around her, Pim sharpening charcoal, Zuri checking straps, Maddie tracing the pulley schematic one last time. Thandaziel at the door, speaking to a keeper in low tones. Calvo kneeling beside the hatchling, whose blind eyes tracked something only it could see. Keziah did not look at any of them. She looked at Idrissi. He stood at the far edge of the room, his torn coat retied at the shoulder, his face carrying the same exhaustion she felt in her own bones. The space between them had been deliberate since the Eyrie burned. She had not called him closer. He had not asked to be let in. But the championship was coming, and she needed to know one thing before the sky opened. Do you have another Bellanca route? She asked. One that is not on the manifests. Idrissi's eyes met hers. The Salt Canyons. It was never logged. My grandfather mapped it during the last shattering and kept it out of the records. Samuel is moved through the Salt Canyons. Yes. She folded the map and walked past him, brushing his shoulder as she moved toward the door. Show me. He followed without a word. They moved through the lower tiers in silence, past the Keeper's Hall where the council had gathered, past the arena where handlers were checking the course one last time, past the cistern where Nizan had found his dream door. The city was holding its breath. Everyone knew the bell was coming. Everyone knew the Concord was already inside the walls. Idrisi led her to a locked storage room beneath the eastern pier, where the salt air bit through the stone and the sound of the storm belt rumbled overhead. He pressed his palm to a seam in the wall, and a panel slid open, revealing a narrow chamber lined with ledgers, crates, and a single desk. Bellanca kept a secondary archive here, he said, for the roots my father did not want the Concord to know about. Keziah stepped inside. The air was thick with dust and old paper. She ran her fingers along the spines of the ledgers, reading dates, codes, names she did not recognize. "Where is she?" Keziah asked. Idrisi did not answer. He crossed to the desk and opened a drawer, pulling out a folded sheet of paper. He held it for a moment, then handed it to her. The paper was a map, not of routes, but of bond signatures, a lattice diagram drawn in someone else's hand, mapping the eastern storm belt through the hollows of sleeping dragons and dormant heirs. And at the center, marked in fresh ink, a single point. 3 days ago, Idrisi said, the lattice registered a new signature. It was not dormant, it was waking, and it was moving through the salt canyons toward the arena. Keziah's hand tightened on the paper. "Sami, she is already here, Keziah. She is not inside the walls, but she is close enough that her will is brushing the lattice, the same way yours does when you open the bond fully." Keziah looked at the mark. The ink was dark, the line precise. "She is not coming willingly," she said. "No, she is being driven. Samuel is using her as a key. He does not need to bring her inside the arena. He only needs her close enough to unlock the hub when the moment comes." Keziah set the paper down. Her hand stayed on it, fingers spread, the branded palm pressed flat against the ink. She did not speak. Idrisi stepped closer. She felt his presence before she heard his breath, the heat of his body a handspan from her back, the hesitation in his movement. "Keziah," she did not turn. "I know you are carrying this alone," he said. "I know you think that is the only way to keep us safe, but it is not." She turned. He was closer than she had expected. His face was drawn, his eyes dark with the same grief she carried, the same hunger, the same fear of what came next. She did not move away. "I am not trying to protect you," she said. "I know trying to keep myself from falling apart before we reach her." Idrisi's jaw tightened. "Then fall apart. I am here." The words broke something in her chest. She reached for him. Not a kiss, not a claim, just her hand against his chest, feeling his heartbeat through the torn fabric of his coat. He covered her hand with his own, his fingers wrapping around hers, and for a long moment they stood there, breathing the same air, holding the same weight. "We do not know if we will survive the final," she said. "We do not know if we will survive the hour." "Then stop pretending we have time to be careful." He pulled her closer, his forehead pressed to hers, his breath warm against her mouth, his hands sliding to her waist with a gentleness that ached. "I am not going anywhere," he said. "Not when you open the hub, not when the sky falls, not when the Concord comes for us." Keziah's fingers curled into his shirt. "Promise me." "I promise." They stood there, wrapped in each other, the map of Sami's movement pressed between them, the bell's echo still ringing in the distance. Neither of them moved to break the kiss that had not happened. Neither of them needed to. The choice had been made long before the championship was called. Keziah pulled back just enough to meet his eyes. "When the sky opens, I need you beside me. Not behind me, not in front of me, beside me." Idrisi's thumb traced the line of her jaw. "Then I will be there." She believed him. The storm belt rumbled above them, and somewhere in the city, the second horn of the championship bell began to sound. The signal was coming. But for this one breath, they were still together. Chapter 24. The first horn died before its echo finished, and the championship final began. Keziah launched with Wakefire's wing beat already straining, the Roost hub a sealed wound beneath the arena floor, the crowd a wall of noise and hunger. 40,000 throats, 40,000 pairs of eyes, and somewhere beneath the stone, Sami's bond signature brushing the lattice like a thread pulled taut. Tovin came at her from the easter arc, low and fast, his russet-scaled dragon cutting through the thermal shelf with the economy of a blade. He had studied her. He had watched every qualifier, every recovery, every moment she favored Wakefire's injured wing. The first pass was not a test. It was a statement. He struck at the blind side. Wakefire banked hard, the membrane of his good wing catching the crosswind, but Tovin had already read the correction. His dragon pivoted, claws raking the air where Wakefire's flank had been a heartbeat before. Keziah felt the displaced wind across her face, the scrape of talons missing by inches. "Close," she breathed through the bond. "He will not miss again." Tovin was not fighting to wound, he was fighting to measure. Every pass, every feint, every pivot was a question. How fast does she recover? How far will she push the injured wing? How much does she protect the hatchling's resonance when it destabilizes her focus? The hatchling screamed from the edge of the arena, its cry cutting through the roar of the crowd. Keziah felt the resonance ripple through the lattice, a destabilizing harmonic that pulled at her concentration, that made the bond with Wakefire flicker like a candle in a storm. Tovin saw it. He drove into the gap. His dragon's shoulder caught Wakefire's injured wing, and the impact drove through Keziah's chest like a blade. She felt the membrane tear, the joint scream, the old wound from the heart roost collapse flaring open in a spray of heat and blood. Wakefire dropped. The crowd surged to its feet as the gray dragon fell, Keziah's vision going white with pain, the bond flooding with the raw sensation of the wing failing. She felt the ground rushing up, the stone of the arena floor, the impact that would shatter them both. She did not close the bond. She opened it wider. "Take my breath," she told Wakefire. "Take my strength. I will not let you fall alone." The dragon's good eye found her through the lattice. His wing caught the thermal shelf at the last instant. Not a recovery, not a correction, but a refusal. He pulled them out of the fall with a jerk that wrenched Keziah's shoulder, that sent fire through her arm, that brought them level with the arena wall. Tovin circled above, watching. The crowd was silent. Keziah looked up at him, at the calm, unhurried posture, at the dragon that held its position with the patience of a predator that knew its prey had nowhere to run. "You are predictable," Tovin called down. "The Concord has already mapped every pattern you have. The blind side, the protective instinct, the hatchling's resonance. They know how you break, Ash Crown." Keziah's hand went to her mother's ring. "Then they know how I rise." She drove Wakefire up, not at Tovin, but at the storm belt. The clouds chorned above the arena, the engine of the Roost hub humming beneath them, the sealed door waiting for a key that was not a hand. Tovin followed. He was faster, better trained, and his dragon carried no injury. He knew the arena's currents, the thermal shelves, the points where the wind would favor him. He had been prepared for this match since the moment he entered the circuit, but he had not been prepared for the hatchling. The pale ash creature launched from the edge of the arena, its wings beating with a rhythm that did not match the air, its resonance cutting through the lattice like a blade through silk. It did not attack Tovin. It flew to Keziah. The moment it touched her, the bond doubled. Keziah felt the world split open. The hatchling's mind was not like Wakefire's, not old and layered and patient. It was raw, new, hungry, and it needed her to anchor it. She felt the resonance stabilize, the harmonic shift from destabilizing to amplifying, the lattice around them tightening into something she had never felt before. Tovin's dragon faltered. The resonance was not meant for him. It was meant for the Roost hub. The stone beneath the arena began to hum. Keziah looked down, past the crowd, past the circuit master's tower, into the sealed chamber beneath the championship course. The hub was responding, not to Tovin, not to the Concord, but to the hatchling's call. Samael's voice echoed through the arena, amplified by the Stormlock speakers. "The Ash Crown has opened the hub. By the terms of the Ember Covenant, the relevant Concord authority now assumes control of all sanctuary routes, keeper roads, and Roost access within the eastern storm belt. The match is over. The seizure has begun." The crowd erupted. Keziah looked at Tovin. He was already turning his dragon, his face pale, his hand going to his blade. He had not known. He had been a tool, a polished instrument of the Concord's plan, and Samael had used him as cleanly as he had used every other piece on the board. "Tovin!" Keziah called. He looked back. "Choose." His dragon hovered, caught between the arena and the storm, between the order he had believed in and the machinery that had just discarded him. The hatchling screamed again, and the Roost hub began to open. Chapter 25. The black gold dragon held its position, caught between the arena and the storm, between Tovin's hand on the reins and the truth he had just learned. Keziah watched him read it, the way his jaw tightened, the way his eyes went to the circuit master's tower, to the Concord riders already moving through the lower tiers, to the speakers that had just delivered Samael's declaration. He had not known, but he understood now. The dragon turned, not toward the storm, not toward the gate, toward Keziah. "I will not let you make me the villain of this story, Ashcrown." His voice carried. The crowd heard it. The handlers at the edge of the arena heard it. The Concord riders in the lower tiers paused, looking up. Tovin's dragon settled into a low hover, wings steady, position perfect. He had been trained for this since he could walk, every movement measured, every breath accounted for. "You fight like someone who has never had to hold anything together," he said. "You fight like someone who has only ever had to break things. But I have held a house together. I have kept a line alive through winter and raiding season and the Concord's attention. I know what it costs to maintain order." He lifted his blade. "And I know what it costs when order fails." He came at her. Not with the aggressive drive of the first pass, not with the testing strikes of the second. This was something else entirely. This was a rider who had studied every match she had ever flown, who had read every report Idrisi had ever filed, who had watched her fall and rise and fall again and knew exactly where the cracks were. He struck at Wakefire's blind side, not to wound, but to force the turn. He knew the gray dragon would compensate, knew the angle of the correction, knew exactly where Keziah's weight would shift when she called the counter. He was there before she called it. The impact drove through Wakefire's flank. The gray dragon's wings stuttered, the torn membrane screaming, and Keziah felt the blood spray before she saw it. The bond flooded with pain, Wakefire's anger, his refusal to fall. But the rhythm was broken. The lattice flight she had learned in the mid-bracket, the trust that had saved them, the harmonic she had built with the hatchling, it all depended on the beat of the bond. Tovin had found the gap in the beat. He pressed. Second strike, high, forcing Wakefire to climb on the injured wing. Third strike, low, forcing a dive that tore the membrane further. Fourth strike, not at Wakefire at all, at the hatchling, driving the pale ash creature away from Keziah's anchor, breaking the resonance. The hatchling screamed, the bond flickered. Keziah felt the lattice destabilize, the harmonics splintering into discord, the Roost hub beneath them shuddering as the connection wavered. Tovin was not attacking her. He was dismantling every piece of the structure that had made her unbeatable. The crowd roared. Not for her, not for him, for the spectacle, for the violence, for the certainty that order was about to prove itself stronger than chaos. Keziah saw it in their faces. They wanted to believe in her. They wanted the ash crown to be real. But they had been raised on Concord law, on the terror of the first shattering, on the story that only control could keep the sky from falling. Tovin was giving them proof that control worked. He circled back, his dragon's breathing steady, his posture unchanged. He had not even broken a sweat. "You see it now," he said. "You cannot win by going faster or stronger or more desperate. I have already accounted for every version of this fight. I know how you braked, Keziah. The question is whether you know how to hold." She did not have an answer. Wakefire's wing was failing. The hatchling was destabilized. The crowd was hungry for the certainty he offered. And the Roost hub beneath them was still open, still humming, still waiting for Samael's riders to claim it. Keziah looked at Tovin's face. He was not gloating. He was not cruel. He was offering her the same thing he offered every heir he had ever trained, a way out that did not end in death. "Yield," he said, "and I will ensure you face the Concord with dignity. You will not be caged. You will be heard. The children will be placed in proper training. The keepers will retain their routes. I will make sure of it." She believed him. That was the worst part. He meant every word. He was not a monster. He was a disciplined man who had spent his life believing that order was mercy, that control was protection, that the only way to save people was to hold them steady. And the crowd believed him too. Keziah looked at the stands, at the faces of the city, at the handlers and the keepers and the children watching from the lower tier. They wanted to trust Tovin. They wanted to believe that the Concord could be reformed, that the system could be fixed, that they did not have to burn everything down to survive. She understood. She had wanted to believe that too. But she had seen the ledgers. She had seen the cages. She had seen the white dragon with her mother's memories pumped into amber fluid. She had seen the glass bits and the sealed roost and the children who had been monitored for 40 years. Order was not mercy. Control was not protection. And the system was not broken. It was working exactly as it had been designed to work. She looked at Tovin, at the certainty in his eyes, at the discipline that had made him unbeatable. He was not wrong about the danger of the awakening. He was not wrong about the cost of failure. But he was wrong about what the answer was. "Tovin," she said, her voice carrying across the arena, "you have studied every fight I have ever flown. You have read every report. You know exactly how I break." She lifted her blade. "But you have never understood how I rise." She opened the bond, not wider, deeper, past the pain, past the fear, past the lattice and the harmonic and the resonance. She reached into the place where Wakesfire had been waiting for her mother's bloodline to return. The place where the hatchling's raw young mind was reaching for an anchor. The place where the Roost hub's ancient mechanism was humming in the dark. She did not fight the destabilization. She used it. The lattice splintered, and she rode the splinters. The harmonic fractured, and she sang through the fracture. The bond screamed, and she screamed with it, and the sound was not a weapon. It was a door. The Roost hub beneath them answered, not with a hum, with a crack. The stone split. Chapter 26. The stone split. Not a crack, not a fracture. A split that ran from the center of the arena floor to the eastern wall, the sound of it swallowed by the crowd's roar before anyone understood what they were hearing. Keziah felt it through the bond before she saw it. The Roost hub beneath them, the ancient mechanism that had been humming in the dark, was not open. It was breaking. The harmonic she had been riding, the splintered lattice that had carried her through the destabilization, turned wrong. The hum became a shudder. The shudder became a pulse that did not beat in rhythm with anything living. Wakefire's head snapped up. "Something is wrong," he sent. "Beneath the stands. They are forcing it. The Concord." Keziah looked past Tovin, past the crowd, past the arena's edge to the lower tiers where the ingress points had been mapped. The stormlock controls, the paid circuit master, Samuel's riders moving through the tunnels while the city watched the final. They were not waiting for the hub to open. They were forcing it to overload. The hatchling screamed. The sound was not pain. It was warning. The raw young mind that had anchored itself to Keziah's bond, the resonance that had doubled her strength, was now feeding back something else. The hub was drawing from it, pulling the hatchling's resonance into the mechanism like fuel into a furnace. Keziah felt the forced awakening building beneath the stone. Eggs that had slept for centuries, cradles that had held dormant bonds, were being torn open by raw current instead of consent. The bonds would not be chosen. They would be ripped into existence, untrained, unready, uncontrolled, and everyone in the arena would be caught in the blast. Tovin's dragon hovered, wings beating, his blade still raised. He had seen the split, he'd felt the shudder, but he was still measuring her, still waiting for her to yield, still believing that order could hold. "The hub," Keziah said. "They are forcing it open. Your riders, your Concord, they are going to burn this city to claim it." Tovin's jaw tightened. "If you yield, I can stop them." "No, you cannot." She turned Wakesfire away from him. The crowd gasped. The match was not over. She was turning her back on her opponent, on the victory, on everything she had fought for. The arena master's voice boomed through the speakers, demanding she re-engage or forfeit. Keziah did not listen. She drove Wakesfire toward the split. The wings screamed. Every beat sent fire through the bond, the torn membrane catching air wrong, the old injuries flaring hot and bright. But Wakesfire did not slow. He did not question. He felt what she felt, the hub's pulse hammering against the lattice, the hatchling's terror bleeding through the resonance, the forced awakening building like a storm behind a dam. "We cannot hold it," he sent. "The mechanism is too old. The draw is too strong." Then we share it. She opened the bond wider than she had ever opened it, past the pain, past the fear, past the place where the lattice had splintered. She reached into the hub's mechanism itself, the ancient stone and amber glass, the conduits that had been built to channel the Store Eye's power. And she pulled. Chapter 27. The strain hit her like a physical blow. The hub's current was not meant to be handled by a single bond. It was ancient, built for the first riders, channeled through storm eye and stone and the weight of centuries. Keziah's body arched against it, her branded palm locked to the amber core, the lattice flaring white-hot through every nerve. Wake's fire caught her before she fell. His wing beat against the split stone, his body pressed against hers, the bond screaming with the overload. But he did not pull away. He pushed into the current with her, his ancient mind opening to the hub's rhythm, the memory of the first roost rising like a ghost between them. "Let me carry what you cannot," he sent. The words were not a question. Keziah stopped fighting the current and started to breathe with it. The shared wound flight was not a technique she had learned. It was a way of being that Tandazil had described, the thing her mother had done when the Concord could not break her. Keziah had not understood it until now. It was not about sharing strength, it was about becoming something that could not be divided. She let Wake's fire into every part of the bond, the pain of his wing, the ache of his ribs, the cold rage that had burned in him for 17 years, and she gave him everything in return. Her fear, her exhaustion, the grief she had been carrying since the heart roost collapsed, the weight of 11 names she had not saved yet, the love she did not know how to hold. The hub shuddered. The current that had been tearing through the mechanism, raw and hungry, meant something it did not expect. A bond that did not resist, a bond that opened wider instead of harder, that spread the draw across 2 wills instead of channeling it through 1. The forced awakening stuttered. The eggs beneath the arena, the cradles that had been screaming into the dark, went quiet. The hub's hum shifted from a howl to a pulse, from a wind to a rhythm. Keziah felt it through the lattice. The strain was not gone, but it was shared. The mechanism was not fixed, but it was no longer breaking. Above her, the crowd had gone silent. She felt them through the bond, thousands of hearts beating in the same stunned rhythm. They had been waiting for the ash crown to fall, waiting for the spectacle of a forced awakening, the fire and the blood and the proof that the Concord was right about uncontrolled bonds. Instead, they were watching something else. Wake's fire lifted his head, his good eye found hers, and through the bond she felt what he felt. Not triumph, not relief, something quieter. The first moment in 17 years that the ancient wound in his chest had stopped bleeding. "They see," he sent. "They see what we are." The crowd was not silent because they were afraid. They were silent because they were witnessing something the Concord had told them was impossible. A bond that did not dominate, a bond that did not consume, a bond that held the weight of a dying mechanism and did not break because it chose to share the load. Keziah pressed her branded palm to the amber core and felt the hub answer. The pulse steadied, the lattice stabilized. The forced awakening that had been building beneath the arena, the eggs that had been torn open by raw current, settled into silence. The ancient mechanism did not close, it did not seal, but it stopped dying. And then the crowd roared, not the roar of the arena, the hungry sound that had followed her through every match. This was different, a sound that built from the back of the stands, from the lower tiers where the keepers stood, from the upper levels where the fortress houses watched, a sound that was not for blood, it was for her. Keziah turned her head, still pressed against the hub, and saw them. Tandazil at the arena edge, her scarred face white. Pim clutching his satchel, shaking. Zuri and Mati standing together, hands locked. Brother Calvo on his knees, whispering what looked like a prayer. Nizan, the rescued boy, his branded hand pressed to his chest, his eyes wide. And Idrisi. He stood at the edge of the split stone, his face pale, his shoulders still bleeding through the bandage. He was not looking at the crowd, he was looking at her. Keziah felt the bond between them, the thing that was not the lattice but was no less real, and she felt him speak without words. "I see you." The hub's mechanism hummed beneath her palm, steady now, waiting. The arena master's voice crackled through the speakers, demanding order, demanding the match resume. demanding that the riders return to the course. But no one was listening. The crowd was still roaring, and the roar was not for the Concord. It was for the Ash Crown. And in the silence beneath the roar, Keziah heard the first crack of something else. The eastern ingress point, the one the Concord had been using to force the hull open. It was not breaking because of the overload. It was breaking because something was coming through. Keziah's bond hollow lurched, the hatchling screamed, and through the lattice she felt a presence she had not felt since the heart roost collapsed. Sami. She was not being driven. She was coming. Chapter 28. The crowd's roar was still building, still surging through the arena like a living tide, when Keziah felt the hub's pulse steady beneath her palm. The forced awaken had stopped. The eggs beneath the stone were silent, and the bond between her and Wakesfire hummed with something she had never felt before. Not relief, not triumph, recognition. The crowd had seen what the Concord said was impossible, a bond that did not break, a bond that shared the weight instead of hoarding it. And they were not silent because they were afraid. They were silent because they were choosing. Tovin's dragon landed on the split stone 20 feet from her. The russet-scaled mare was breathing hard, copper-veined wings folded tight, amber eyes fixed on Wakesfire with the wariness of a creature that had just witnessed something it could not explain. Tovin slid from the saddle. He did not draw his blade. He did not raise his hand in the defeat gesture. He just stood there, looking at her. The arena master's voice crackled through the speakers, demanding order, demanding the match resume, demanding that the riders return to the course. The storm shells above them groaned, angled inward by Concord hands, still feeding the storm belt down into the arena. Tovin ignored all of it. He walked toward her across the split stone, his boots scraping against the broken edge. His face was not angry. It was not defeated. It was something else. Something Keziah had never seen on a Concord-raised rider's face. He stopped 10 feet from her. "I have studied you," he said. "Every fight, every report, every pattern Sami Bellanca ever filed. I knew how you would move, how you would flinch, how you would protect the weak side." He paused. The crowd was still roaring, but the sound was distant now, muffled by the bond's steady pulse. "I believed you were a danger," he said. "A beautiful myth that would get children killed. I believed order was the only mercy." Keziah did not move. Wakefire's breath was warm against her back, the bond open and steady, the hub's hum running through her like a second heartbeat. "I was wrong," Tovin said. The words landed like a blade. The crowd heard them. The arena master heard them. The Concord riders in the lower tiers, the keepers on the upper ledges, the fortress houses behind the glass. They all heard him. He was giving up the field. Not because he had lost the match, because he had lost the argument. Tovin Maris, the disciplined candidate, the one who believed in order above all, turned his back on the Concord and walked to the edge of the split stone. He looked at the crowd. "She is not the danger," he said, his voice carrying. "She is the proof that the system was wrong." The arena fell into a different kind of silence, not the silence of uncertainty, the silence of a city that had just been given permission to doubt. The gray woman in Concord leather appeared at the edge of the split stone, stepping through the shadow of the broken ingress point. Her face was unreadable, her hands gloved, her posture precise. "Tovin Maris," she said, "by the authority of the Pyre Concord and the emergency seizure order signed by High Warden Samuel Ikaru, you are declared an outlaw and an enemy of the realm." She raised her hand. The storm shells above them groaned. The eastern ingress points cracked open. And through the gaps, Concord riders began to pour into the arena. Not in formation, not in parade, but in a sweep. The seizure had begun. The crowd surged. Some tried to flee, some tried to fight. The lower tiers became chaos, guards and keepers and families scrambling for cover as the Concord riders moved through the stands with chains and clubs. And through it all, Keziah stood at the amber core of the hub, her hand still pressed to the mechanism, the bond still open, the crowd's roar still ringing in her ears. She felt the Concord riders moving through the stands, the keepers falling back, the heirs being dragged from their seats. She felt the betrayal. The Keeper Council did not fight. They did not sound the alarm. They stood at the edge of the arena, watching the seizure unfold, and did nothing. The gray woman stepped closer. "That is the cost of being seen," she said. "The city was willing to believe in you, but they were not willing to die for you." Keziah's bond hollow lurched, the hatchling screamed, and through the lattice, she felt Sami's presence again, closer now, not at the edge of the arena but somewhere inside it, moving through the chaos toward the hub. Not to fight, not to kill, to reach Keziah. The gray woman saw the shift in Keziah's face and smiled. "Yes," she said, "the Bellanca heir is here, and she is not coming to save you." Keziah pushed away from the hub. The bond was still open, the current still flowing, but she could not stay here. She could not let Sami reach the hub while the Concord was still trying to force it open. She turned to Wakesfire. The gray dragon met her eye, and she felt the question in the bond. Not doubt, not fear, just a simple, steady readiness. Where? Keziah looked at the chaos around her, the crowd breaking, the riders sweeping, the city falling. She looked at Tovin, standing at the edge of the split stone, his face unreadable, his allegiance still unknown. She looked at the smoke rising from the lower tiers, where the Concord was already burning the refuge quarter, and she felt the lattice pulse, the heartbeat of the city, the rhythm of the hub, the call of the eggs that had stopped dying, and through it all, the hunger. The ancient dragon beyond the storm eye, still waiting, still watching, still answering the hatchling's call. Keziah mounted Wakesfire. The gray dragon's wing was still screaming, the bone still grinding, but he did not hesitate. He launched from the split stone, caught the thermal, and climbed. Behind her, the arena was burning. Ahead of her, the storm eye was waiting. And somewhere in the smoke, Sami Bellanca was walking toward the hub, not as a prisoner, not as a weapon, but as something the Concord had made. And Keziah was going to find her. The first Concord rider rose from the smoke to intercept, and Keziah did not slow. She did not turn. She opened the bond wider, felt Wakefire's ancient rage join her own, and drove them both through the gap. The rider fell, the storm closed, and the city of Anchorage burned behind them. Chapter 29. The first Concord rider hit the sand before the crowd finished screaming. He came through the eastern ingress point, low and fast, dragon's silhouette cutting through the smoke. Behind him, 2 more. Then 4. Then a formation that kept coming until the ingress vomited riders like a wound that would not stop bleeding. The Seizure had not been waiting for the crowd's reaction. It had been waiting for Keziah to leave. Tovin stood at the edge of the split stone, still holding the position where he had declared his defection. The gray woman in Concord leather had not moved. She watched him the way a hunter watches a cornered animal, measuring which direction it would bolt. "You made your choice," she said. "Now watch what it costs." She raised her hand again. The storm shells above the arena groaned, and the western ingress cracked open. A second wave of Concord riders poured through, not stopping at the arena floor. They climbed the tier walls, moving through the stands with chains and clubs, dragging heirs from their seats while families screamed and keepers scattered. Tovin stepped forward. The gray woman's riders moved to intercept him, but he did not draw his blade. He stood in their path, arms at his sides, and spoke to the crowd. "The Concord is not here to protect you," he said. "They are here to harvest you." A rider swung a club at his head. Tovin caught it, twisted, and sent the man to the sand. The crowd erupted. The stampede began. Not a fight, not a rebellion. A flood of bodies, families, keepers, and heirs pouring toward the exits while the Concord riders tried to seal the gates. The lower tiers became a crush of terror and stone and iron. And through it all, a small figure moved against the current. Kale. The boy who had betrayed the convoy, who had sold the route for a promise of peace, who had been waiting for a blow that never came. He was 12 years old, small for his age, and his face was still blotched with the tears he had shed when he confessed. But he was not running. He climbed the split stone, dodging riders and panicked spectators, until he reached the ledge where the gray woman stood. He did not have a weapon. He did not have a plan. He had something else. "Kale," she said, recognizing him. "The one who sold the route?" He nodded. "I know where the ingress controls are," he said. "I heard them discussing it when I gave them the route. The storm lock override, the seal sequence." The gray woman's face did not change, but something in her posture shifted. "You are telling me this now?" "Keziah kept me," he said. "She did not throw me out. She did not let them take me. She said I had to earn it." He pointed to the circuit master's tower, where the storm lock controls were housed. "The override is in the tower. The seal sequence is etched into the lock plate. I can read it." The gray woman studied him for a long moment. Then she looked at the chaos unfolding around her, the stampede, the riders, the burning city. "The Concord will kill you for this," she said. Cale did not look away. "Keziah said I had to earn it." The gray woman made a decision. She grabbed Cale by the collar and pulled him toward the tower. They did not make it. The storm-lock tower exploded before they reached the base. The upper third of the structure sheared off, shedding stone and iron into the arena below. The concussion wave knocked Cale off his feet, sent him tumbling across the split stone until he fetched up against a broken cradle. The gray woman stood over him, shielding him from the debris. "The Concord just sealed the exits," she said. "They are not taking prisoners. They are taking inventory." Through the smoke, Kay saw the riders moving in formation, not dragging hairs but marking them. A rider touched a child's forehead with a branded iron, and the child went limp, carried away by a handler. The seizure was not a raid. It was a collection. And in the center of the arena, where the amber core still pulsed with the dying light of the stabilized hub, something moved. Sami. She stepped through the smoke, barefoot, in sleeping clothes, her banded paw glowing. Her eyes were hollow, her face empty, her body moving with the precision of a puppet whose strings were held by someone else. Behind her, the stone cracked. The eggs that had stopped dying began to pulse again. And from the storm eye above, the ancient dragon answered with a cry that was not hunger. It was joy. The hatchling screamed in response, and the bond lattice between Keziah, Wake's fire, and the newborn creature flared so bright that every branded hand in the arena burned in answer. The gray woman looked at the sky. "She is not running," she said. "She is calling it." Cale grabbed her arm. "Then we need to slow them down." He pulled her toward the shattered base of the tower, where the seal sequence was still visible, etched into the lock plate that had survived the blast. The gray woman looked at the 12-year-old boy who had betrayed everyone and was now trying to save them. "Show me." He already was. Chapter 30. Pym was already moving before the dust settled. He scrambled over the broken cradle, his satchel bouncing against his hip, the stolen records pressed to his chest. Around him, the arena was a chaos of smoke and screams and the wet sound of clubs meeting flesh. Concord riders moved in formation, marking children with the branded iron, carrying the limp bodies toward the eastern ingress. Pym climbed onto the highest piece of standing stone and pulled the first page from his satchel. "Here!" he shouted, his voice cracking. "Here's the proof!" No one heard him. The stampede was too loud, the riders too close. He tried again, waving the page above his head like a flag. "The Concord has been moving children for 17 years. I have the records, the names, the routes." A rider turned, saw him, started moving. Pym did not run. He held the page higher and read the first name aloud. "Hasina Vel, age 12, extracted from chalkwater, transported through the Bellanca Channel to Ashfall Gate." The rider was 50 feet away. Pym kept reading. "Moro Dath, age 11, bonded incomplete, destination unknown." 40 feet. "Onwuamaeze, D champion of the Ember Stair, transferred under execution order 17 years ago." 30 feet. The rider raised his club, and then the space between them filled with a body that should not have been there. Pendiziel. She caught the rider's arm mid-swing, twisted, and sent him to the stone. The crunch of his elbow was audible over the screams. She did not stop to watch him fall. She grabbed Pym by the collar and dragged him off the stone. "Keep reading," she said. "Just keep reading." Pym did. He read the names into the chaos, into the smoke, into the ears of every keeper and heir and terrified family still trapped in the arena. He read until his voice broke, and then he read through the break. The crowd began to listen. Not all of them, not enough, but some. A keeper in the lower tier turned, her face pale. That is my cousin's name. She was taken when she was 12. Another voice, higher, younger. Moro Dath was my brother. They said he died in training. The knowledge spread through the crowd like fire through dry grass. Not salvation, not yet, but recognition. The Concord was not taking prisoners, they were taking inventory. And the people of Anchorage were beginning to understand what that meant. Zuri found the lock mechanism beneath the western stands. She had been crawling through the maintenance crawl space for what felt like hours, following the map Maddie had drawn from the Bellanca freight records. The mechanism was older than the arena, a rusted iron plate bolted to the stone foundation, thick with grease and decades of neglect. She did not have a key. He did not have a tool. He had a crowbar and a brother who was counting on her. She wedged the bars under the plate and threw her weight against it. Nothing. She tried again. Harder. The bars slipped, and she slammed her elbow into the stone, bit her lip to keep from screaming. "Come on," she muttered. "Come on." She thought about Keziah, about the way Keziah had looked at her when she said she was staying, not as a burden, as a choice. Zuri reset the bars, found a better angle, and threw her entire body into the lever. The plate groaned, shifted, broke. The lock mechanism inside was a simple ratchet and gear designed to seal the western ingress from the inside. Zuri jammed the crowbar into the gear teeth and shoved. The gear snapped. The seal broke. The western ingress groaned, the stone grinding against itself as the lock failed. Zuri smiled, blood on her teeth, and started crawling toward the next one. Maddie was already at the eastern ingress when the first rider tried to seal it. He had been waiting in the shadows of the lower tier, watching the Concord formation, counting their movements. He had seen the pattern. 3 riders to seal the ingress, 2 to cover the approach, 1 to carry the seal mechanism. He had also seen the flaw. The seal mechanism was exposed, a single iron pin holding the locking arm in place. Maddie had a coil of wire and a steady hand. He waited until the rider carrying the mechanism passed within arm's reach. Then he moved. The wire went around the rider's ankle. A single sharp pull, and the man crashed to the stone. The mechanism clattered out of his hands. Maddie was on it before the rider could rise. He did not try to stop the seal. He did not try to break it. He wedged the wire into the locking arm's pivot, jamming the mechanism in place. The ingress would unclose now. Not fully. Not without someone taking the whole thing apart. The rider was already getting up, reaching for his club. Maddie was already gone. Idrissi found the Bellanca channel in the smoke. Not the man, the records. A dispatch rider, carrying a sealed leather pouch marked with the Bellanca crest, had been trying to reach the eastern ingress. The rider was dead now, struck down by a falling stone, but the pouch was intact. Idrissi opened it with hands that did not shake. Inside were orders, signed by his father's deputy quartermaster, directing the movement of 12 Ember heirs from Anchorage to the Ashfall Gate transfer point, using Bellanca-protected routes. 12 names. He recognized one of them. Sami. The order was dated 3 days ago, before the heart roost, before the arena, before any of this. His father had known. His father had been planning this. Idrissi stood in the smoke, the paper in his hands, and felt the weight of 17 years of Bellanca complicity settle onto his shoulders. He did not drop it. He folded the order and tucked it into his coat. Then he looked up at the Roost hub, where the amber core was beginning to pulse again, and he started moving. The first crack appeared in the stone above the hub, not from the Concord's forced awakening, not from the overload, from the combined pressure of the children's branded hands, the keeper's resistance, and the bond lattice that connected them all. The hub was not reopening, it was being reopened. Keziah felt it through the bond, a pull that was not entirely her own. The lattice was straining, bending, reaching towards something that was not yet there, but was coming. She pressed her branded palm to the amber core, felt the warmth of the children's answering brands, and pushed. The second crack appeared. The crowd felt it. The roar that rose from the arena was not fear, it was recognition. The Roost hub was opening, and the city of Anchorage was beginning to fight back. Chapter 31. The second crack in the stone above the hub did not spread like the first. It branched. Amber light bled through the fissure, thin and liquid, spilling down the rock face in slow rivulets. The crowd felt it before they saw it. A shift in the air, a pressure change that made ears pop and lungs pull harder. Keziah kept her palm pressed to the amber core, the warmth of the children's answering brands flooding through the lattice. She felt them. Not just Nizan, not just the hatchling. Dozens of small flames scattered through the stands and the lower tiers, waking to the same resonance. The Roost hub was not breaking. It was opening. The mechanism beneath the arena groaned, stone grinding against stone, and the amber core began to pulse in a rhythm that matched Keziah's heartbeat. The ancient conduits that had been dormant for centuries stirred to life, gold filament roots glowing through the rock like veins. Pim was the first to understand what was happening. "The roots," he breathed, clutching his satchel to his chest. "The sanctuary roots. They're not just in the records. They're in the stone." The cracks in the ceiling above the hub spread faster, not random but patterned, following the same gold filament lines that Keziah had seen in the Wayfinder. A map carved into the architecture of the Roost itself, waiting for someone to read it. The first keeper stepped forward. An old woman with silver-threaded braids and a scarred hand, the same one who had watched the seizure from the arena edge without moving. She walked past the Concord riders, past the broken stone, past the scattered heirs, and stopped at the edge of the amber light. She looked at Keziah. Not at the bond, not at the hub, at Keziah's face. "You are the Ash Crown," the old woman said. "You are the one who opened the heart roost and walked out of the storm belt. You are the one who shared the wound instead of hardening it." It was not a question. "Yes," Keziah said. The old keeper knelt. One by one, the others followed. Not all of them. Some of the keepers stood frozen, watching the Concord riders who still held the eastern ingress. Some of the heirs stayed hidden, too frightened to move. But enough. Enough to make the stone of the arena feel solid under Keziah's feet for the first time since the heart roost collapsed. The Concord riders began to retreat, not in panic, in formation. The gray woman in Concord leather gave a single, sharp order, and the riders holding the ingress began to pull back, sealing the eastern gate behind them. They did not try to fight. They did not try to claim the hub. They knew they had lost this round. The amber core pulsed once, twice, and the Roost hub fully opened. The stone ceiling split along the gold filament lines, revealing a network of tunnels and passages that had been sealed for centuries. Sanctuary rites, hidden Roost paths, dormant dragon calls. The lattice flooded with them, a cascade of light and sound that made the hatchling cry out in recognition. Wakesfire answered. His voice was not a roar. It was a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the stone and bone, the same note he had carried since the Sinsk Roost fell. The green juvenile answered from the edge of the arena. The pale ash hatchling answered from the platform. And from beyond the storm eye, the ancient dragon answered, not with hunger, but with acknowledgement. The war was larger than Cinder Anchorage. The call was spreading. Keziah pulled her hand from the amber core and stood, the gold glow fading from her palm. The lattice was still singing, the roots still glowing, the heirs still waking. But she had what she came for. Recognition, authority, a choice. She turned to face the crowd of keepers, heirs, survivors, and refugees. The people who had chosen her, the people who had not run. "Listen to me," she said, and her voice carried through the resonance of the open hub. "The Concord is not done. Karu is not dead. They have children, our children, moving through those routes right now toward Ashfall Gate. We have 11 names. We have a Wayfinder. We have a Roost that is waking." She paused, letting the weight of the words settle. "I did not ask for the Ash Crown. I did not ask for any of this. But I will not stop. I will not yield. And I will not let them take one more heir, and more child, one more dragon, while I am still breathing." The crowd was silent. Then the old keeper with the silver-threaded braids rose to her feet and said, "Then we go with you." The roar that followed was not a cheer. It was a vow. Chapter 32. The amber core pulsed once more, then settled into a steady glow that lit the gold filament routes branching through the stone. The old keeper with silver-threaded braids rose from her knee and met Keziah's eyes. Behind her, the other keepers straightened. The crowd held its breath. "You have opened the Roost," the woman said. Her voice carried the weight of someone who had waited decades to speak those words. "You have proven the bond can share instead of consume. The keepers of the Eastern Ring recognize you, Keziah Onwuamaeze, as the Ash Crown." The words landed like a hammer on stone. But recognition is not the same as authority. Keziah felt Wakefire's attention sharpen through the bond. The gray dragon stood at the edge of the split stone, his good eye fixed on the keeper, his damaged wing held tight against his ribs. "Say what you mean," Keziah said. The keeper's mouth tightened. "The roots are yours, the caches, the sanctuary paths, the Roost network from here to the salt canyons and beyond. We held them for the Ash Crown who would come. We kept them out of Concord hands for 17 years while children were taken and dragons were silenced." She paused. "But the heirs will not come because a keeper knelt. They will not follow because we say you are worthy. They must choose, every one of them, or what you are building is no different from what the Concord built." The silence stretched. Keziah felt the lattice humming through the open stone, the warmth of the amber core against her back, the weight of 11 names folded against her belt. She felt Idrissi's presence at her shoulder, Wakefire's patient vigilance, the hatchling's curious resonance brushing the edges of her awareness. She understood what the keeper was really saying. The Ash Crown was not a throne, it was an invitation. "I know," she said. The old keeper blinked. "I know," Keziah repeated. "I did not come here to command children into a war they did not choose. I came here to give them a choice. That is the whole point." She stepped forward, the gold filament light catching the edges of her face. "Give me the roots. Give me the caches. Give me the names of every keeper who will carry a message to the heirs we can reach. I will not summon them. I will not use the Ash Crown as a claim. I will go to them, and I will ask, and I will let them decide." The old keeper studied her for a long moment. Then she nodded. "Then the roots are yours." She extended her hand, palm up, and the gold filament light in the stone seemed to answer, rising from the floor to trace a web of glowing lines across the chamber. The sanctuary paths, the hidden roosts, the dormant roost between shards that the Concord had tried to seal. Keziah saw the distances. They were impossible. The nearest heir was 3 days east through the salt canyons, past the broken bell tower where the green juvenile had fallen. The farthest was beyond the storm belt, past Ashfall Gate, past the edge of every mapped route she knew. 11 names scattered across a realm that was waking into chaos. And Sami was moving. The gold filament pulse showed her, a faint trace flickering somewhere east, too fast, too steady, being driven through the dark between shards. The weight of it pressed against Keziah's chest. "I will not lie to you," the old keeper said. "The Concord is already regrouping. They lost this round, but they know the roots now. Every hour you spend gathering heirs is an hour they spend closing the ground behind you." Keziah did not look away from the map. "Then I will not waste hours." She turned to face the gathered keepers, the survivors, the children who had watched her open the Roost. The Concord took children from this arena today. They took them with iron and chains and branded hands. They have been taking them for 17 years. My mother was one of them. Sami Bellanca is another, and I will not let them take a single heir more. Her voice dropped, but I will not drag anyone into this who does not choose to come. The roots are open. The Roost is waking. If you want to stay, stay. If you want to follow, follow. If you want to wait and see what the Ash Crown becomes before you commit, I will not hold it against you. She met the old keeper's eyes. But I am leaving at dawn, and I am taking the eastern route toward the salt canyons, toward the nearest heir, and toward Sami. Anyone who wants to be part of that is welcome. The amber core pulsed once, as if answering. The old keeper stepped back and inclined her head. Then we have work to do before dawn. The keepers began to move, pulling supplies from caches, mapping routes, organizing the survivors into something that resembled a functional camp. The gold filament light traced the paths through the stone, and Keziah watched them go, feeling the weight of what she had just accepted. She felt a hand on her arm. Idrissi stood beside her, his face pale, his shoulders still bandaged, the folded list of names visible at his belt. "That was well done," he said quietly. "It was the truth," she said. "They are the same thing when you are the Ash Crown." She looked at him, really looked, saw the exhaustion in the sin of his jaw, the grief in the gank circles under his eyes, the stubborn refusal to break. "Sami is still moving," she said. "I know. The eastern route goes through the salt canyons, past the place where the green juvenile fell, past the bell tower." "I don't." She let the silence stretch. "Are you coming?" Idrissi's hand found hers. His fingers were cold, but his grip was steady. "Always." The gold filament light pulsed between them, and somewhere in the dark above the open roost, the first of the green dragons called out, answering the hatchling's cry. The distances were impossible, but the family at her back was real, and Sami was still moving east. Keziah turned toward the map and began to plan. Chapter 33. The roost shadows swallowed the last of the amber light. Keziah stood at the edge of the opened hub, her branded palm pressed against the cool stone where the gold filament routes had glowed moments before. The map was still there, etched into her memory, 11 names, impossible distances, Sami flickering east like a dying star. Behind her, the keepers moved in quiet efficiency, supplies being sorted, routes being marked, children being settled into the lower tiers with blankets and ration packs, the sound of work, of survival, of people choosing to stay. She did not turn when she heard footsteps, but she knew the weight of them. Idrissi stopped a handspan away, close enough that she felt the heat of his wounded shoulder through the damp air, the uneven rhythm of his breathing. He did not touch her. He just stood there, waiting, the way he had learned to wait since she had read every word of his betrayal in Samgargaev. The silence stretched. "I should have told you," he said finally, "about the reports, about the assignment. I should have told you before you found them yourself." Keziah did not answer. "I keep thinking about the registry loft," he said. "The night you kissed me, the way you looked at me after, like I was the first person who had ever seen you without wanting something." She turned then. The amber light caught the lines of his face, the shadows under his eyes, the fresh bandage visible at the collar of his torn coat. He looked like a man who had been burned and had walked back into the fire anyway. "I wanted to tell you," he said. "Every day after the first report I wanted to tell you. But I did not know how to make you believe that the assignment came before I knew you, and that knowing you changed everything." Keziah's throat tightened. "It does not undo it," she said. "No, it does not." She looked at him. The man who had been sent to measure her weaknesses, the man who had written down every flaw, every failure, every crack in her armor, the man who had then abandoned his mission, abandoned his house, abandoned everything he had been raised to protect, and had chosen her instead. The betrayal was still there. It would always be there, a scar in the bone of what they had built. But scars did not mean the bond was dead. She reached out and touched his hand. His fingers closed around hers immediately, as if he had been holding his breath, waiting for permission to live. "I am not whole," she said. "I do not know if I will ever be whole. The things I have carried, the things I have lost, the things I am still carrying, they do not leave room for softness. I know, and I do not trust you the way I trusted you before I read those reports. I know that too." She stepped closer. The heat of his body met hers, the smell of blood and ash and the salt of the storm belt. "But I am tired of pretending that wanting you is a weakness I need to cut out." Idrissi's breath caught. She pulled his hand to her chest, pressed it over her heart, let him feel the wild rhythm she had been hiding. "This is what you do to me," she said. "This is what you have always done to me. And I do not know how to separate it from the war, from Sami, from the 11 names we have to reach before the Concord harvests them. I do not know if I am supposed to try." He did not answer with words. He cupped her face with his free hand, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw, and kissed her. It was not the desperate kiss of the registry loft. It was slower, heavier, a conversation conducted in pressure and heat. He tasted of salt and iron, of exhaustion and relief. She pulled him closer, her fingers curling into the torn fabric of his coat, feeling the wound beneath, the fever in his skin, the stubborn refusal to fall. When they break apart, his forehead pressed to hers, his breath uneven. "I love you," he said. "I love you, and I will spend the rest of my life proving that the reports were the lie and this is the truth." Keziah closed her eyes. "If we fail," she said, "if we do not reach Sami in time, if the Concord catches us on the eastern road, then we fail together." She opened her eyes. The amber light flickered, and somewhere above the roost, the green dragons called out, their voices threading through the stone. "Come dawn," she said, "we ride east, and we do not stop. Then I will be beside you." She pulled back, just enough to see his face, the bruises, the exhaustion, the unwavering certainty in his eyes. "You should rest," she said. "I should." He did not move, neither did she. The silence stretched, warm and aching, filled with everything they had not said and might never have time to say. And then the lattice shivered. Keziah felt it first, a pulse, thin and distant, like a voice calling from the bottom of a well. "Sami." The bond lattice flickered, and for a half-breath, Keziah felt her. Not the hollow puppet, not the forced bond weapon, but the girl beneath, still fighting, still alive, still reaching. The pulse vanished, but the direction was clear. East, fast, moving through the dark. Keziah looked at Idrisi. The softness in his face had hardened into something else. He had felt it too. "She is still there," he said. "She is still fighting." He nodded once, and the moment between them shifted, becoming something sharper, more urgent. "Then we ride at dawn," he said, "and we do not stop until we find her." Keziah turned toward the map, the gold filament traces already glowing in her memory, the distance already measured in her bones. The night was short, but the road was long, and Sami was still moving east. Chapter 34. The amber core cast long shadows across the Roost chamber as Pym spread the stolen records across the stone floor. 11 names, 11 bloodlines, 11 children the Concord had been tracking since before most of them could walk. Keziah Onwuamaeze, he pressed his finger to the first name. Extracted from Chalkwater 3 days before the circuit. Transport mark matches the eastern ingress route. Fandazio leaned over his shoulder. "Where is she now?" "The ledger stops at the vault." Pym's voice tightened. "After that, the records go dark, but the route pattern suggests they are moving them through the shod graveyards toward Ashfall Gate in staggered waves." Zuri crouched at the edge of the light, her face half-shadowed. "How many waves?" "At least 3. Pym pulled another page from the stack. "The first wave left before the circuit even started. The second was scheduled for the night of the final. The third—" He stopped. Maddie stepped closer. "The third what?" Pym's hand trembled. "The third wave is still in transit. It has not reached its destination." The chamber went quiet. Keziah felt the weight of that silence pressing against her ribs. A wave still moving. Children still in the dark between shards, being driven toward a place no one came back from. "Which route?" she asked. Pym traced the gold filament lines with his finger, following the glow until it intersected with a mark she did not recognize. A settlement name that had been scratched out on every official record, then written back in by a different hand. "Red Hang," he said. "The Salt Canyons. It is the same route Sami's signature was following." Idrisi moved to stand beside Keziah, his shoulder brushing hers. She felt the heat of him through the torn fabric of his coat, the tension in his jaw. "Then we go through Red Hang," she said. "We find the wave before we reach the graveyard." Pym shook his head slowly. "That is not the worst part." He flipped to the back of the ledger, where a page had been folded and sealed with a glob of black wax. He broke the seal with his thumb, revealing a column of names written in the same hand as the transport orders. 11 names. But below them, in fresh ink that had not yet faded, a 12th entry had been added. Designation: Sarah. Status: in transit. Destination: Ashfall Gate. Route: Red Hang. Active. Keziah's breath caught. Sarah. Sami. Moving now. not waiting for the next wave. She looked at Idrisi. His face had gone pale, the muscle in his jaw working as he read the words for himself. "She is on that route right now," he said. "Not a question." Pym nodded. "The entry was 3 days ago. The route is active. If we leave at dawn, we might intercept her before she reaches the graveyard." "Might," Zuri repeated. "That is a lot of might." "It is all we have," Keziah said. She turned back to the map, tracing the gold filament line that led through Red Hang, through the salt canyons, through the narrow passages between shards where the Concord had no patrols and the old keeper routes still held. The other names on the list would have to wait. Keziah Vel, Morodath, the 8 others whose locations flickered at the edges of the map like distant stars. They would have to hold on a little longer. But Sami was moving now, and every hour they spent planning was an hour she spent being driven deeper into the dark. Keziah stood, her knees popping from the cold stone. "Pym, mark every keeper cache between Heel and Red Hang. Fantaziel, I need you to split the convoy, those who can keep pace and those who need to hold here until we come back through." Fantaziel raised an eyebrow. "You are planning to come back through?" "I am planning to survive." Keziah met her gaze. "Those are not the same thing." Zuri let out a low laugh. "There she is." Maddie was already folding the map, memorizing the route with the quiet intensity that had kept them alive through the last raid. "I will need an hour to redistribute the supplies. The wreck dragons cannot carry full combat loads and the sling for Pale Wake." "Then we lighten the sling. Pale Wake will not survive another fall. She will not survive being left behind either." Keziah's voice came out harder than she intended. She softened it. "We carry her. We carry all of them. That is the point." The silence that followed was not argument. It was acknowledgement. Nizan stood at the edge of the group, his branded hand pressed to the stone floor, his eyes fixed on the gold filament map. He had not spoken since the hub opened, but something in his posture had shifted. He was listening to something the rest of them could not hear. "Nizan," Keziah coached him slowly. "What do you feel?" He did not look up. "The root is hot." "Hot how?" "Like something is burning through it." His voice was thin, distant. "Not fire, pressure, like the lattice is being stretched too fast." Keziah knelt beside him. "Is that Sami?" He was quiet for a long moment. Then he shook his head. "No." He finally looked at her, and his eyes were dark with something she did not want to name. "It is someone else. Someone who was not on the list." The chamber went cold. Pym shuffled through the pages again, his hands moving faster now, checking each entry against the transport marks. "I do not see any other names. The list is complete. 12 entries, including Sarah." "Then there is a 13th. Keziah stood. "And the Concord is moving them all." She turned to the map, where the gold filled mine through Red Hand pulsed with a heat that was almost visible, almost audible. A vibration in the stone that she could feel through the soles of her boots. Someone was being driven through those salt canyons right now. Not Sami. Someone else. And the road was wide enough for only one rescue. Chapter 35. The Roost chamber had gone quiet. Not the silence of defeat, the silence of people who had used every word they had and needed to sit with what remained. Keziah stood at the edge of the amber core, her branded palms still warm from the contact, and watched the gold filament routes pulse through the stone like a living thing breathing beneath them. Hekurs, with silver-threaded braids, had withdrawn to organize the eastern caches. The other keepers had followed, taking their kneeling oaths and the quiet hope with them into the tunnels. The 3 green dragons had settled on the upper rim of the broken ceiling, their scales catching the amber glow, their eyes tracking the hatchling as it moved in awkward circles around Wakefire's forelegs. Him sat against a pillar, his satchel cradled in his lap, his eyes closed. Fantaziel stood at the entrance to the corridor, her back to the room, watching the dark. Zuri and Matty had found a corner where they leaned against each other without speaking, the way twins did when words were too heavy to carry. Calvo moved among the wounded, his hands steady, his voice low. Nizan sat alone on the stone floor, his branded hand pressed flat to the ground, listening to whatever the lattice still told him. Idrisi stood near Keziah, not touching her, but close enough that she could feel the heat of him through the cold air. He had not let go of the folded paper with the 12 names since he handed it to her. No one had said the obvious thing. The obvious thing was that they had won a battle, not a war. The obvious thing was that Sami was still moving east, that the Concord was regrouping, that a 13th person none of them knew was being driven through the salt canyons right now. The obvious thing was that dawn was hours away and the road would not wait. But the obvious thing was not the only thing. Keziah looked at the people in the chamber. Not heirs, not soldiers, not a convoy she was responsible for moving from one danger to the next. People who had chosen her. People who had bled, burned, and broken for her. People who had refused to leave when she gave them every reason to go. She opened her mouth to say something, but the words that came out were not the ones she had planned. I do not know how to do this. The confession hung in the air, raw and unguarded. Zuri opened her eyes. Maddie straightened. Pim looked up from his satchel. Thandaziel turned from the corridor. Keziah felt the weight of their attention like a physical thing, but she did not flinch from it. I know how to survive. I know how to fight. I know how to carry weight until my back breaks and keep moving anyway. She paused. I do not know how to be the thing you all need me to be. The silence stretched. Then Zuri laughed. It was not a mocking laugh. It was the laugh of someone who had been waiting for a door to open and finally heard the lock click. Good, Zuri said, because that is the first honest thing you have said since we crawled out of the heart roost. Maddie nodded. We were starting to think you did not know how to say anything that was not a plan or an order. A plan or an order or a warning, Pim added quietly. Or a curse, Thandaziel said from the doorway, and the corner of her mouth twitched. Keziah stared at them. I am trying to keep you alive. And you are doing a terrible job of it, Zuri said cheerfully. Half of us are burned, the other half are bleeding, and the only dragon who can still fly straight is the one who hatched yesterday. I am not. You are exactly what we need, Zuri's voice softened. You just have not figured out that we are not here because you are good at keeping us alive. We are here because you are worth dying for. The words hit Keziah like a physical blow. She looked around the chamber again, and this time she saw them differently. Pim, who had risked his life to steal records from a sealed archive. Thandaziel, who had kept her mother's secret for 17 years. Calvo, who had been waiting for Keziah's name to surface since before she was born. Zuri and Maddie, who had chosen to stay when the Concord offered them a way out. Nizan, who had pressed his branded hand to the stone and trusted her with his life. Idrissi, who had burned every bridge he had to stand beside her. I do not deserve you, she said. No, Thandaziel agreed, but you are getting us anyway. Nizan stood up, his hand leaving the stone. He walked across the chamber until he stood in front of Keziah, looking up at her with the direct, unflinching gaze of a child who had already decided something. What do we call ourselves? The question was simple. It was also the most important thing anyone had asked her all night. Keziah looked at the gold filament roots pulsing through the stone. She looked at the green dragons on the upper rim. She looked at the pale ash hatchling still circling Wakefire's legs, still learning what it meant to be alive. Family, she said. The word felt strange in her mouth. Too big, too warm, too much like something she had never been allowed to have. But Nizan nodded, and Zuri did not laugh, and Idrissi's hand found hers in the dark. Family, Pim repeated, testing the weight of it. I like that. It is a good word, Calvo said from beside the wounded. Better than convoy, better than fugitives, Maddie added. Better than collateral damage, Thandaziel said, and there was something in her voice that sounded almost like hope. Keziah felt the warmth spread through her chest, fragile and unfamiliar. She did not know how to hold it. She did not know if she deserved to hold it. But she held it anyway. And then the lattice shivered. It was not the pulse of the amber core or the hum of the gold filament roots. It was something else, something colder, something that moved through the bond like a blade sliding between ribs. Keziah's hand tightened on Idrissi's. The hatchling stopped its circling. Wakefire's head came up, his good eye fixed on the corridor beyond the chamber. Nizan turned, his branded hand rising to press against his chest. What is it? Idrissi asked. Keziah did not answer, She could not answer, because the presence in the lattice was not Sami. It was not the 13th person. It was something older, something that had been sleeping in the dark between shards, and it had just opened its eyes. Chapter 36. The cold in the lattice did not fade. It settled into the stone beneath Keziah's feet, into the gold filament routes still glowing along the walls, into the space between her ribs where the bond with Wakesfire lived. The presence did not press or attack. It waited. It watched. And then it was gone, leaving only the echo of itself, like a hand pulled back from a wound. Keziah's hand remained locked around Idristi's. "Tell me you felt that," she said. "I felt it." His voice was tight. "That was not the Concord." "No." Nizan stood frozen, his branded hand pressed to his chest, his face pale in the amber light. "It was not her either," he said. "Not Sami." "I know." The hatchling made a low question sound. Wakesfire answered with a rumble that vibrated through the floor, a warning and a reassurance folded into the same note. Thadzeal moved to the corridor entrance, her knife already in her hand. "Is it still here?" Keziah closed her eyes and reached through the lattice. She found nothing. No cold, no presence, just the familiar rhythms of the Roost, the green dragons on the upper rim, the children in the lower tiers, the slow pulse of the amber core settling into its new stability. "It is gone," she said. "For now." "For now," Keziah pleaded, and the word hung in the air like a blade waiting to fall. The chamber stirred back to motion. Pim checked his satchel. Calvo returned to the wounded. Zuri and Matti began redistributing supplies in silence, their movements quick and deliberate. No one spoke about what they had felt. No one needed to. Keziah walked to the edge of the chamber where the gold filament routes still glowed through the stone. The map showed the eastern route, the salt canyons, the shard graveyards beyond. She traced the nearest heirs' location with her finger. 3 days east, past the broken bell tower, past the thermal graveyard, past everything she had already lost. Idrisi came to stand beside her. "She is out there," he said. Not a question. "Yes." "How close?" Keziah pressed her branded palm to the stone. The lattice answered, and for a moment she felt the shape of the eastern route as a living thing. The keeperways, the old Roost paths, the thermal lanes that the Concord did not know existed, and beneath it all, a pulse, faint, divided, but unmistakably, Sami. "Close enough to hurt," Keziah said. "Close enough that if I reached through the lattice right now I could almost touch her." Idristi's breath caught. "Then why?" "Because she is moving." Keziah opened her eyes. "She is being moved. Right now. While we stand here, the Concord is driving her east through the salt canyons toward Ashfall Gate." The words landed like stones. Pim looked up from his satchel. "The third wave. You said the third wave was still in transit." "I was wrong." Keziah turned from the map. Sami was never in the third wave. She was the target. The first wave, the second wave, the children in the testing chambers, the extraction teams, the Bellanca channels, all of it was cover. Samuel was not trying to seize the heirs. He was trying to reach Sami. Tandaziel's knife stopped mid-motion. That does not make sense. He had her. He had her at the arena. He had her in the storm eye. He had her branded and bound and walking in his command. And he lost her. Idristi's voice was raw. When the heart roost collapsed, when the forced bond snapped, he lost direct control, but he did not lose the leash. He is pulling her east because he cannot hold her here. The chamber fell silent. Keziah felt the weight of it. The weight of 11 names still unaccounted for. The weight of the 13th presence Nizan had sensed. The weight of Sami's divided will, flickering through the lattice like a candle in a storm. "Samuel is not dead," she said. "The collapse did not kill him. It maimed him. It burned him. It cost him the arena and the Roost and the circuit. But he is still moving. He is still pulling the strings, and he is still driving Sami toward Ashfall Gate because whatever he needs her for, he has not finished." Zuri stepped forward. Then we ride now, not at dawn. Now. The dragons need rest, Maddie said. The topper is exhausted. Pale Wake cannot fly. Wakefire's wing will hold. Keziah met his eyes. It has to. She turned to face the group, the family. The word was still strange in her mouth, but she held it anyway. Tendazil, you take the eastern route with the keepers who can move. Secure the nearest heir before the Concord reaches them. Pim, you stay with the records. If the Concord has a cart-teeth person in the Salt Canyons, I need to know who it is before we reach them. And Sami? Idristi asked. Keziah looked at him. He was not asking for permission. He was asking for confirmation that she would not leave his sister behind. Sami is the reason we move now, she said. Not because the Concord is driving her east, because she is still fighting. I felt it. Beneath the forced bond, beneath the hollow eyes, beneath whatever name Samuel gave her. She is still there, and she is reaching back. The lattice shivered again, not the cold presence from before. Something else, something closer. Keziah's branded hand flared with heat. She turned to the map, and the gold filament routes pulsed in response. The eastern route, the salt canyons, the shod graveyards beyond. And there, at the edge of the map, where the filament thinned to almost nothing, a single point of light. Moving. Sami, Keziah breathed. The light flickered, once, twice, and then it went dark. The chamber held its breath. Keziah stared at the empty space where the light had been. The lattice was silent. The bond with Wakefire was steady, but the pulse that had been there, the pulse of Sami's divided will, was gone. Not faded, not moved beyond range. Gone. Idristi's hand found hers. Keziah. I know. The word sat between them like a stone dropped into still water. Keziah looked at the map, at the empty space where Sami's presence had been, at the eastern route that led toward Ashfall Gate, toward the Salt Canyons, toward whatever Samuel had planned. She did not let go of Idristi's hand. Get the dragons ready, she said. We ride in 10 minutes. No one argued. No one asked if she was sure. They were family, and family did not leave anyone behind. Chapter 37. The chamber had not stopped vibrating. Keziah stood at the gold filament map with her branded hand pressed flat against its surface, feeling the residual pulse of the lattice where Sami's light had been. The emptiness where a living signal had flickered and died left a cold ache that no amount of bond warmth could fill. Behind her, the family moved in practiced silence. Zuri and Mahdi redistributed supplies. Calvo checked bandages. Pim sorted through his satchel of records, his hands steady, even if his voice was not. Tendazil stood at the corridor entrance, watching the dark for anything that moved. The hatchling circled Wakefire's forelegs, its pale ash scales catching the amber light. It made a low, questioning sound, and Keziah felt the question through the lattice. Where did she go? She did not have an answer. Idrisi stood at her shoulder, his hand still warm where it had held hers. He had not let go until she had turned to the map, and even now his presence was a pressure she could feel through the bond hollow, waiting, watching, ready to follow wherever she led. But she did not know where to leave. The eastern route stretched across the map, gold filament pulsing with the promise of paths, caches, and sanctuary routes. The nearest heir was 3 days east. Sami had been closer, close enough to touch, and now she was Gar. I need to know, Keziah said. What happened to her? The words hung in the air. Pim looked up from his satchel. The light went dark. That could mean a lot of things. Tendazil's voice came from the corridor. Could mean she passed beyond the lattice's reach. Could mean they found a way to mask her signature. Could mean the leash snapped and she fell. Or could mean she is dead. Idrisi's voice was flat, controlled, the kind of control that cost something. Keziah turned to face him. You do not believe that. I do not know what I believe. He met her eyes. I believed she was safe because she was young and curious and everyone loved her. I believed the Bellanca name would protect her. I believed the Concord would not touch a child of the house that built their supply routes. He paused. I was wrong about all of it. You were not wrong about her. I was wrong about everything that mattered. His voice cracked, then steadied. But I am not wrong about you, and I am not wrong about this. Sami is not dead. She is gone from the lattice, but she is not dead. I would know her. Keziah felt the weight of that, the weight of a brother's certainty, held against a silence that offered no proof. She wanted to believe him. Before she could answer, a keeper appeared at the corridor entrance. The silver-threaded woman who had granted Keziah the eastern routes moved with the careful economy of someone who had seen too much to rush. Ash Crown. The keeper's voice was lower. We have reports from the eastern ridge. Concord stragglers moving through the salt canyons. Not a formation, not a retreat, something else. Keziah's hand left the map. What kind of something else? Survivors. The keeper stepped into the chamber. 3 riders, 2 dragons, no supplies. They are not running from the arena. They are running from something east of here. The chamber went still. Dandazil was the first to move. She crossed to the keeper, her scarred face unreadable. Running from what? From him. The keeper's voice dropped. They say he survived the collapse, burned, maimed, but alive. They say he is already moving east, pulling whatever is left of his command structure behind him. They say he is not retreating. He is regrouping. The lattice shivered at the edges of Keziah's awareness. Not the cold presence from before. Something else. Something that recognized the name she had not spoken aloud. Samuel, she said. The keeper nodded. The survivors were part of his personal escort. They broke formation when the stone fell. They say he walked out of the rubble with his own hands, that he did not wait for rescue, that he was already giving orders before the dust settled. The Reese Leadus to Nans controls the eastern routes. Then the Bolner has died. The Copels Viddies love. They am always using her, a trivet. His jaw tight, but his eyes were clear. I heard, he said. I came to tell you the rest. Keziah turned to face him. What rest? Some of my patrons. Tovin paused. The ones who funded my bid for the Cinder Circuit. The ones who believed I could reform the Concord from within. They are already redirecting their support toward Ashfall Gate. The chamber went silent. Ping was the first to speak. They are siding with Samuel. They are not siding with him. Tovin's voice was flat. They are hedging. They watched the heart roost collapse. They watched the arena fall. They watched Keziah walk out of the storm belt with the ash pound in her hand. They do not know which way the war will tip, so they are securing their position with the man who still controls the eastern routes. The eastern routes, Tendazil said, that Keziah now holds. On paper, Tovin met Keziah's eyes. But paper does not mean control. The keepers recognize you. The heirs do not yet know you. The Bellanca channels are still operating. The Concord is still moving children through the salt canyons. And Samuel is still alive. He stepped into the chamber. I am not here to tell you what to do, Ashcrown. I am here to tell you what is coming. Samuel is not dead. He is not broken. He is regrouping east of here, and he expects you to follow. Keziah felt the weight of the words. The map pulsed beneath her hand. The eastern route stretched into the dark, toward the salt canyons, toward the shard graveyards, toward Ashfall Gate, toward Sami. We ride, she said, now, before he finishes regrouping. Idrisi's hand tightened around hers. The dragons need rest. The copper is exhausted. Pale wake cannot fly. Then we carry them. Keziah turned to face the family. We are not leaving anyone behind. We are not waiting for the Concord to close the road. We are moving east, and we are not stopping until we reach Sami. The chamber stirred. Zuri and Mahdi exchanged a look. Pim closed his satchel. Calvo picked up his pack. Tandazil turned toward the corridor. Tovin did not move. Keziah, his voice quiet. If you ride east now, you are riding into a trap. Samuel knows you are coming. He is counting on it. Keziah met his eyes. Then let him count. She turned to the map, traced the eastern route with her branded hand, and felt the lattice pulse beneath her fingers. Sami was out there, alive. beyond the reach of the lattice but not beyond the reach of the family, and Keziah would find her. The first horn sounded from the eastern ridge as the chamber door opened, and the hunt began. Chapter 38. The first horn faded into the wind, and the chamber became a place of motion. Zuri was already at the supply cache, sorting what could be carried. Maddie moved beside her, folding the map into his coat with the precision of a man who had memorized every route before sealing it away. Him closed his satchel and pressed the strap against his chest, his eyes scanning the chamber one last time as if committing the stone to memory. Tandaziel stood at the corridor entrance, her hand resting on the copper dragon's flank. The dragon shifted beneath her touch, its ribs still heaving from the flight-in, but it did not pull away. Kalfa knelt beside Pale Wake, checking the sling harness with quiet efficiency. The white dragon's eye remained closed, but her breath moved in shallow rhythm, matching the pulse of the amber fluid still waiting from the torn pump line. Keziah watched them all. She had not given the order to move. She had declared the direction, but the family had already begun preparing before the words finished leaving her mouth. They did not need her to tell them how to pack, how to secure the wounded, how to read the sky for weather or pursuit. They needed her to choose the road, and she had. Idrisi appeared at her side, his shoulder freshly bandaged, his face pale from blood loss but his eyes steady. He did not reach for her hand. He stood close enough that she felt the heat of him through the air between them, waiting. "You are sure?" he said, not a question. "Does it matter?" He turned to look at her. "It matters to me." The weight of the words settled somewhere behind her ribs. She had spent so long making decisions alone, carrying the cost of every choice like a stone she refused to share. But Idrisi was not asking her to justify the path. He was asking her to let him stand on it beside her. "Sami is out there," Keziah said. "The map, the records, the lattice, everything points east. Samol is pulling her toward Ashfall Gate, and if he reaches it before we do, whatever he has planned for her will be complete." "And if the road is a trap?" "Then we burn through it." Idrisi's mouth curved, not quite a smile. "That is not a plan. It is the one we have." He nodded. Then he took her hand, his fingers threading through hers with a certainty that made her breath catch. "Then we ride east." The words were simple. They were also a vow. Keziah turned to the chamber. The family had gathered without being summoned. Zuri and Mahdi stood at the supply cache, their packs full, their faces set. Pim had his satchel pressed to his chest. Calvo had risen from Pale Wake's side, his hands still stained with salve. Tandaziel waited at the corridor entrance, her scarred face unreadable. Nizan stood at the edge of the group, his branded hand pressed to the copper dragger's neck. The dragon had quieted under his touch, its fear easing into something like trust. The pale ash hatchling circled Wakefire's forelegs, its amber membranes catching the light from the map. It made a low sound, not quite a call, not quite a question. Keziah met the hatchling's gaze. "We are going east," she said, "to find the girl the Concord took, to find the heirs they are hiding, to reach Ashfall Gate before Samol ligs." She sprawled. "I do not know what waits on that road. I do not know how many of us will reach the end of it. But I know we are not leaving anyone behind. I know we are not stopping until we find her. And I know that I cannot do this alone." The words hung in the air. Zuri was the first to move. She walked to the corridor entrance, her pack settled on her shoulder, and turned to face Keziah. "You have never been alone," she said. "You just kept forgetting to look behind you." Maddie followed her, then Pim, then Calvo, who paused beside Keziah and pressed something into her hand, a strip of clean bandage, folded tight. "For the journey," he said. "You will need it." Tandaziel pulled the copper dragon forward, and Nizan walked beside it, his hand still resting on its neck. The hatchling launched from Wakefire's forelegs and landed on the copper dragon's back, settling into the hollow behind its shoulders. The copper dragon did not flinch. Keziah looked at Idrisi. He was watching her with an expression she could not name, open and raw, as if he were seeing her for the first time. "Ready?" he asked. He squeezed her hand. "Always." They moved through the corridor together, the family falling into formation behind them. The air changed as they climbed toward the surface. the sulfur bite of the arena fading into the cold, shock edge of the storm belt. The sky was gray and endless, the wind cutting across the ash flats with a hunger that promised no shelter. The cavalry dragon stood at the edge of the platform, its wings half spread, its head turned toward the east. Nizan had already mounted, the hatchling curled against his chest. Vandazil swung up behind him, her hand finding the harness strap without looking. Zuri and Mahdi mounted the gray work dragon, Payne wedged between them with his satchel held tight. Calvo climbed onto the last beast, the pack of supplies balanced across its back. Wakesfire stood at the edge of the platform, his good eye fixed on the sky ahead. His injured wing was bound, but he had already tested it, a short beat that sent a spite of pain through the bond. Keziah felt it like a blade between her ribs. She walked to him and pressed her paw to his neck, feeling the steady pulse of his blood beneath the scales. "Can you fly?" His answer came through the bond, rough and tired and defiant. "I can fly until we reach her." Keziah closed her eyes. Then she opened them, turned to the east, and mounted. Idrisi climbed up behind her, his arms wrapping around her waist, his chest pressed against her back. The warmth of him was a shock against the cold wind. "East," she said. The copper dragon launched first, Nizan's voice rising in the uncorrupted lullaby, the words carried on the wind. The gray work dragon followed, then the last beast, and then Wakesfire. The gray dragon pushed off the platform, his injured wing catching the air with a jawing thud that shuddered through the bond. He yawed hard, corrected, and found the current. The formation tightened, the platform shrank behind them, and the wind carried them east. The lattice pulsed beneath Keziah's skin, alive with the warmth of the family pressing close. She felt Wakefire's wings screaming in the rhythm of each beat. She felt Idrisi's heart hammering against her back. She felt Nizan's song, the hatchling's resonance, the copper dragon's steady rhythm. She felt Sami. Not a presence, not a signal, but a certainty, buried in the bone of her, that the girl was still fighting, still waiting, still reaching through the forced bond for something to hold on to. They rode east. The wind howled, the storm belt churned above them, and the road stretched into the unmarked dark. And in the distance, just at the edge of the lattice, something moved. Something that was not the Concord. Something that had been waiting. Chapter 39. The wind carried them east, the storm belt churning overhead like a wound that would not close. Keziah felt the lattice pulse beneath her skin, steady and warm, the family's presence braided through the bond like threads pulled tight around a fraying rope. Wakefire's wings screamed with every beat, the rhythm of it a counterpoint to her own heartbeat, and she felt the strain through the bond as if it were her own muscle tearing. She did not ask him to slow. The copper dragon flew ahead, Nizan's lullaby still threading through the wind, the hatchling curled against his chest. The gray work dragon followed close behind, Zuri and Matty's voices carrying in fragments, Pim wedged between them with his satchel pressed to his ribs. The formation held. The ash flats stretched beneath them, gray and endless, the burned scars of the arena still visible in the distance. Cinder Anchorage shrank behind them, its towers and bridges and ember pits fading into the haze, and Keziah did not look back. She felt the green juvenile's death like a bruise in the lattice. The memory of it kept surfacing, unbidden, the crash of its body against the stone, the half-burned transport ring still hooked in its tack, the terror that had flooded through the bond when she pressed her branded palm to its flank. It had been trying to reach them. It had been carrying a message it never got to deliver. The hatchling had answered its call. And now the green juvenile was gone, and the hatchling was still here, and the last was full of answering echoes that Keziah did not know how to read. She felt Idrisi's arms tighten around her waist, his chest pressing against her back, the warmth of him a steady anchor against the cold. "How far?" he asked. She pulled the wayfinder from her belt. The needle was still locked, still pointing east, still tracking the moving target that had been Sami's last known location before her light went dark. "Far enough," she said. The answer was not an answer, but it was the only one she had. The formation flew through the morning, the storm belt thickening above them, the wind carrying the bite of ash and salt. The copper dragon's wings beat in steady rhythm, the hatchling's resonance humming through the lattice like a second heartbeat. They passed the first salt canyon an hour before midday. The walls rose on either side, pale and cracked, the remnants of ancient watercourses carved into the stone. The air tasted of mineral and dust, and the shadows pooled in the crevices like bruises. Keziah signaled the formation to descend. The copper dragon landed first, its claws scraping against the salt-crusted stone, Nizzin sliding from its back with the hatchling still pressed against his chest. The gray work dragon followed, then the last beast, and then Wakesfire. The gray dragon landed hard, his injured wing catching the air wrong, the impact shuddering through the bond. Keziah felt the spite of pain and bit down on the response. She dismounted, her legs stiff from the flight, and pressed her palm to Wakefire's neck. "Rest," she said. He did not argue. He folded his legs beneath him and lowered himself to the stone, his good eye fixed on the eastern horizon, his breath coming in slow, measured beats. Calvo was already moving, his hands finding the binding on Wakefire's wing, his fingers pressing against the joint with practiced care. "The swelling is worse," he said. "He needs more than a day of rest. He needs a week." "We do not have a week," Keziah said. Calvo did not argue. He simply pulled the binding tighter, the salve already packed beneath the cloth, and moved on to check the other beasts. Keziah walked to the edge of the canyon and looked east. The salt walls stretched into the distance, the sky above them a pale, washed-out gray, the storm belt churning at the edge of sight. Somewhere beyond that horizon, Sami was waiting. Somewhere beyond that horizon, Samuel was building whatever he had been building for 17 years. And somewhere in the dark between, the cold presence that had passed through the lattice was still watching. She felt it before she heard it. A ripple in the bond, thin and distant, like the tremor of a bell that had not yet been struck. She turned. The hatchling was standing at the edge of the canyon wall, its head tilted, its round, dark eyes fixed on the eastern sky. Its wings were half spread, the amber membranes catching the thin light, and its body was trembling with a resonance that Keziah felt through the lattice. The hatchling was not afraid. It was listening. The call came a moment later, distant and low, a sound that vibrated through the stone and the air and the bond itself. It was not the ancient dragging beyond the storm eye. It was something younger, something closer, something that had been waiting for the hatchling's answer. The hatchling answered. The cry that rose from its throat was raw and piercing, a sound that cut through the wind and the salt in the silence of the canyon. It was not a call of hunger or fear. It was recognition. The answering call came from 3 directions at once. Keziah felt the lattice shudder, the threads of the bond vibrating with the resonance of waking dragons. She felt Nizzin's hand press against his chest, the hatchling's name rising through the bond hollow. She felt Wakefire's attention snap to the sky, his good eye tracking something she could not see. She felt the green juvenile's death echo in the lattice, the memory of its terror and its hope, and she understood. The hatchling's call was not a signal. It was a promise. The family was not the only thing that had been waiting. Keziah turned to face the others. Zuri was already on all feet, her hand resting on the gray work dragon's neck. Maddie was folding the map, his movements precise and deliberate. Pim was clutching his satchel, his eyes wide, his voice thin. "Those are," he started. "Dragons," Keziah said. Answering. She looked at Idrissi. He was watching the sky, his expression unreadable, his hand resting on his dragon's flank. "Keziah," he said, his voice low, "they are coming this way." She felt it through the lattice. 3 signatures, moving fast, closing the distance with the inevitability of a falling stone. She did not know if they were allies or threats. She did not know if they were Concord or Keeper or something else entirely. But she knew one thing. The hatchling's call had been answered. And whatever was coming, the family would face it together. She walked to Wakesfire and pressed her palm to his neck, feeling the steady pulse of his blood beneath the scales. "Get up," she said. "We are not done yet." The gray dragon rose, his injured wing pulling taut, his good eye fixed on the sky. The formation tightened. The hatchling's resonance pulsed through the lattice, steady and bright, and the 3 dragons broke through the clouds, their scales catching the thin light, their wings spread wide. Chapter 40. The 3 dragons broke through the clouds in a cascade of green scales, their wings catching the thin light as they angled toward the canyon in a coordinated descent. Keziah felt the hatchling's resonance spike through the lattice, recognition flooding the bond with a warmth that had nothing to do with the cold, salt air. She did not give the order to attack. She held. The lead dragon folded its wings and dropped into the canyon, landing 30 feet from the copper work dragon with a grace that belied its size. Its scales were the deep green of old moss, its eyes bright and unguarded, its chest still heaving from the flight. Behind it, the other two landed in staggered formation, their heads lower, their gazes fixed on the hatchling. The hatchling answered. It stepped forward, its amber membranes half spread, its body trembling with the effort of the call that it made. The lead green dragon lowered its head, touched its snout to the hatchling's forehead, and let out a low, resonant hum that vibrated through the stone and the air and the bond hollow. Ping's voice was barely a whisper. They are not Concord. Keziah felt it through the lattice. The green dragons carried no forced bond scars, no hollowed spaces where a mind had been overwritten. They were wild, waking, and they had answered the hatchling's call the way the old bonds had answered before the shattering. The lead dragon raised its head and looked at Keziah. The recognition in its eyes was not hunger. It was the same acknowledgement the ancient dragon beyond the storm eye had given her at the heart roost. It was the look of something that had been waiting and had finally found what it was looking for. Keziah stepped forward. The green dragon did not flinch. It watched her approach with the same patient stillness, its breath fogging the air between them. She reached out and pressed her branded palm to its neck. The lattice flooded. Names. Not in words, but home pulses of light and heat and memory. The green dragon had been sealed in a roost beneath the salt canyons for 3 generations, kept alive by the keepers who had hidden it from the Concord's porridge. It had waited because the keepers had told it the ash crown would come. Keziah pulled her hand back. The green dragon did not move. "We are not done yet," she said. The family did not argue. They had not needed to be told. The formation rebuilt itself in the canyon's shadow. The copper dragon took the lead, Nizan's lullaby threading through the wind as the hatchling curled against his chest. The gray work dragon followed with Zuri, Maddie, and Pim. The 3 green dragons spread out in a flanking formation, their wings catching the thermal currents, their presence a promise that the family was no longer alone in the sky. Wakesfire lifted last. Keziah felt the strain in his wing as they climbed, the joint screaming through the bond. But the gray dragon did not falter. He found the current and held it, his good eye fixed on the eastern horizon, his breath steady against the pain. Idris's arms tightened around her waist. "Keziah." She felt it through the lattice before he spoke. The green dragon's presence had stirred something in the bond network. The cold presence that had passed through the lattice at the roost chamber was still there, watching from the dark between shards, but it was not alone. The lattice was waking. She felt it as a vibration beneath her skin, a pulse that ran through the bond hollow and the shared wound, and the green dragon's answering hum. It was the old network, the one the Concord had tried to sever, the one her mother had died to protect. And in the center of that pulse, she felt Sami. The presence was faint, thread-thin, but it was there. Sami was alive. Sami was fighting. Sami was being pulled east at a pace that would tear him apart if the forced bond did not break first. The green dragons answered the pulse with a low, coarse hum. The hatchling's resonance rose to meet them, and the lattice struck Keziah with a vision that was not her own. She saw the salt canyons from above, the red stone winding through the ash like a vein of old blood. She saw a convoy moving through the narrow passes, 3 riders in black plate with a transport skiff between them, and inside the skiff, a girl with hollow eyes and a branded palm. Sami. The vision shifted. She saw a tower rising from the salt, black iron and amber glass, its walls crawling with the same sigil Samo had burned into the heart roost. She saw the tower's doors open, and she saw Samo Lest siding at the threshold, his body crooked with scars, his eyes fixed on the eastern sky. He was waiting. He was counting on her to follow. The vision shuddered. Keziah gasped, her branded hand pressed to her chest, her heart pounding against the cold air. Idris's voice was distant, then closer, then urgent. "What did you see?" She did not answer. She looked east. The salt canyons stretched into the distance, the storm belt churning at the edge of sight, and somewhere beyond that horizon, Sami was being pulled toward a tower that Samuel had built for her. The green dragons flanked the formation, their wings steady, their presence a promise. The hatchling's resonance pulsed through the lattice, and Keziah felt the bond hollow open, the warmth of the family rising to meet the cold, and the certainty that they were not too late. Not yet. She pressed her palm to Wakefire's neck, and the gray dragon answered with a pulse of heat that cut through the salt and the wind and the distance. "East," she said. "We keep going east." The formation held, the lattice hummed, and from the dark between shards, the cold presence that had been watching did not withdraw. Chapter 41. The salt canyon swallowed the dawn. Keziah led the formation into the narrow cut where the red stone rose sheer on both sides, the keeper banner snapping from the copper dragon's saddle, ash-gray cloth with the splayed claw stitched in silver thread. The first time she had flown under a sigil that was not the Concord's. The green dragons flanked her in silence. Their wings caught the thermal currents that slid through the canyon walls, riding the heat without effort, their presence a constant hum at the edge of the lattice. The hatchling rode with Nizan on the copper dragon, its resonance threading through the formation like a second heartbeat. Wakefire flew to her left. She felt every beat of his injured wing as if it were her own joint grinding. The pain was a low, constant burn beneath her ribs, the kind that did not fade but that the body learned to carry. He had not complained through the bond. He did not need to. Idrisi's arms were tight around her waist. Behind them, the gray work dragon carried Zuri, Mati, and Pim, their silhouettes sharp against the red stone. Calvo rode with the Nazil on the lead green dragon, his satchel pressed against his chest, his eyes scanning the canyon walls with the practiced vigilance of a man who had spent decades watching for threats. The keeper scout had found them at the first bend. She came in low, her dragon a lean, russet-colored thing with scars across its snout, her face hidden behind a wind scarf. She did not slow as she pulled alongside Keziah, her voice carrying through the canyon's narrow acoustics. "The eastern routes are tightening." Keziah did not take her eyes off the canyon ahead. "How tight?" "Ashfall Gate has doubled its perimeter patrols in the last 3 days. The Concord is pulling riders off every other route and feeding them into the eastern approach. They are building a wall of bodies between you and the gate." "Then we go around." "There is no around." The scout's voice was flat. The salt canyons funnel into a single pass before the shard graveyards, and the Concord has already sealed the secondary routes. If you want to reach Ashfall Gate, you go through the pass. Or, the scout was silent for a long moment. Or, you find another war. Keziah felt the words settle in her chest like cold water. The green dragons had answered her call. The keeper banner flew above her. The family was behind her, battered and terrified, and still following. But the road was closing. She looked at the canyon walls, the red stone stained with centuries of ash and salt, the sky a narrow strip of pale gray above them. Somewhere beyond that horizon, Sami was being pulled toward a tower that Samuel had built for her, and Samuel was counting on her to follow. "Keep going east," she said. The scout did not argue. She pulled her dragon back into formation, and the convoy pressed on. The lattice pulsed with the green dragon's resonance. Keziah felt it as a constant thrum beneath her skin, the old bond network stirring in response to the hatchling's call. The cold presence was still there, watching from the dark between shards, but it had not moved. It had not withdrawn. It was waiting. She did not know what it wanted. The canyon narrowed as the sun climbed, the shadows deepening, the air growing thick with salt dust that clung to their skin and scales. Wakefire's wing beat grew heavier, the stream bleeding through the bond in waves of heat and ache. She reached through the bond and pressed warmth into his chest. "Not much farther," she told him. He did not answer. He did not need to. The scout peeled off at the second bend, her russet dragon banking hard and disappearing into a side canyon that Keziah had not seen. The keeper's voice carried back over the wind. "The pass is half a day ahead. The Concord knows you are coming. Do not stop." Then she was gone. The formation tightened. The green dragons moved closer to the copper, their wings merely brushing, their presence a wall of scale and seat between the family and the empty canyon air. The hatchling's resonance shifted, climbing into a register that made Keziah's branded hand throb. Idris's voice was low against her ear. "She is right, isn't she, about the pass?" "Yes." "Then why are we still flying toward it?" Keziah did not answer immediately. She felt the lattice pulse beneath her skin, the thread-thin presence of Sami flickering at the edge of the bond network. The girl was still alive, still fighting, still being pulled east. "Because Samuel is counting on me to turn back," she said, "and I am not going to give him the satisfaction." Idris's arms tightened round her waist. The canyon walls closed in. The sun vanished behind the stone, and the shadows swallowed them whole, and the formation flew east into the narrowing dark, the keeper banner snapping above them, the green dragon's wings steady against the wind. Wakefire's wings screamed through the bond. Keziah felt the joint give, the muscle tearing, the pain flooding through the lattice like a blade. The gray dragon faltered, his wing folding, his descent a sudden sharp fall that wrenched her forward in the saddle. The formation shattered. The green dragons wheeled, their calls sharp and urgent as Wakefire dropped through the canyon air, his good eye fixed on the stone below, his body a dead wet against the wind. Keziah did not think. She opened the bond and poured everything she had into his chest. Warmth, strength, the breath she was holding, the will she had not known she was saving. "Fly," she told him. "Fly, you stubborn old bastard." Wakefire's wing caught. The joint screamed, the muscle tore, but the gray dragon found the current and pulled, his body wrenching upward, his claws scraping the canyon wall as he stabilized. He landed hard on a narrow shelf, his forelegs folding, his breath a ragged, shuddering thing. Keziah was off the saddle before the dust settled, her hands on his neck, the bond flooding with his pain and her fear and the raw, desperate love that she had never learned to name. The green dragons landed around them, their wings folding, their eyes fixed on the gray dragon with a patience that was older than Keziah's entire life. The hatchling hopped off the copper dragon and pressed its snout to Wakefire's foreleg. The gray dragon did not move, and in the lattice, the cold presence that had been watching took a single step closer. Chapter 42. Daylight broke thin and gray over the salt canyon, and the formation was still climbing. Wakefire's wing beat had steadied through the night, the joint holding where it should have torn, but Keziah felt the cost in every pulse of the bond. The gray dragon was flying on will and borrowed warmth, and neither would last forever. The green dragons flanked them in silence, their scales catching the first light, their presence a wall of ancient patience between the family and the empty canyon air. The hatchling rode with Nizan on the copper dragon, its resonance threading through the lattice like a second heartbeat. Keziah's branded hand throbbed with it. She was about to signal a descent when the lattice screamed. Not a warning, not a whisper, a scream. The formation broke apart as the green dragons wheeled, their calls sharp and urgent, and Keziah saw it fall from the clouds above the canyon wall. A dragon. Small, juvenile, green. Its wings were folded, its body a tumbling arc of blood and broken scale, and it hit the canyon floor with a sound that Keziah felt through the soles of her feet. The green dragons landed before she did. The lead dragon touched down beside the juvenile, its snout pressing against the smaller dragon's neck, its call a low, keening thing that made the hatchling answer in kind. Keziah was off Wakefire before the gray dragon had fully settled, her boots hitting the salt-crusted stone, her branded hand already reaching. The juvenile was alive. Barely. Its flank was torn open, the wound raw and black-edged, and a transport ring was hooked through its tack straps, half-burned, the metal still warm. Keziah's hand closed around it. The lattice hit her like a blade. Cinder Anchorage. The name burned through her vision. A city of ash piers and ember pits, of rope bridges over volcanic vents, of stone carved with the splayed claw mark of the old keeper rings. She saw freight marks stamped into wooden crates, Bellanca seals, Concord route codes, and beneath them, written in a hand she recognized from the manifest, a name. Keziah, the girl from Chalkwater, the one Vesper had warned them about, the one the Concord had taken. The vision shifted. Sami. She was there, in the lattice, a flicker of amber light trapped inside a cage of forced bond threads. Her eyes were closed, her branded palm pressed against the stone of a cell that smelled of ash and salt, and she was fighting. Keziah felt it, the buried will pushing against the leash, the part of Sami that would not stop reaching. Then the lattice screamed again. Concord scouts, 3 of them, cresting the ridge behind the convoy, their dragons low and fast, their intent sharp as a blade. Keziah wrenched her hand off the ring. The vision snapped away, leaving her gasping, her branded hand smoking, her knees buckling against the stone. Registry was there. His hands caught her before she hit the ground, his voice cutting through the ringing in her ears. "Keziah, Keziah, look at me." She looked. His face was pale, his eyes fixed on hers with the focused intensity of a man who had learned to read panic in the dark. "What did you see?" She opened her mouth to answer, but the words came out wrong, fragments of the vision spilling through her like blood. "Cinder Anchorage, the girl, Hesse Novelle, she is there. They are sorting her through the circuit. Sami is there too. She is in a cell beneath the ash piers. She is fighting." Registry's grip tightened. "Sami is alive?" "Yes." The word hung between them, a breath held too long, a hope too sharp to hold. Then the green dragons lifted their heads. The lead dragon's call cut through the canyon, a warning note that vibrated through the lattice and into Keziah's bones. The juvenile on the ground answered with a broken sound, its tail scraping the stone, its eye fixed on the ridge above. Keziah turned. The Concord scouts were already there, 3 of them, their dragons silhouetted against the gray sky, their formation spreading to cut off the canyon ahead. One of them raised a horn. The sound that followed was not a challenge, it was a signal. Keziah's hand found the transport ring again, the metal hot against her branded palm, the name Hesse Novelle burning through her like a promise. She looked at the juvenile. The green dragon was dying, its blood pooled beneath it, black and thick, and the transport ring in Keziah's hand was the only thing it had carried across the storm belt to reach them. She looked at the scouts. They were not attacking, they were waiting. Registry's voice was low, steady, the voice of a man who had spent his life reading the space between words. "They are not here to kill us. Then what are they here for?" The lead dragon's call answered before Registry could. The juvenile on the ground tried to lift its head, its eye fixed on the ridge, its body trembling with the effort of a message it had not finished delivering. Keziah pressed her palm to its neck. The lattice flooded with heat. The juvenile's memory hit her in fragments. Cinder Anchorage, a stone cell, a girl with a branded palm and a braid of dark hair. The girl pressing her hand to the stone, her voice a whisper carried through the bond network. Tell the Ash crowd they're coming for us." The memory snapped. The juvenile's body went still. The transport ring cooled in Keziah's hand, and the name Hesse Novelle was the only thing that remained. Keziah rose. The Concord scouts had not moved. They were still on the ridge, their dragons still, their formation a wall of waiting steel between the convoy and the canyon ahead. One of them raised a hand. Not a weapon. A gesture. A summons. Keziah's branded hand pulsed with the heat of the transport ring, and she felt the lattice shift around her, the old bond network stirring in response to the name she now carried. She looked at Registry. "Can you get the juvenile onto Wakefire's saddle?" Registry's eyes did not leave the ridge. "If we move fast." "Then move." She turned to the green dragons, meeting the lead dragon's gaze, and she did not need words to make herself understood. The lead dragon lowered its head. The formation tightened, and on the ridge above, the Concord scouts began to descend. Chapter 43. The scout on the ridge raised his hand again, and the gesture was not a summons, it was a signal. The 3 dragons dropped from the ridge in perfect formation, their wings snapping tight, their bodies cutting through the canyon air like blades. Keziah did not wait for them to reach the canyon floor. "Move, now!" The words were barely out before the family was in motion. Zuri and Matty were already hauling the gray work dragon toward the canyon's eastern seam, Pim clutching his satchel with one hand and the saddle strap with the other. Calvo was lifting the juvenile's body onto Wakefire's saddle, the green dragon's blood still wet against his hands. Idrisi was at Keziah's side, his hand on her elbow. "We cannot outrun them in the open." "We are not going to outrun them." She turned to the lead green dragon, meeting its amber gaze, and she did not need words to make herself understood. The dragon lowered its head, its wings spreading, its body shifting into the defensive stance that blocked the canyon's narrow throat. The other two green dragons flanked. The scouts were close now, close enough that Keziah could see the Concord brand on their saddles, the gray and black banner snapping behind their lead rider. They were not carrying weapons drawn. They were carrying chains. The lead scout's voice cut through the wind. "Ash Crown, by order of the Pyre Concord and the emergency authority of High Warden Samuel Ikaru, you are commanded to stand down and submit to transport. Your dragon is forfeit. Your companions are subject to Article 7 review. Resistance will be met with lethal force." Keziah did not answer. She reached through the bond to Wakefire, felt the pulse of his injured wing, the strain in his ribs, the cold rage that had been building since the heart roost fell. She felt the hatchling too, a warm, bright thread in the lattice, trembling with something that was not fear. The hatchling wanted to burn. The lead scout's dragon lowered its head, its nostrils flaring, its rider's hand dropping to the chain at his belt. "Last warning, Ash Crown." Keziah looked at the transport ring in her hand, the name Hesina Vel still burning against her palm, the memory of Sami's buried will still echoing through the lattice. She looked at the family, at Idrisi, standing beside her with blood on his hands and a promise in his eyes, at the green dragons, flanking the canyon with the patience of creatures that had been waiting for 3 generations, at the hatchling, hidden in the wagon, its resonance building like a held breath. She lifted her hand. The lead scout's face changed. He saw the gesture, the same gesture the Ash Crown had used at the heart roost, the same gesture that had brought the storm engines to their knees. He opened his mouth to shout. The hatchling answered first. The fire that erupted from the wagon was not a flame. It was a column of white gold heat that tore through the canvas, through the ash, through the space between the spouts and the family, and it hit the lead scout's dragon square in the chest. The dragon screamed. The scout was thrown from the saddle, his chains spinning into the ash, his body hitting the canyon floor with a crack that echoed through the stone. The other 2 scouts pulled up, their dragons banking hard, their formation broken. Keziah did not wait to see them regroup. "Go! Go now!" The family moved. The copper dragon launched first, Nizan's lullaby threading through the chaos, the hatchling's fire still burning in the wagon behind them. The gray work dragon followed, Zuri and Matti hauling Pim between them, Calvo's voice cutting through the wind with orders to keep low. Keziah grabbed Idrisi's hand. "Wakefire cannot carry both of us and the juvenile." Idrisi's face did not change. "Then I will run." "No." She turned to the lead green dragon, the one that had recognized her, the one that had been waiting for the Ash Crown to come. "Can you carry him?" The dragon's amber gaze met hers. It lowered its body. Idrisi did not argue. He mounted, his hands finding the dragon's neck, his eyes meeting Keziah's for a single breath. "Find me. Always." The green dragon launched. Keziah turned to Wakefire, to the juvenile's body strapped across his saddle, to the blood still pooling beneath the green dragon's scales. The hatchling's fire had burned through the wagon. The canvas was gone, the sakais were burning, and the smoke was rising in a column that could be seen from every ridge in the salt canyons. Every scout, every rat, every eye. The family was exposed. And on the ridge above where the first scout had fallen, a horn was sounding. Not a signal, a summons. Keziah mounted Wakefire, her hands finding the harness, her branded palm pressing against the juvenile's cooling scales. The transport ring was still warm against her chest. The name Hesina Vel was still burning through her, and in the lattice, on the edge of everything she could feel, something was moving. Not the Concord, not the cold presence. Something else. Something that had been waiting where the fire to call it home. Chapter 44. The copper dragon's shadow stretched thin across the canyon floor as the formation climbed. Wakefire's wing beat grinding against the bone, each pulse a question Keziah could not answer. Behind them, the horn still sounded. Ahead, the salt canyon narrowed into a throat of cracked stone and wind-scoured rock. the walls closing in until the dragons flew single file, wingtips brushing the edges. Keziah kept the transport ring pressed against her palm, the name Hasinavel burning through her like a second brand. The family moved in silence. They flew for an hour. 2. The horn faded behind them, swallowed by the distance, but the hollow it left was worse. It meant the summons had been heard. It meant someone was coming. The copper dragon's wing beat faltered first. Nizan leaned forward, his branded hand pressed to its neck, his lullaby threading through the wind, but the dragon was tired. They were all tired. The green dragons flanked, their amber eyes scanning the canyon walls, their patience steady where the families frayed. Keziah looked down. The canyon floor had changed. The ash was thinner here, the stone darker, and something was scattered across the ground ahead, broken shapes that did not belong to the natural rock. She signaled Wakefire down. The formation descended, wings folding, claws scraping against the stone as they landed in a loose circle around the wreckage. It was a prison cart, or what was left of one. The iron cage had collapsed, the bars twisted and bent, the wheels shattered, the harness traces trailing empty where the draft dragons had torn free. The cargo was scattered across the stone, bundles of cloth, cracked water jars, a single shoe, and children. 3 of them, huddled against the canyon wall, their eyes wide and dark, their hands pressed to their mouths as if silence could make them invisible. The oldest could not have been more than 10. The youngest was maybe 5, a girl with a bleeding gash across her forehead and a branded forearm that matched the mark on the transport ring. Keziah dismounted. The children flinched as one. She stopped, her hands open, her branded palm facing the stone. "We are not Concord." The oldest boy stared at her, his jaw working, his voice cracking when he finally spoke. "They took the others." "Where?" "East, through the pass. They said the circuit would sort them." Keziah's blood went cold. The circuit, not the arena, the circuit. She had heard the phrase before, in the keeper's hall, in the customs vault, in the whisper of the gray woman who had watched her from the crowd. The Cinder Circuit was not just a tournament. It was an old keeper law, a ritual rite of passage, a way of sorting the worthy from the unworthy. And the Concord was using it to sort children. "How many?" The boy's eyes were wet. 12. They said 12. They took the ones who passed. "Passed what?" He shook his head. "I do not know. They put a brand on us and watched it burn. Some of us glowed. Some of us did not." The girl with the branded forearm pressed her hand to her chest, her fingers curling around the mark as if she could hide it. Keziah knelt. "What is your name?" "Mira." "Mira, I am Keziah." The girl's eyes widened. "The ash crown." It was not a question. Keziah did not deny it. "Yes." The girl's face crumpled, and she reached for Keziah with both hands, her small fingers clutching at Keziah's coat, her voice breaking into a sob. "They said you were dead. They said the crown banned with the Roost." Keziah pulled her close. The girl's body shook against hers, small and cold and trembling, and Keziah felt the weight of every child she had not saved pressing down on her ribs. Behind her, Idrisi spoke. "Keziah." She looked up. He was standing at the edge of the wreckage, his face unreadable, his hand resting on the green dragon's neck. "We cannot carry them. We will. The food is burned. The pace is already slow. The Concord knows where we are." "I said we will." Idrisi's jaw tightened, but he did not argue. The children were loaded onto the dragons, the youngest carried by Nizan on the copper dragon, the oldest riding with Thundaziel on the lead green. The girl with the branded forearm pressed against Keziah's chest on Wakefire's saddle. The formation launched again, heavier now, slower, the dragons straining against the weight. The salt canyon opened into a wider valley, the walls falling away, the sky opening above them. And in the distance, through the ash and the mist, a city rose from the stone. Cindered Anchorage. Smoke climbed from its towers. A bridge of black iron stretched across the chasm, and beneath the piers, where the ash met the water, something burned with a light that was not fire. The girl in Keziah's arms looked up. "That is where they take us." Keziah's hand tightened on the harness. The transport ring was still warm against her chest. The name Semifinal was still burning through her. And in the lattice, on the edge of everything she could feel, the cold presence that had been watching took another step closer. The family was exposed. The city was waiting. And the circuit was already sorting the children. Chapter 45. The green dragons settled on the ash-blackened pier, wings folding against the salt-crusted stone, and the family dismounted into the throat of Cinder Anchorage. The city rose around them like a wound that had learned to build. Smoke towers leaned over the harbor, their iron platforms threaded with rope bridges that swayed in the thermal drafts. The light beneath the piers, the light that was not fire, pulsed through the gaps in the stone, casting the water in amber bronze veins that moved like breath. Ash clung to every surface, soft and gray, muffling footsteps and voices alike. Keziah kept Mira pressed against her side, the girl's branded forearm hidden beneath the fold of her coat. The keeper wardens met them at the harbor gate. 3 of them, old women with silver-threaded braids and faces that had seen too many circuits to be impressed by a single claimant. They wore no Concord leather, no dragon steel, but the authority in their stance was older than any uniform. The lead warden, the one with the scarred throat and the quiet voice, looked at Keziah and did not bow. "You are the one who opened the heart roost." "I am." "The one who spoke her mother's name before the crowd." Keziah did not answer. The warden's eyes moved past her, counting the dragons, the children, the wounded, the exhausted. Her face did not change. "You have come to claim the eastern roots." "I have come to save the children." The warden's mouth tightened. "Then you will enter the circuit." Keziah's hand tightened on Mira's shoulder. "I have already fought your circuit. You have fought the Concord's version, the bracket they rigged, the pain course they designed to break you." The warden stepped closer, her voice dropping. "The Cinder Circuit is older than the Concord. It was built to test whether a leader could bear power without becoming a tyrant. The keepers built it. The Fost Ash Crown walked it, and your mother refused it." Keziah's blood went cold. "My mother?" "She found the heart roost, closed it, and died rather than open it for the Concord. But she never walked the circuit. The keepers have been waiting 17 years for someone to finish what she started." The warden's voice carried no judgment, only fact. "Without the circuit, you are a claimant with a story. The hidden heirs will not follow a story. The keeper rings will not yield their roots. The roost caches will stay sealed. And the Concord will take every child you have not yet found, and they will feed them through the testing, and the ones who glow will be shipped east, and the ones who do not will be sold." Keziah's jaw tightened. "How many rounds?" 3. Qualifier, mid-bracket, final. "And if I refuse?" The warden's eyes moved to the children huddled against the green dragons, to the hatchling curled against him, his branded hand resting on the dragon's flank. Idrissi stood apart, his bandaged shoulder dark at the edges, his face stripped of everything but the truth he had been carrying since the vault. He met her eyes. 3 rounds. 3 rounds. Wakesfire cannot fly another bracket. He can. He cannot. The words hung between them, raw and honest. Keziah felt Wakefire's presence through the bond, felt the stubborn warmth of his will, felt the grinding ache of his wing, felt the choice he was making. "I can fly until we reach her." The words were not a boast, they were a promise, and they were a lie they both knew. Keziah turned back to the warden. "We enter at dawn." The warden nodded, once, and stepped back. The keeper wardens withdrew into the ash, their silver-threaded braids disappearing into the smoke. The family stood alone on the pier, the city breathing around them, the light beneath the water pulsing with the rhythm of something older than the Concord. And in the lattice, at the edge of everything Keziah could feel, the cold presence that had been watching took another step closer. Not hunting, waiting. The circuit would begin at dawn, and the Concord was already inside the gates. She was not being offered a choice. She was being offered a cage with a different lock. But the lock led east. The lock led to the children. The lock led to Sami. She turned to the family. Thandaziel stood with her hand on the green dragon's neck, her scarred face unreadable. Caltho was already moving among the wounded, checking bandages, assessing the dragons. Zuri and Maddie were watching the city with the sharp eyes of people who had survived worse places. Pim clutched his satchel, the 11 names pressed against his chest. Nizan sat on the topper dragon, the hatchling curled against him, his branded hand resting on the dragon's flank. Idrissi stood apart, his bandaged shoulder dark at the edges, his face stripped of everything but the truth he had been carrying since the vault. He met her eyes. 3 rounds. 3 rounds. Wakesfire cannot fly another bracket. He can. He cannot. The words hung between them, raw and honest. Keziah felt Wakefire's presence through the bond, felt the stubborn warmth of his will, felt the grounding ache of his wing, felt the choice he was making. I can fly until we reach her. The words were not a boast, they were a promise. And they were a lie they both knew. Keziah turned back to the warden. We enter at dawn. The warden nodded once and stepped back. The keeper wardens withdrew into the ash, their silver-threaded braids disappearing into the smoke. The family stood alone on the pier, the city breathing around them, the light beneath the water pulsing with the rhythm of something older than the Concord. And in the lattice, at the edge of everything Keziah could feel, the cold presence that had been watching took another step closer. Not hunting. Waiting. The circuit would begin at dawn, and the Concord was already inside the gates. Chapter 46. The keeper wardens left them on the pier. The family stood in the ash-dusted dark, the city breathing around them, the light beneath the water pulsing with that slow, ancient rhythm. Somewhere above, smoke towers blotted out the stars. Somewhere below, the circuit waited. Keziah turned and walked into the keeper's hall without looking back. The building was older than the city, cut from volcanic stone that still held the heat of the earth beneath. The walls were lined with carved figures, riders and dragons pressed into the rock in a single, continuous line, not separate, not master and mount, but one shape flowing into the next. The floor had been worn smooth by generations of feet. The family followed her inside. Thandazil took the wall first, her hand resting on the hilt of her blade, her scarred face turned toward the door. Zureen and Mati began checking the room's exits, the window grates, the ceiling beams, the places where light bled through cracks in the stone. Calvo settled the children in the far corner, the youngest girl already asleep against his shoulder, her branded forearm hidden beneath his coat. Nizan sat on the copper dragon's flank, the hatchling curled against his chest, his branded hand pressed to the creature's scales like he was listening for something only he could hear. Pim clutched his satchel. Idrissi stood at the threshold. The door closed behind him. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Keziah heard the scrape of the transport ring against her collarbone as she pulled it from beneath her collar, and the room went still. Hissinovel's name, the Bellanca seal, the Concord route codes, the vision of Sami trapped beneath the ash piers, her branded palm pressed to stone, her will fighting the leash. Beam stepped forward, his voice barely a whisper. There are 12 names on the list, 11 living, 1 missing. The Concord moved the first wave before the circuit even began. The second wave was scheduled for the night of the final bell. The third wave is still in transit. He pulled the folded page from his satchel, the one with the names, the dates, the route codes, the Bellanca seal. 12. But the child at the heated seal was not one of them. Keziah felt the weight of his words settle across her shoulders. The child at the seal. The one who pressed a branded palm to the heated stone in the darkness. The one who was not on any list. The one the Concord had already taken, already sorted, already found wanting. She looked at the transport ring. Hissinovel, the girl from Chalkwater. The one the Concord took 3 days before the circuit. Pim nodded. She is here, somewhere in the city. The Concord is sorting her through the circuit. Keziah felt the bond pulse with Wakefire's presence, felt the ache in his wing, the grinding of the joint, the old wound that had never fully healed. Behind her, Idrissi's voice broke the silence. You cannot do this. She turned. He stood in the doorway, his bandaged shoulder dark at the edges, his face stripped of everything but the truth he had been carrying since the vault. Wakefire cannot fly another bracket. The copper dragon is exhausted. The green dragons are barely old enough to carry riders. The children are starving. The Concord is already inside the gates. And you want to walk into a circuit that was built to break people like you? Keziah felt the words hit like stones. 3 rounds, she said. 3 rounds that will kill him. He will fly. He cannot. The words hung between them, raw and honest. Keziah felt Wakefire's presence through the bond, felt the stubborn warmth of his will, felt the grinding ache of his wing, felt the choice he was making. I can fly until we reach her. The words were not a boast, they were a promise, and they were a lie they both knew. Pym stepped forward, the transport ring still warm in his hand. There is another way. Keziah looked at him. There is always another way. Pym's voice was barely a whisper. The keeper rings, the hidden roosts, the sanctuary paths. They are not just routes, they are choices. Every keeper who has waited for the Ash Crown to return has been waiting for someone to choose differently. Keziah felt the weight of his words. I am not choosing differently. You are choosing the same way. The circuit, the trial, the test, the Concord's terms. The circuit is older than the Concord. The circuit was built by the same people, the same logic, the same belief that power must be proven through suffering. Keziah felt the bond pulse with Wakefire's presence. What would you choose? The question was not a challenge. It was a question. She looked at the transport ring, Hezina Vell's name, Sammy's face, the children's branded forearms, the 11 names in Pym's satchel, the hidden heirs watching from the shadows. I choose the circuit. Pym's face did not change. Then the hidden heirs will watch you enter, and they will decide whether you are shelter or another owner. The words hit like a blade. Keziah felt the weight of them settle across her shoulders. The keeper wardens had warned her. The private pleas had failed. The convoy was exposed, and the hidden heirs were already watching. She looked at the door. The circuit would begin at dawn, and the Concord was already inside the gates. She turned to the family. Rest, eat, prepare. At dawn, we enter the circuit. No one argued. No one moved. The family stood in the keeper's hall, the ash-dusted dark pressing against the walls, the light beneath the water pulsing with that slow, ancient rhythm. And in the lattice, at the edge of everything Keziah could feel, the cold presence that had been watching took another step closer. Not hunting. Waiting. The circuit would begin at dawn, and the hidden heirs were already watching. Jumper 47. The arena was not built for mercy. Keziah felt it the moment she stepped through the keeper's hall's throw-hold into the morning light. The circuit stood open before her, a bowl of black stone and ash-fired glass, tiered seats rising in concentric rings above a sand floor scarred by generations of claws and chains. The crowd was already packed, thousands of bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder, their noise a living thing that beat against the thermal vents. They had come to see the Ash Crown, the rumor made flesh, the woman who had cracked the heart roost and walked out of the storm belt. Keziah felt the weight of their stares settle across her shoulders like a second skin. She kept her face still, her hand loose at her side, her branded palm hidden beneath the torn sleeve of her coat. Beside her, Wakefier stood with his bound wing tucked close, his good eye scanning the crowd with the patience of someone who had measured every inch of the arena before he had her. The keeper wardens stood at the circuit's edge, their silver-threaded braids catching the amber light from the vents below. The lead warden raised her hand, and the crowd's noise fell to a hum. The Qualifier, she said, her voice carrying through the stone, will test the body. The mid-bracket will test the will. The final will test the truth. Keziah felt the words settle into the stone. 3 rounds, 1 entry. The Ash Crown enters the circuit at dawn. The crowd erupted. Keziah did not move. She felt the family behind her, scattered through the lower tiers, watching, waiting. Zori and Mati at the eastern gate, Pym with his satchel pressed against his chest, Thandazil standing at the western wall with her hand on the green dragon's neck. Calvo with the children in the shadow of the upper tier, Nizan on the copper dragon with the hatchling curled against him. Idrisi stood at the edge of the sand, bandaged shoulder dark at the edges, his face unreadable. He had not tried to stop her again. He had not said goodbye. The lead warden lowered her hand. The qualifier begins at the thermal vent line, 6 obstacles, 3 circuits. Any rider or mount touching the sand is disqualified. Keziah felt the bond pulse with Wakefire's presence. I can fly this. The words were not a boast, they were a promise, and they were a lie they both knew. The crowd's noise shifted, a new note cutting through the hum. Keziah turned. A rider was descending from the upper tier, walking his russet-scaled dragon down the stone steps with the unhurried precision of someone who had measured every inch of the arena before he entered. The dragon's copper-veined wings caught the amber light, and its amber eyes tracked Keziah with the flat attention of a hunter who had already read the prey. The rider was tall, clean-shaven, calm. His eyes met hers across the sand, and the traffic fell silent. Tovin Maris stopped at the circuit's edge, his hand resting on his dragon's neck, his voice carrying through the stillness. I have heard the rumors, he said. The Ash Crown, the Heart Roost, the woman who cracked the storm belt and walked out alive. He paused. I have also heard that frightened children are waking in the night with dreams they cannot control, that dragons are answering calls no one is making, that the Concord is moving through the eastern routes with chains and iron collars, and the only thing standing between them and every waking bond is a woman who has never held a command. Keziah felt the words hit like stones. You are not the solution, Tovin said. You are the symptom. The crowd stirred. Tovin's voice did not rise. Frightened children need structure. Waking dragons need discipline. The Concord is brutal, but it is predictable. It does not offer freedom, but it offers order. And order keeps people alive. He looked at Keziah. What do you offer? Keziah felt the bond pulse with Wakefire's presence. The question was not a challenge. It was a test. She met Tovin's gaze. I offer a choice. The words hung in the air. Every child the Concord takes is sorted by a brand they did not choose. Every bond the Concord breaks is a life that was never given the chance to consent. The system you call order is built on the bodies of people who were told that obedience was the only way to survive. She stepped forward. I do not offer safety. I do not offer structure. I offer the same thing I took for myself. She raised her branded palm. The right to choose. Tovin studied her. The crowd watched. The air between them was heavy with the weight of everything they had not yet said. Then Tovin's dragon shifted, its copper-veined wings catching the light, and Tovin's voice dropped. Then let the circuit decide. He turned and walked to the starting line, his dragon falling into step beside him. The crowd roared. Keziah looked up. Tovin was already at the 4th obstacle, his russet-scaled dragon moving through the iron rings with the efficiency of a machine, his copper-veined wings catching the light, his amber eyes fixed on the finish line. He was not looking at her. He was not looking at the crowd. He was looking at the circuit. And he was winning. Keziah felt the bond pulse with Wakefire's presence. We can catch him. The words were a promise, and they were alive, they both knew. The 4th obstacle was a wall of fire, fed by the thermal vents, burning across the sand in a line that stretched from one end of the arena to the other. Wakefire's took it at the edge, where the flame was thinnest, and the heat caught his injured wing, and the pain flooded the bond. Keziah felt it. Felt the grinding of the joint, felt the tearing of the membrane, felt the cost of every beat. But they did not fall. They cleared the 4th obstacle. The 5th obstacle was a rope of ash-burned fiber, stretched across the arena, whipped by the wind from the thermal vents. Wakefire took it low, his body skimming the sand, his wings screaming with the strain. He cleared it. The 6th obstacle was the finish line. Keziah felt the bond pulse with Wakefire's presence. Almost there. The words were a promise, and they were the truth. They crossed the finish line. The crowd roared. Keziah looked up. Tovin was already standing at the edge of the sand, his dragon breathing hard, his amber eyes fixed on her. He had finished first. The lead warden raised her hand. The qualifier is complete. Tovin Maris advances to the mid-bracket. The crowd cheered. Tovin did not look at them. He looked at Keziah. You are fast, he said, but speed is not the same as structure. He turned and walked away. The crowd parted for him. The crowd parted for him. After all, Cirkin committed to the Cajun of the edge of the script. It's something standing receding the heads and persmiss voin. I am benning from the sifth loster to more, interesting on the discuptured street contracts. I have actually dissed by a doctor. I can be right now upright now. Why do I know it dead? The ties mixtures are resit lightly ledly exactly, but I remember the steels in the scrouts is flatly forming between us, right? No, it's just to the smice. But in this eye and the game, the best now to step. I feel worst, waiting there. I am breaking her spy in front of my apparable drive dashmond. I just exactly runs up her chest, even yet I'm just one another important guy. I can say this shoringly with his glory of a banjas mag enough to make that con away. There's the video to the partner and a worth bitch back. Keziah stood at the edge of the sand, her bond aching with Wakefire's presence, the weight of the circuit settling across her shoulders. She had survived the qualifier, but she had not won, and the mid-bracket was still waiting. Above her, in the highest tier, the cold presence in the lattice took another step closer. Not hunting, waiting. The circuit would decide, and the hidden heirs were already watching. Chapter 48. The lead warden's hand was still raised. The crowd's roar had not yet faded. Keziah stood on the sand, her breath coming in ragged pulls, the bond pulsing with every beat of his heart, the membrane torn in 3 places where the fire wall had caught the edge. "You flew," she told him through the bond. "I flew," he answered. The words were tired. They were also true. She felt the hatchling before she saw it. The pale ash creature erupted from the lower tier where Nizan sat, its wings beating against the stone, its resonance cutting through the crowd noise like a blade through smoke. The sound was not a cry. It was a harmonic, a frequency that made the ash-fired glass walls shiver and the iron rings sway in their chains. The wardens went still. The lead warden, the one with the scarred throat, turned her head slowly toward the sound. Her hand dropped from the raised position. Her eyes found Keziah's. "The hatchling," she said. Her voice was low. "Where did it come from?" "The heart roost," Keziah said. The word spread through the crowd like a wind through dry grass. Heart roost. The heart roost. She opened the heart roost. The whispers were not admiration. They were calculation. The lead warden stepped closer. Her silver-threaded braids caught the light from the ash pits. "The heart roost has been sealed for 7 centuries. The eggs inside it were dormant. You woke them." "One of them," Keziah said. "One," the warden repeated, "and it follows you." It was not a question. Keziah did not answer. The warden studied her for a long moment. Then she turned and walked back to the center of the arena, her voice carrying across the sand. "The qualifier is complete. Tovin Maris advances. Keziah Onwuamaeze advances. The mid-bracket will begin at dawn." The crowd began to disperse. Keziah did not move. She stood on the sand, her hand on Wakefire's neck, the hatchling's resonance still vibrating through the lattice, the whispers still curling around her like smoke. Catalyst, not leader. Catalyst, not leader. She heard it in the murmur of the crowd. She heard it in the silence of the wardens. She heard it in the way the other competitors looked at her as they passed. Tovin had finished first. He had flown clone. He had flown beautiful. She had flown ugly. She had survived. And the circuit was not done with her yet. Idrisi found her in the keeper's hall an hour later, where she sat with her back against the volcanic stone, the hatchling curled against her side, Wakefire's head resting on the floor beside her. "You should be resting," he said. "So should you." He did not argue. He sat down beside her, close enough that she could feel the warmth of his arm, not quite touching. "The wardens are talking," he said. "I know. They are saying the hatchling's resonance is destabilizing the lattice under the arena, that the circuit was never designed for a creature that old and that new at the same time." Keziah closed her eyes. "What else are they saying? That you are a catalyst, that you wake things and do not control them, that the ash crown is a title, not a plan." She opened her eyes. "Tovin said the same thing. Tovin is wrong." "Is he?" Idrisi did not answer. He did not need to. They both knew the truth of it. She had won the qualifier by instinct, not strategy. She had survived. She had not won, and the mid-bracket was still waiting. "I found something," Idrisi said. His voice was lower now. "In the customs lane beneath stands a restricted section sealed with a Bellanca freight seal." Keziah turned her head. "Bellanca. My family's seal. On a crate that was not on any manifest Pym could find. What was in it? I did not open it, but the seal was fresh, and the crate was marked with a route code." He paused. "The same route code Pym found on the transport ring, the one that leads to Hesina Vel." Keziah was on her feet before she knew she had moved. The hatchling stirred, its resonance flickering, its pale eyes tracking her movement. "Where is the crate now?" "Still in the customs lane, guarded, but I know a way in." She looked at him. He looked at her. The bond pulsed with Wakefire's presence. "Go," he said. "I will hold." She went. The customs lane was a narrow corridor beneath the stands, lined with crates, barrels, and the detritus of a dozen supply chains. The air smelled of ash, salt, and something metallic that Keziah did not recognize. Idrisi led her through a maintenance hatch, past a rested grate, into a section of the lane that was not lit. The crate was there. It was larger than she had expected, made of black iron, reinforced with straps that bore the Bellanca seal. The route code was stamped into the metal, a sequence of numbers and symbols that matched the one on the transport ring. Keziah pressed her palm to the crate. The brand on her hand flared. The crate opened. Inside there was a child. A girl, no older than 7, with a branded forearm and a splayed claw mark on her palm. She was alive. Her eyes were open. She was staring at Keziah with the hollow, waiting look of someone who had been told to expect nothing. "He's Niavel," the girl said. Her voice was small. "They said you were dead." Keziah felt the world tilt. She reached into the crate and lifted the girl out. The girl did not resist. She did not speak again. She simply pressed her branded palm to Keziah's chest and held on. And in the lattice, somewhere far to the east, something that had been silent began to stir. Chapter 49. The customs lane was dark, the air thick with old salt and the metallic tang of sealed iron. Keziah pressed Hesina Vel into Idrisi's arms and turned back to the crate. The girl did not cry out. She simply held on to Idrisi's collar with both small hands, her branded palm pressed against his chest. "What are you doing?" Idrisi's voice was low, urgent. "Finding out what else they shipped." She ran her fingers along the crate's interior. The lining was rough, stained with something dark that had dried in layers. At the bottom, wedged beneath a false board, she found a leather folder. The Bellanca seal was stamped into the cover. She opened it. Inside, there were manifests. Page after page of them, written in the same hand she had seen on the Ashfall Gate ledger. On Niran Vel's hand, the deputy quartermaster who had signed her mother's transport 17 years ago. The first page listed dates and route codes. Cinder Anchorage to Ashfall Gate, regular shipments, every 3 months for the past 12 years. The second page listed cargo types. Ember material, classified. Bond tissue, preserved. Subject, living, see attached protocol. Keziah's hand tightened on the page. "They are not just moving children," she said. "They are moving parts of them." Idrisi stepped closer, Hesina still in his arms. "Parts?" "Bond tissue, preserved, living subjects." She turned the page. "They are harvesting the bond itself." The third page was a map, not of routes, but of sites. Ashfall Gate at the center, with lines branching outward to a dozen smaller locations. Cinder Anchorage was one. Red Hang was another. There were names she did not recognize, places scratched into the margin in a different hand. At the bottom of the page, someone had written a single line, "Eastern Route Active, Key in Transit, awaiting convergence." Keziah stared at the words, "Key in Transit." She thought of Sami, of the forced bond, of the way Ikaru had called her Sarah, as if renaming her had made her his. "They are using her," she said. "They are using Sami to map the eastern routes. Every time she passes through a keeper road or a hidden roost, she leaves a detectable trail in the lattice, and the Concord is following it." Idrisi's face went pale. "Then we cannot follow her," he said. "We cannot follow her without being tracked ourselves." "I know." She closed the folder. "But we can follow the map." Footsteps sounded on the stair above them. Keziah moved without thinking. She grabbed the folder, grabbed Idrisi's arm, and pulled him deeper into the customs lane, past the stacked crates, past the rusted barrels, into a narrow gap between two shelving units that smelled of mold and old paper. The footsteps stopped. A voice, low and unhurried, "The crate is open." A second voice, "Search the lane." Keziah pressed herself against the wall. Idrisi was beside her, Hasina still in his arms, the girl's breath shallow and steady against his shoulder. The footsteps moved closer. A lantern swung past the gap, casting long shadows across the crates. Keziah did not breathe. The lantern paused, then it moved on. The footsteps receded, climbing back toward the stair. Keziah waited until the sound faded completely, then let out a slow breath. "We need to move," she whispered. "Now." Idrisi nodded. They slipped out of the gap, keeping to the shadows, the folder pressed against Keziah's ribs like a second heartbeat. The customs lane stretched ahead of them, dark and silent, but the map was in her hands, and the eastern route was waiting. Chapter 50. The registry loft was 3 floors above the customs stacks, accessible only by a rusted ladder that Idrisi had spotted from the alley. Keziah climbed with Hasina pressed against her back, the girl's small hands fisted in her coat, her breath warm and steady against Keziah's shoulder blade. The loft door was warped but not locked. They slipped through, and Idrisi pulled it closed behind them, the latch catching with a sound that carried in the stillness. The room was narrow, built into the roof angle, with a single shuttered window that let in strips of amber light from the harbor below. Shelves lined every wall, stuffed with ledgers so old the leather had cracked to the color of dried blood. A desk sat beneath the window, its surface covered in loose papers weighted down by a rusted inkwell. Keziah set Hasina down on a folded blanket in the corner. The girl did not protest. She curled her knees to her chest, her branded palm pressed against her own sternum, and watched them with eyes that had stopped asking questions. Keziah turned to the desk. The papers were shipping tallies, cargo manifests, stamped with the same Bellanca seals she had seen on the crate. Dates, route codes, quantities. She scanned them quickly, her finger tracing the lines. Then she stopped. The top sheet was different. Not a manifest, a schedule. Eastern route, active. Rotation, Bellanca East Channel. Personnel, Deputy Quartermaster Vel Unaran. Escort, 3 riders, Concord assigned. Cargo, key, living. Protocol, lattice mapping. Destination, Ashfall Gate, priority. Keziah read it twice. Idrisi. He was at her side in an instant, his shoulder brushing hers as he read over her arm. She felt the exact moment he understood. His breath stopped, then resumed, slower and more careful. "They are not just transporting her," he said. "They are using her. Every time she passes through a keeper road, a hidden roost, a sanctuary path, her bonded signature leaves a mark. They are mapping the eastern network through her." "And we cannot follow," Keziah said, "because every step we take toward her leaves a trail the Concord can read." Idrisi's jaw tightened. "Then we do not follow her. We follow the map she is making. We find the routes before the Concord seals them." Keziah turned the sheet over. On the back, in the same hand, someone had written a single line. "Key approaching convergence. 3rd marker active, awaiting confirmation." Below it, a location notation. "Red Hang Salt Canyons, Stone Cradle. 3 days." "She is not at Ashfall Gate yet," Keziah said. "She is still in transit, still mapping." Idrisi's hand came up, not quite touching her. "Then we have time. Not much, but enough to reach the keeper rings, open the sanctuary routes, and meet her before." He stopped. Footsteps. Below them, in the customs lane. Slow and deliberate. Keziah reached for the lantern on the desk and turned the wick down until the flame died. The loft went dark, except for the amber strips from the shuttered window. The footsteps stopped. A voice, low and familiar. "Check the upper floors. The Bellanca boy knows the old registry routes." Keziah's hand found Idrisi's wrist in the dark. His pulse was fast, matching hers. They stood motionless, the only sound the soft rhythm of Hasina's breathing from the corner. The footsteps moved on. Keziah did not let go of Idrisi's wrist. She felt the heat of his skin, the tension in his forearm, the way his thumb turned to press against her palm. Idrisi, I know. The dark was thick between them. She could feel his shape more than see it. The line of his shoulder, the angle of his jaw, the way he leaned toward her without closing the distance. We should not be here, she said. We are not anywhere else. She wanted to argue. She wanted to tell him that this was not the time, that Sami was out there, that the Concord was closing in, that every moment she spent wanting him was a moment she was not moving. But she was tired, and he was warm, and the dark was the only place where no one was watching. She pulled him toward her, the kiss she had been holding back for days, for weeks, for the whole fractured journey from the heart roost to this shuttered loft, broke open against his mouth. Not soft, not hesitant, raw and hungry and full of fear, the kind of fear that had nowhere to go except into touch. His hands found her face, her shoulders, her back. Shh! He pulled her against him, and she felt his heartbeat hammering through his ribs, through her palms, through the bond that hummed between her and Wakesfire somewhere in the dark. I did not know if you would let me, he said against her mouth. I did not know if I could. She kissed him again, slower this time, bruised, the kind of kiss that admitted what she had been pretending was not true. His hand slid to the back of her neck, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw. She felt the calluses on his palms, the tremor in his fingers, the way he held her as if she might disappear if he did not stay close enough. Keziah, do not say it. I will say it anyway. She pressed her forehead to his. Then say it after we find her. Say it when we are not hiding in a registry loft with the Concord one floor below and a child who has seen too much already. He was quiet for a long moment. Then he said, I will say it every day until you are ready to hear it. She did not answer. She could not. The stillness stretched between them, filled with the weight of everything they had not said. A sound broke it. Hasina from the corner. A small, dry cough. Keziah pulled back. The dark felt thin again, the amber strips from the window falling across the desk, across the papers, across the schedule that had brought them here. She looked down at the sheet in her hand. The location notation was still there. Red hang. 3 days. We need to move, she said. Idrisi nodded. He reached for the desk, gathering the papers, folding them into his coat. Then he stopped. Keziah. His voice had changed, flat, careful. She turned. He was holding a single sheet, separate from the others. A folder, opened with a file inside. What is it? He did not answer. He held it out to her. She took it. The file was thin, a single page with a list of names. 12 names in the same hand as the schedule. Ominar Val's hand. The first 11 were the names Pim had stolen from the subarchy. The Ember heirs, the children. The 12th name was scratched out, but beneath it, in fresh ink, someone had written, Sami Bellanca. Designation, key. Status, active. Marker, Sarah. And below that, in a different hand, smaller and tighter, subject is responding to extraction protocol. Bond hollow widening. Recommend continued mapping routes until convergence. Awaiting further instruction. Keziah stared at the words. They are hollowing her, she said. They are not just using her as a tracker. They are taking her apart. They are widening the bond hollow until there is nothing left of her except the signal. Idrisi's hand found hers. Then we reach her before they finish. We will. She folded the file and pressed it into her coat, next to the map, next to the manifests, next to everything the Concord had tried to erase. 3 days, she said. Red hang, we will be there. She looked at Idrisi. His face was pale in the amber light, but his eyes were steady. She wanted to kiss him again. She did not. Instead, she turned toward the door, toward the ladder, toward the dark of the customs lane and the waiting city. Hesina Val rose from the corner and took Keziah's hand without being asked. They moved. The registry loft behind them held nothing but shadows and the smell of old paper. But as Keziah reached the ladder, she heard it. A chair, scraping against the floor above them. Someone was still in the loft. Someone had been there the whole time. Chapter 51. The bell that called the mid-bracket was not the same bell that called the qualifier. This one came from beneath the arena, a deep resonance that vibrated through Keziah's boots, through Wakefire's forelegs, through the branded scar on her palm. The crowd felt it too. The murmur that had followed her from the qualifier died into a waiting hush. The lead warden stood at the center of the sand, arms bare, the splayed claw mark tattooed above her heart in silver ink. "The mid-bracket tests the will," she said, her voice carrying without effort. "The Concord has spent 3 generations trying to understand what that means. They sealed this trial because they could not control what it revealed." She raised her hand. The arena floor split along a seam Keziah had not seen, a crack that ran from the eastern wall to the western, and from that crack rose a structure of black iron and fused glass. Platforms, chains, vent shafts that exhaled steam and ash, and something that smelled like old blood. "The paying course," the warden said. 12 stations, 4 circuits. Rider and dragon share every sensation through the bonded lattice. The course is designed to amplify what the bond carries. Pain, fear, memory. The things you try not to show each other. She turned to face Keziah directly. "To finish, you must stop hiding." The crowd erupted. Not the hungry roar of the qualifier, but something sharper. A sound that wanted to see what broke first. Keziah mounted Wakefier. His wing was cold against her thigh, the joint grinding with every step, the membrane torn in 3 places from the firewall. She felt it through the bond as her own body. The ache in his ribs, the burn in his lungs, the way his good eye tracked the course with a weariness that had nothing to do with age. "We can do this," she told him through the bond. He did not answer. The first station was a wall of chain-linked iron platforms that shifted as the wind from the vents changed direction. No pattern, no rhythm. The platforms moved like the surface of disturbed water, each one hinged to the next by rusted links that groaned under their own weight. Keziah urged Wakefier forward. He launched. The crosswind caught his bad wing immediately, dragging them sideways into the first platform. The impact shivered through her knees, through his ribs, through the bond where the pain arrived as a single shock note that did not fade. "Correct," she told him. "Bank left at the next." The platform under her shifted. She lost the rhythm of the command. Wakefier obeyed the first half of the instruction, but the second half arrived too late, and they slammed into the second platform chest first. The pain was not his. It was hers. A bruise spreading across her sternum, radiating through the bone, and through the bond, she felt him feel it too. The crowd gasped. "Stop fighting me," she said. "I am not fighting you," he answered. "I am trying to fly. You are trying to control the air." The second station was a thermal vent that pulsed in irregular bursts, each one hotter than the last, the ash-stained air turning to steam that blistered the skin. Wakefier took the first burst on his good wing, climbing, but the second burst hit before the first had released, and the crossfeed caught them both. His pain became hers, her breath became his. The boundary between them blurred, and the feedback loop tightened until she could not tell whether the heat was on her skin or his scales, whether the panic was his or hers. "We are going to crash," she thought. "Then stop thinking," he said. The third station was a tunnel of iron rings that swung on chains, each one edged with rusted barbs, and the gap between them was too narrow for a full wing beat. Wakefier folded his wings and dropped, letting the momentum carry them through the tunnel sideways, his belly scraping the floor, the barbs trailing fire across his scales. The pain hit her like a blade. She screamed. The crowd heard it. She knew they heard it because the sound changed, a collective intake of breath that said she feels it too. Through the bond, Wakefier's voice came steady and low. "I have carried worse. You have not. Do not try to match me. Let me carry it for both of us. That is not how it works. It is how it has always worked. You just never let me." The fourth station was a drop into darkness. The flat floor opened beneath them, and they fell. 30 feet, 40. The air cold and thick with ash, and at the bottom the course had built a cage of iron bars that closed around them as they landed. The bars were electrified with the same amber current that had pulsed through the heart roost. Keziah felt the current enter through Wakefire's forelegs, travel up through his bones, and arrive in her chest as a single focused ache that did not stop. Through the bond, she felt him begin to buckle. "No," she said. "No, you do not get to fall. Not here. Not in front of all of them." She pushed back. She pushed her will into the bond, her strength, her refusal to let this course take him, and the current met her resistance, and the feedback loop tightened again. Pain layered on pain, fear layered on fear, until she could not breathe. "Let go," he said. "I cannot." "You can. You just do not trust me to hold us." The fifth station was waiting. The sixth, the seventh. The course kept coming, and Keziah kept pushing, until the eighth station, when the ash thermals shifted without warning, and Wakefire's bad wing buckled mid-turn, and the bond between them tore open along a seam she had not known was there. The pain was absolute. Not his, hers. Everything she had been walling off, every fear she had refused to name, every moment she had carried alone because she believed no one else could hold it. The loss of her mother, the weight of the heirs, the terror of watching Idrisi bleed, the certainty that if she stopped commanding, everyone she loved would die. The bond was not amplifying her pain, it was revealing it. The crowd saw it, the warden saw it, the hidden heirs in the upper tiers saw it, and Keziah, hanging from Wakefire's neck at the eighth station, her branded palm pressed to his scales, understood what the course had been trying to teach her from the first bell. She had never stopped hiding. She had been hiding inside the bond itself. "Fly," she said. No command, no instruction. A single word, given like a gift. "Fly me, Wakefire. I am done trying to carry it alone." He did not answer with words. He answered with his wings. The ninth station came and went, the 10th, the 11th, the 12th. Wakefire flew through them all, ugly and broken and precise, using the crosswinds she had been fighting, riding the thermals she had been trying to control, folding through gaps she had not seen because she had been too busy commanding to look. The bond was open. Not as a weapon, not as a tool. Open as a wound that could finally breathe. He led it on far platform. The bell rang. The crowd was silent. Keziah slid from his neck, and her legs gave way. She knelt on the iron platform, gasping, her palms pressed to the cold metal, her heart hammering in a rhythm that matched his. He lowered his head beside her. "I have been waiting for you to let me carry something," he said. "I have been waiting since the day your mother put me on this path." She pressed her forehead to his jaw. "I did not know how. You know now." The warden's voice rose from the arena floor, carrying across the silence. "The mid-bracket is complete. Cinder Onwuamaeze advances to the final." The crowd stayed silent, and in that silence, Keziah heard something else. A whisper from the upper tier. "He let her fly." She looked up. The hidden heirs were watching. Chapter 52. The silence held longer than any applause. Keziah knelt on the iron platform, her palms flat against the cold metal, her breath coming in ragged strips that matched Wakefire's labored rhythm. The bond between them lay open, not raw and bleeding the way it had been at the eighth station, but breathing, a wound that had finally stopped festering. She felt his heartbeat through her sternum. She felt the ache in his wing, the sting of the barbs across his belly, the exhaustion that pooled in his bones like lead. And beyond that, she felt something she had not let herself feel in months. Relief. "I have you," she said through the bond. "You always did," he answered. "You just would not let me hold anything back." She pressed her forehead to his jaw. The scales were warm, rough, familiar. She stayed there, breathing with him, until the tremor in her hands began to ease. The crowd had not moved. Not a single voice rose from the stands. The silence was not hostile. It was the silence of people who had just watched something they did not have words for, something the Concord had never shown them, something the arena had never been built to contain. The lead warden stood at the edge of the platform, her silver-threaded braids catching the amber light, her hand pressed to the splayed claw mark above her heart. She did not speak. She simply looked at Keziah with an expression Keziah could not read. Recognition, maybe, or the beginning of belief. From the upper tier, a whisper carried down through the stillness. He let her fly. Another voice, lower. She let him carry. Keziah looked up. The hidden heirs were scattered through the shadows of the upper rim, children and young adults with branded palms and watchful eyes. They had been watching since the Qualifier, since the first bell, since she arrived at Cinder Anchorage with a wounded dragon and a convoy of strays. They were watching now, and for the first time, some of them were not looking at her like a rumor. She pushed to her feet, her legs held. She kept one hand on Wakefire's neck, not for support, but because she did not want to break the contact. The lead warden stepped onto the platform and raised her voice. The mid-bracket is complete. Keziah Onwuamaeze advances to the final. The crowd stirred, but the applause did not come. The silence had changed, though. It had become a held breath, waiting to see what the Ash Crown would do next. Keziah turned to Wakefire. Can you fly down? I can fly anywhere now that you are not fighting me. She almost laughed. Almost. The platform ladder groaned under her weight. She climbed down one-handed, keeping the other on Wakefire's neck, and when her boots hit the arena sand, the ground felt solid in a way it had not since the heart roost. The family was waiting at the edge of the sand. Zuri stood with her arms crossed, her face unreadable. Matty beside her, his hands loose at his sides, watching for threats. Then the Zeal at the rear, her scarred face tilted toward the upper tiers, reading the crowd the way she read wind currents. Calvo stepped forward first. He did not speak. He simply took Keziah's wrist, turned her palm up and checked the brand. The splayed claw mark was pulsing with a low amber glow, steady and warm. You are burning through the lattice faster than I have ever seen, he said quietly. You need rest. I need to finish this. You need rest, he repeated, or you will not know to finish anything. She pulled her hand back. I will rest when the circuit is done, when the heirs are safe, when Sami is free. Calvo held her gaze for a long moment, then stepped back. Zuri moved closer. The keepers are talking. The ones in the upper tiers, the ones who have been watching since we arrived. They are saying you did something the Concord never could. I did not do anything. Wakefire did it. He could not have done it if you had not let him. Keziah looked at her. Zuri's voice was not sharp. It was careful, measured. The voice of someone who had been watching Keziah fail at trust for weeks and had just seen her learn it in front of a city. Do not make it a thing, Keziah said. It is a thing, Zuri said, and you are going to have to carry it. Before Keziah could answer, a shadow fell across the sand. Tovin Mera stood at the edge of the arena, his russet-scaled dragon behind him, its copper-veined wings folded tight. He had not been in the pain course. He had watched from the upper tier like everyone else. He walked toward her. The family tensed. Zuri's hand went to her belt. Tandazil's shifted weight, ready. Keziah raised a hand. Wait. Tovin stopped a few paces away. He looked at her for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he looked at Wakefire. You let him fly, he said. I did. You stopped commanding. Yes. He nodded slowly. The gesture was not approval. It was acknowledgement, the kind one fighter gives another when they have seen something they cannot dismiss. The city is watching you, he said. The keepers are watching you. The Concord is watching you. And they have all seen the same thing. What have they seen? Tovin met her eyes. A leader who does not need to own the people she leads, that is dangerous to them. More dangerous than any fire you could breathe. He turned and wiped back across the sand, his dragon falling into step beside him. Keziah stood at the edge of the arena, the brand open and breathing, the weight of the city pressing down from all sides. From the upper tier, a single bell rang. Not the arena bell, not the circuit bell. A different bell, deeper and older, carrying a note she had never heard before. The lead warden's head snapped up. Her hand went to the splayed claw mark on her chest. That is the keeper bell, she said. "The city council is convening. They will decide tonight whether to recognize the ash crown or seal the roots forever." Keziah looked at the amber light beneath the piers, at the shadows moving in the upper tiers, at the hidden heirs watching from the dark. The final had not been called yet, but the judgment had already begun. Chapter 53. The crowd did not disperse. They stood in the arena sand, in the lower tiers, along the rope bridges that connected the ash piers, still holding the breath Keziah had stolen from them. The silence had spread from the sand into the city itself, and Cinder Anchorage had become a held note waiting to break. Keziah kept her hand on Wakefire's neck. The bond hummed between them, open and raw and alive, no longer a wound that needed guarding but a pulse she could feel in her own chest. His exhaustion bled through, his wing throbbing in rhythm with her heartbeat, but beneath it something else stirred. Relief, the kind that came after a fever broke. She did not want to move. She wanted to stand here, hand on his scales, and let the city watch. But the city was watching, and the city was dividing. From the upper tier, a voice carried down, sharp, female, edged with fear. "Did you see what she did? She stopped fighting him. She let the beast take control. She let him carry her." Another voice answered, older, rougher. "That is not the same thing." "It is the same thing. The Concord said the bond is a leash. If she is not holding it, what is?" The question hung in the air. Keziah felt it land on the crowd like a stone dropped into still water, ripples spreading outward. She turned her head, scanning the faces in the lower tier. She saw handlers, keepers, merchants, children with branded forearms pressed against iron bars. Some of them looked at her with something close to hope. Others looked at her the way they would look at a fire that had jumped its containment. Zuri appeared at her elbow. "The council is arguing. Half of them want to seal the roots before you corrupt the circuit further. The other half are saying you just proved the circuit was never meant to be a cage." "What do you think?" Keziah asked. Zuri was quiet for a moment. Then she said, "I think you just showed them something they have been afraid to name, and people do not forgive you for that." She walked away before Keziah could answer. Keziah turned back to Wakefire. The bond pulsed with his weariness, but he was watching the upper tier with his good eye, tracking the movement of shadows. "They are afraid," he said, "of you, of what you proved. I did not prove anything. You carried me. I carried you because you let me. That is what they saw. A rider who does not need to be in control to be strong. That is not a story they have been told." Keziah felt the weight of his words settle into her chest. She wanted to argue, to deflect, to find something practical to do, but the bond was open, and he would not let her hide. A shadow fell across the sand. Tovin stood a few paces away, his russet-scaled dragon behind him, its copper-veined wings folded tight. He had not left the arena. He had been watching from the edge of the sand, his arms crossed, his face unreadable. "You should not be standing here," he said. Keziah did not move. "Where should I be?" "Hiding, resting, letting the council decide whether you are a threat or a symbol before you walk into their judgment unguarded." He stepped closer, his voice dropping. "The city is splitting. The keepers are debating, and the Concord is not gone. They are waiting beyond the eastern gate, watching which way the wind bends." "I know." "Then why are you still standing in the open?" Keziah met his eyes. "Because if I hide now, they will decide I am something to be afraid of, and I cannot lead heirs who are afraid of me." Tovin's jaw tightened. "That is a gamble. Everything is a gamble. You taught me that." He held her gaze for a long moment, then his shoulders dropped slightly, a fraction of the tension leaving his frame. "The Concord has people inside the city. Not riders, not uniforms, people who report back. They will tell Samuel what you did tonight. Let them." "Keziah." His voice was sharp now, cutting through the arena's quiet. "Trust means nothing if children die while you hesitate. You cannot afford to be careful. You cannot afford to wait for the council to decide. The heirs do not have time." She felt the words land like a blow. The bond flickered with Wakefire's unease, but she held Tovin's gaze. "I know," she said. "I know." He studied her for a moment longer, then turned and walked back across the sand, his dragon falling into step beside him. At the edge of the arena, he paused. "The Concord's help is closer than the arena believes," he said, not looking back. You will not have long to decide what you are willing to sacrifice." He disappeared into the shadows beneath the tier. Keziah stood alone in the sand, the bond open and breathing, the weight of the city pressing down from all sides. From the keeper's hall, a bell rang. Not the arena bell, not the circuit bell. A different bell, sharp and urgent, carrying a note that cut through the murmuring crowd like a blade. The lead warden emerged from the archway, her silver-threaded braids catching the amber light. Her face was pale. "The council has reached a decision," she said. "The Ash Crown is summoned." Keziah turned to Wakesfire. His good eye met hers, and she felt the bond pulse with something between readiness and warning. She walked toward the archway, and the crowd parted before her. Behind her, the shadows in the upper tier shifted, and a figure in gray Concord leather stepped into the light, watching the Ash Crown disappear into the Keeper's Hall. Chapter 54. The Keeper's Hall smelled of old stone and older decisions. Keziah stood at the center of the empty chamber, the amber light from the harbor bleeding through the high windows, and felt the weight of the council's silence pressing against her ribs. They had not touched her, had not bound her or blessed her. The lead warden had simply read the verdict aloud in a voice that carried no inflection. The Ash Crown is recognized. The routes remain open. The final will proceed. Then the wardens had filed out, leaving her alone with the echo of their boots and the hollow certainty that recognition was not the same as safety. She walked back through the tunnel toward the arena, her branded palm still pulsing with the low amber glow Calvo had warned her about. The bond with Wakesfire hummed beneath her skin, steady and open, and she let herself lean into it for 3 steps before she stiffened her spine and kept moving. The family had gathered at the edge of the sand, a tight knot of exhausted bodies and wary eyes. Zuri saw her first and straightened. Mahdi folded the map he had been studying. Thandazil rose from the stone bench with the slow deliberation of someone who had been expecting worse news. "Well?" Zuri asked. "Recognized," Keziah said. "Routes open, final proceeds." "That is not a victory," Thandazil said. "It is not a defeat either." Pim looked up from his satchel, his face pale in the dim light. "The Blanca records I copied mention a secondary cache, supplies, route maps, contact markers. The keepers were supposed to hold it for the Ash Crown's passage." "Supposed to?" Maddie's voice sharpened. "I checked the location. It has been hit." Pim held up a scrap of paper with a rough map sketched in charcoal. 3 hours ago, by the look of the tracks, someone got there before us." Keziah felt the information settle into her chest, like a stone dropped into still water. She turned to the group, her mind already moving through the implications. Someone inside the city knew where the cache was. Someone who had access to Keeper intelligence. "Who knew about it?" she asked. "The wardens," Pim said. "And the keepers who stocked it. And—" he hesitated, his eyes flicking toward the shadowed corner where the rescued children huddled together. Keziah followed his gaze. One of the children sat apart from the others, a girl of 10 or 11, with dark hair matted against her scalp and a branded forearm she kept pressed against her chest. She was not sleeping. Her eyes were open, fixed on the stone floor, and her lips moved soundlessly, forming words no one could hear. Keziah crossed the sand. The girl did not look up until Keziah crouched in front of her, close enough to see the faint tremor running through her jaw. Up close, the girl's eyes were rimmed with red, the skin beneath them bruised with exhaustion. "What is your name?" Keziah asked. "Ilara." The voice was barely a whisper. "Ilara, I am Keziah. I know who you are." The girl's gaze lifted, and Keziah saw something raw and frightened in the depths of her eyes. "Everyone knows who you are. The Ash Crown, the one who wakes bonds." The title sat wrong on her. "I am just someone trying to keep people alive." "That is what they all say." Ilara's voice cracked. "The keepers, the wardens, the Concord, they all say they are trying to keep people alive, but they all want something different." Keziah felt the weight of the girl's fear settle into the space between them. She wanted to offer reassurance, to promise that the convoy was different, that she was different, but the words caught in her throat because she knew the truth. She did want something from these children. She wanted them to trust her. She wanted to use their names to open the keeper routes. She wanted to build a coalition strong enough to challenge the Concord. She wanted to save them, but that did not mean she did not need them. "I am not going to let the Concord take you," she said. "You cannot promise that." Ilara's voice was flat. "You do not know what they can do. I have seen it, in my dreams. The way they hollow people out until there is nothing left except the signal. The way they keep you alive long after you stop being yourself." Keziah's chest tightened. She knew exactly what the girl was describing. She had seen it in the Bellanca manifests, in the hollowed eyes of the children in the vault, in the flickering light of Sami's divided presence on the map. "I know," she said. "I know what they do." "Then you know they are stronger than you." Ilara's voice rose, cracking with the force of her conviction. "You won the circuit. You proved you can fly. But that does not mean you can stop them. The High Warden has been doing this for decades. He has resources. He has the Bellanca channels. He has—" She stopped, her breath hitching. "He has what?" Ilara looked down at her branded forearm. "He has people inside every city, every refuge, every keeper ring. He knows where we are before we know where we are." She looked up and her eyes were wet. "Maybe the only way to survive is to go where he tells us, to accept the collar before they make it worse." The words hit Keziah like a blow to the chest. She could see the logic in the girl's fear. Samuel had spent 17 years building a machine that was designed to crush resistance before it formed. He had informants everywhere. He had Bellanca routes. He had the full weight of the Concord's legal authority and the willingness to burn anything that stood in his way. She could not promise Ilara that she would win. She could not promise that the children would survive. All she could offer was the truth, and the truth was not comforting. "I am not going to tell you it will be safe," Keziah said. "I am not going to tell you I know how to stop him. But I can tell you this. I have seen what happens to the people who surrender. I have seen the hollowed ones. I have seen the preserved tissue in the manifests. I have seen what they do to the ones who accept the collar." Ilara's breath caught. "If you go to him," Keziah said, "you will not survive. You will be kept alive, but you will not be yourself. The dreams you are having now, they will get worse. They will never stop. And one day, you will not remember your own name." She reached out and took Ilara's branded hand, feeling the girl's pulse flutter against her palm. "I cannot promise you victory. You can stay with us and fight. Or you can run, but I will not let you go to him believing it is your only option." Ilara stared at her for a long moment. Then she pulled her hand free and pressed her branded palm to her chest, her shoulders shaking with silent sobs. Keziah stood and walked back to the group. The family was watching her, their faces unreadable. "She is scared," Keziah said. "She is not the only one." "She is also right," Zuri said quietly. "He does have people everywhere. We do not know who we can trust." Keziah felt the truth of it settle into her bones. She looked at the ransacked supply cache map in Pim's hands, at the exhausted faces of the family, at the shadowed corners where the children huddled together, and she knew that the real battle was not going to be fought in the arena. It was going to be fought in the spaces between trust and fear. The date bell of the Keeper's Hall rang again, and the group turned toward the sound as one. Chapter 55. The bell pulled them forward before the argument could settle. Keziah moved through the Keeper's Hall with the family behind her, Ilara's branded palm still pressed to her chest, the girl's fear ringing in the space between her ribs. The hall opened into a chamber where the warden stood in a half-circle around a stone table, and at the center of the table lay a folded keeper banner with the silver splayed claw. The lead warden did not look up. "The council has recognized you. The routes are open. The final proceeds at dawn." Keziah waited for the catch. It came. "One condition." The warden's voice carried the weight of a decision already made. "The heirs you have gathered must remain within the sanctuary walls until the circuit is complete. No movement, no contact with the keeper rings. You finish the final, you claim the roots, and they are released to you. And if I refuse? Then the roots remain sealed, and the keepers stand aside when the Concord comes." Keziah felt the trap closing around her. The Concord was already inside the city. Every hour she waited was an hour Samuel used to tighten his grip on Sami, on the heirs, on the lattice itself. But the keepers were not asking. They were telling. She looked at Zuri, at Mahdi, at Thandazil. No one spoke. The choice was hers. I accept. The warden nodded and folded the banner. Then prepare. The final begins when the ash clears. The group filed out of the hall, the weight of the decision pressing down on them. Keziah walked beside Wakesfire, her hand on his neck, the bond pulsing with shared exhaustion and something that felt like dread. Kale was not in the courtyard. Keziah noticed it first. The boy who had betrayed them, who had been given mercy, who had sat trembling at her side waiting for punishment that never came, he was not among the rescued children huddled against the far wall. Where is he? Zuri followed her gaze. I've not seen him since the bell. Mahdi was already moving toward the eastern passage, his hand on the knife at his belt. The refuge quarter. He went to check the supply cache. Alone? Nobody told him not to. Keziah was running before the sentence finished. The refuge quarter was a warren of ash-stained corridors and collapsed areas, connected by rope bridges and maintenance shafts that the Concord had mapped years ago. If Kale had gone there alone, if he had been seen, smoke rose from the eastern edge of the quarter, not cooking smoke, not the gray-white haze of the harbor fires. This was dark, oily, rising in a column that did not disperse. The Concord was already inside. Keziah reached the quarter's entrance as the first flames licked over the rooftops. The rope bridge ahead was burning, the far end already collapsing into the ember pits below. Through the smoke, she saw movement. Concord riders in deep blue cloaks, moving through the corridors with practiced efficiency, and at the center of the smoke, a figure on his knees. Kale. She did not think. She ran. The bridge creaked beneath her, the flames leading through the ropes, the heat pressing against her face like a wall. She reached the far side as the bridge gave way behind her, the rope snapping and the planks falling into the ember glow below. Kale looked up as she grabbed him. His eyes were hollow, his branded forearm pressed against his chest, his lips moving soundlessly. Kale, look at me. He looked at her. But what she saw in his eyes was not fear. It was calculation. The Concord was already here, he said. I did not bring them. I did not. I was trying to find the cache. I was trying to help. The words were right. The timing was wrong. The smoke was too thick, the flames too high, the riders too close. She pulled him to his feet and ran. They escaped through a maintenance shaft that Mahdi had marked on the map, crawling through the ash and heat until they emerged at the edge of the refuge quarter, lungs burning, eyes streaming. The family was waiting, their faces pale in the firelight. Kale knelt on the ash-strewn ground, coughing, his branded palm pressed to his chest. Keziah stood over him, her breath coming hard, the bond burning with an anger that was not entirely her own. She wanted to ask. She wanted to demand the truth. But the fire was spreading, and the riders were regrouping, and the final was at dawn, and the children were watching. She chose the fire. Get him inside. Secure the perimeter. We move at dawn. The family scattered, and Keziah turned her back on Kale, casing to believe that the immediate crisis was the enemy, not the boy who had returned from the smoke with hollow eyes and a tongue that spoke words too clean to be true. By nightfall, the fire was contained. The refuge quarter had lost 3 structures, a supply cache, and one of the new strays, a girl of 7 with a branded forearm, and a name that had not yet been written in Pim's ledger. The girl was simply gone. No one had seen her leave. No one had heard her scream. The door to the shelter had been unlatched from the inside, and the ash on the floor showed 2 sets of footprints leaving the room. One set was small, barefoot, the girl's. The other set was larger, booted, and walked beside her without force. Keziah stood in the empty room, the ash cold on her skin, the bond humming with a warning she had chosen to ignore. She had chosen the fire over the harder conversation, and now a child was gone. Chapter 56. The smoke still clung to the refuge quarter when Mahdi found the ledger wedged behind the supply cache's false wall. He brought it to Keziah without a word, his face set in lines that told her everything before she opened the cover. The route was inside. Not the general path a convoy had taken through the salt canyons, but the specific turn, the shelter location, the maintenance shaft access, the timing of the keeper rotations. Written in a hand that trembled at the edges, as if the author had been afraid of what they were doing while doing it. Keziah read the first page twice. Then she closed the book and let the cold settle in her chest. Who had access to this? No one answered. She looked at the faces around her. Zuri, still ash-streaked from the fire line. Matti, his hand on his knife. Fantaziel, stone still against the wall. Calvo, tending the children in the corner. Pim, clutching his satchel like a shield. And Kale, sitting apart, his branded forearm pressed to his chest, his eyes fixed on the floor. Kale. He looked up. The calculation was still there, beneath the fear, beneath the trembling. She had seen it in the smoke. She had chosen to look past it. Who else could have taken this? I don't know. His voice cracked. I was in the quarter. I was trying to find the cash. I told you. You told me. She stepped closer. The bond hummed with something cold, something that was not Wakefire's anger but her own. You were in the quarter, alone. The same quarter where the route was copied and the cash was burned and the girl was taken. I did not. Then who? The silence stretched until it broke. Zuri stepped forward. It was the girl. The one with the braid. The one who sits in the corner and never speaks to anyone. Keziah turned. The girl was huddled against the far wall, her branded forearm hidden beneath her coat, her eyes on the floor. She was maybe 11, small, frightened. The same girl who had pressed her palm to the heated seal in the darkness, the one who was not on the Ember heir list. Her name is Ilara, Zuri said. She is the one who copied the route. She told me. Told you. She came to me after the fire, said she was sorry, said she did not mean for anyone to get hurt. She thought the Concord would take her and leave the rest alone. She thought that was the deal. The deal. Keziah's hand tightened on the ledger. The girl had sold the route to the Concord. The same Concord that had put her in the circuit testing, that had branded her, that had sorted her into the category of children who could be moved like cargo. And she had gone to them, believing they would keep their word. The cold wanted to harden into something permanent, something that would cut the girl loose and never look back. The cold said that trust was a currency the Concord had already stolen, and anyone who gave it to them was a fool who deserved what came next. But the cold was wrong. She knew it. She felt it in the bond, in Wakefire's steady presence at the edge of her awareness, watching, waiting, trusting her to choose. Where is she now? Zuri's jaw tightened. She ran. When the fire started, when the Concord came through the seam, she ran. I do not know where. Alone? No. The Concord took her. The words hit like a blade. Keziah closed her eyes. The girl had sold the route. The girl had made a deal with the Concord. And now the Concord had taken her, because frightened children who believed Shamuel's promises were not assets, they were loose ends. They are not going to keep their word, she said slowly. They are not going to give her shelter. They are going to hollow her out and put her on a transport skiff to Ashfall Gate, and in 3 days she will be in on Val's ledger. Then let her go. Fantaziel's voice came from the wall, flat and hard. She sold us. She burned the cash. She led the Concord to the shelter. Let her carry the weight of her choice. She is 11 years old. She is old enough to know what a deal means. Keziah turned to face her. She is old enough to be terrified. She is old enough to believe that the people who hurt her are the only ones who can keep her safe. That is not betrayal. That is what the Concord does to children. The room held its breath. Matti spoke first. If we go after her, we walked into a trap. The Concord knows we will follow. They are counting on it. Then we do not walk into the trap. Keziah looked at the map on the table, the gold filament route still glowing from the wayfinder, the eastern pass marked in Pim's careful hand. We find another way then, and we take her back before they can move her. Keziah, Ystrisi's voice was quiet. The final is at dawn. If you do not finish the circuit, the routes stay sealed. The heirs stay scattered. The Concord wins everything. I know. Then, I know. She looked at him, and the bond between them was not easy, not healed, but it was honest. I am not choosing the girl over the circuit. I am choosing both. We find her, we bring her back, and I fly the final at dawn. You cannot save everyone. Watch me. The words hung in the air, defiant, impossible, and Keziah did not know if she believed them. But she knew the alternative. She knew what it meant to let the cold win, to let the Concord's logic dictate who was worth saving and who was not. She had chosen the fire over the harder conversation. She would not make that mistake again. Pim, the Bellanca manifests. The section on Concord transits through Cinder Anchorage. Find me the path they used to move children out of the city. Pim was already moving, his hands shaking as he pulled the papers from the satchel. There is a secondary storm lock, 3 levels below the Keeper's Hall. It connects to the Eastern shipping channel. If they took her that way. Then that is where we go. She turned to the door, the ledger still in her hand, the cold still somewhere in her chest. But beneath it, a warmth that was not hope, not certainty, but something that refused to let go. Zuri, Mati, you are with me. Idrisi, hold the shelter. Keep the children safe. If the Concord comes back, you get them out through the northern pass. And if you do not return? She looked at him. The question was not a challenge. It was the same fear she carried, spoken aloud. Then you fly the final. She stepped through the door before he could answer, the smoke still rising from the refuge quarter, the night still thick with ash and silence. The girl was out there, frightened, alone, waiting for a rescue she did not believe was coming. Keziah would find her anyway. The bond pulsed once, warm and steady, and Wakefire's voice threaded through her mind like a hand reaching for hers in the dark. I will hold the weight. She let him. Chapter 57. The stormlock grate groaned as Keziah wrenched it open, rust flakes spinning into the dark below. Zuri dropped first, landing soft on packed earth, blade already in her hand. Mati followed, his weight settling into the silence of someone who had spent years learning not to be heard. Keziah came last, pulling the grate closed above her, sealing them into the maintenance shaft. The air changed. Colder, thicker. The chemical tang of the Concord's preservation oil crawling up from the tunnels below. Heard something. Zuri's voice barely stirred the dust. She pressed her ear to the wall, then shook her head. Fading east. Footsteps. More than one. Mati knelt, tracing a line through the ash on the floor. 3 sets. 2 booted, 1 barefoot. They are not trying to hide. They want us to follow. Keziah said it flat, not a question. Then we follow smart. Mati pulled a coil of wire from his pack, threading it through the bracket of a rusted iron ladder. I leave markers. If the tunnel splits, I rig the wrong path to collapse behind us. They cannot close a trap if we close their exits first. Zuri looked at him. You planned this. I planned for us to walk into a trap and survive it. He shrugged. Same thing. They moved. The tunnel sloped east, the walls shifting from packed stone to fused glass. The same material Keziah had seen in the vault beneath the shard graveyard. Concord masonry. Deliberate. Permanent. Every surface hummed with the faint resonance of a lattice that had been buried alive. Keziah felt it through the bond, the pulse of the Concord's old engineering, built to transport something valuable through something invisible. Children. She kept walking. The tunnel opened into a loading bay, low-ceilinged, lit by a single amber lamp. A transport skiff sat on the iron rails, its hull scarred, its cargo door sealed. The air smelled of salt and old blood and the sharp chemical of preservation oil. Zuri stopped at the corner, held up 2 fingers, then pointed toward the skiff's undercarriage. Keziah saw them. 2 Concord handlers in gray leather, standing at the cargo door, their backs to the tunnel. One carried a shock prod, the other a ledger. Neither was watching the entrance. They were watching the cargo. Keziah moved. She was across the floor before the first handler turned, her blade finding the gap between his collar and his helmet, twisting, dropping him without a sound. The second handler reached for the alarm. Zuri's knife took him in the throat. He fell against the cargo door, his blood spreading across the seal, and the silence returned. Mati was already at the door, working the lock. The seal is keyed. We need a handprint. Keziah looked at the dead handler, then at the door. Use his. Mahdi dragged the body to the seal, pressed the handler's hand to the reader. The lock clicked. The door swung open. The girl was inside. She was curled against the far wall of the cargo hold, her knees drawn to her chest, her branded forearm pressed to her mouth. Her eyes were open, wide, wet, and they found Keziah before the door was fully open. "Ash Crown." The voice was barely a whisper. She did not move. She did not run. "Ilara." Keziah stepped into the hold, keeping her hands visible, keeping her voice low. "I came to take you home." "Home?" The girl's laugh was a dry, broken thing. "I do not have a home. I sold it. I sold your route to the Concord. I am the reason the cash burned. I am the reason the girl is gone." "I know." "Then why?" Keziah knelt, bringing herself to the girl's level. "Because you are 11 years old. Because you believed the people who hurt you when they promised to stop. Because the Concord is very good at making children believe they are alone." She held out her hand. "I am not going to punish you for being afraid. I am not going to leave you here because you made a mistake. I am going to take you back to the shelter. And tomorrow, when I fly the final, you are going to be there. You are going to watch." Ilara stared at her hand. "Why?" "Because I want you to see what it looks like when someone does not need to hurt you to be strong." The girl's hand trembled. Then she took it. The climb back through the storm lock was faster. The Concord had not sealed the route behind them, and Maddie's markers held. The tunnel yielded to the Keeper's Hall, and the Keeper's Hall opened into the shelter, and the shelter was full of faces that turned to watch the girl walk in behind Keziah. Zuri spoke first, her voice flat. "You brought her back. She is a child. She sold us. She is still a child." The room held its breath. The watching heirs, the keeper wardens, the family, all of them looking at Keziah, waiting for the judgment that did not come. Keziah turned to Ilara. "Find a corner. Sit down. Do not move until you are told to move." The girl nodded and walked to the far wall, her branded forearm pressed to her chest, her eyes on the ground. The watching heirs did not look away, but they did not look away from Keziah either. One of them, a girl of maybe 14 with a scar across her cheek, stepped forward. "He is here." Keziah turned. "Who?" "Samuel Ikaru." The girl's voice was steady, but her hands were shaking. "He arrived 10 minutes ago. He has the Eastern Gate. He says he will burn the city to the ground if you do not yield the Ash Crown by dawn." The room went silent. Keziah looked at the girl, then at the door, then at the bond that pulsed warm and steady inside her chest. "Then I will fly the final." She turned to the shelter. "And I will bring him down." Chapter 58. The shelter was silent. Not the quiet of rest, the quiet of a held breath, of people waiting for something to break. Keziah stepped at the center of the room with Ilara's confession still ringing in her ears, the girl's branded forearm pressed to her chest, her eyes on the ground. The watching heirs had not moved. The family had not moved. The air was thick with the weight of a question no one had spoken aloud. Zuri broke forth. "You brought her back?" "I did. To the same shelter where the missing girl slept. The same shelter whose rat she sold. The same shelter the Concord burned because of her." Keziah did not look away. "She is a child. She is a liability." Zuri stepped forward, her voice rising, her hands shaking. "You forgave Kale. You forgave the boy who led the raid to the refuge quarter. You forgave Ilara. How many times do we get to be mercy before mercy kills us?" The room shifted. Maddie moved to stand beside his sister, his face unreadable. "Zuri is not wrong," he said quietly. "Not about the math. The Concord knows our routes now. They know where we sleep. They know how we move. And every time we take someone back, we give them another chance to learn something we cannot afford to lose." Keziah felt the bond pulse. Wakesfire, watching from the shadows of the Roost, his good eye fixed on her. He did not speak. He did not need to. "Then what do you want me to do?" she asked. "Leave her? Throw her out? Let the Concord have her? I want you to stop carrying everyone alone." Maddie's voice was steady. I want you to stop making decisions that affect all of us without telling us the cost until after we have paid it." The words hit like a blade. Calvo stepped forward from the wall, his hands folded, his face tired. "I have been watching you since the heart roost, Keziah. I've watched you take every wound, every decision, every death onto your own back. You do not ask for help. You do not admit when you are afraid. You do not let anyone stand beside you until after you have already fallen." He paused. "That is not leadership. It is martyrdom dressed up as duty, and it will kill you long before the Concord does." The room pressed in. Keziah wanted to argue. She wanted to say that she was the one with the bond, the one who could read the lattice, the one the Concord was hunting, that the weight belonged to her because no one else could carry it. But the words would not come. Pym spoke from the corner, his voice small. "I have 11 names, Keziah. 11 living Ember heirs. I have memorized every transport route, every extraction date, every coded entry that proves the Concord has been stealing children for 17 years. I have been carrying them because I thought they would matter if we survived long enough to use them." He looked up. "But they do not matter if the people carrying them are dead. The names do not matter if you are dead. And I am tired of watching you act like your life is the least important piece of this fight." The silence stretched. Fendazil rose from the bench where she had been sitting, her scarred face unmeetable. She walked to Keziah, stopped an arm's length away, and looked at her with an expression Keziah had never seen on her face before. Grief. "You are doing exactly what your mother did." Keziah's breath caught. "You are hoarding the pain. You are telling yourself that if you carry enough, bleed enough, sacrifice enough, the people you love will be safe. But that is not how it works. That is not how it ever worked." Tantazil's voice dropped. "Your mother died because she believed she had to carry the heart roost alone. She believed that if she told anyone what she had found, she would be putting them in danger. And she was right. But she was also wrong, because the danger came anyway. It always comes. And she faced it alone, and she lost." Keziah's throat burned. "I am not her. No, you are not. You have a family. She did not. She had me and she pushed me away. She had the keepers, and she hid the truth from them. She had Wake's fire, and she asked him to wait instead of fight." Handazil's eyes were wet. "You have people who are choosing to stand beside you, not because you asked them to, not because you commanded them, because they want to. And you keep finding ways to stand alone anyway." Keziah wanted to scream. She wanted to tell them that she was not trying to be a martyr, that she was just trying to survive, that every time she let someone close, the Concord found a way to use them against her. But the words would not come, because they were true. She had been hoarding the pain. She had been carrying the weight because she was terrified of what would happen if she let someone else hold it, and it broke them instead. The room waited. The bond pulsed, warm and steady. Wake's fire's voice, ancient and weary, threaded through her chest. "They are not wrong, and you know it." Keziah closed her eyes. "I do not know how to stop." The admission was barely a whisper. "I do not know how to let go of the weight. I do not know how to trust that if I stop carrying it, someone else will pick it up before it crushes us all." Fandazil's hand found her shoulder. "Then you learn. Tonight, tomorrow. One choice at a time. You start by letting us carry this." The room exhaled. Zuri stepped forward, her jaw taut, her eyes bright. "I am not saying I forgive Ilara. I am not saying I trust her. But I am saying I will stand beside you while you figure out what to do with her." Maddie nodded. "I will rig the next route so that if anyone sells it, the trap closes on the traitor instead of us." Calvo spread his hands. "I will keep healing. I will keep telling you the truth, even when you do not want to hear it." Pym clutched his satchel. "I will keep the names. And I will keep reminding you that they matter only if we live long enough to reach them." Fandazil squeezed Keziah's shoulder. "And I will be here. Not because I owe your mother a debt, because I choose to be." The shelter settled into a new kind of quiet. Not peace, not resolution, but something closer to trust. Then the bell rang. Not the keeper's bell, not the circuit bell. The arena bell. Early. The note cut through the shelter like a blade, and the room went still. A runner appeared in the doorway, breathless, her face pale. "The semifinal," They called it early. The Concord is moving through the lower tiers. The wardens say you have to fly now or forfeit. Keziah's hand went to the bond. Wakesfire rose, his damaged wing granding, his good eye fixed on her. And in the distance, from beyond the eastern gate, a sound that turned the air cold. A horn. Deep, measured, unmistakable. Samoil Ikaru's arrival horn. The city had heard it. The shelter had heard it. And Keziah knew with a certainty that settled into her bones like frost that the semifinal was not a test. It was a trap. Chapter 59. The arena bell was still ringing when Keziah stepped onto the sand. The sound was wrong. Higher than the keeper's bell. Sharper than the circuit bell. A summons that meant now not prepare. The crowd felt it too. They were restless, packed shoulder to shoulder in the tiers, their noise a nervous hum instead of the hungry roar she had learned to expect. Smoke still clung to her clothes. The refuge quarter fire. The missing girl. Kale's calculating eyes. The family's words still burning in her chest. You are doing exactly what your mother did. Keziah pressed her palm to the bond. Wakesfire answered before she called. He descended through the arena's open roof, his damaged wing catching the light at an angle that made the tear visible to every eye in the stands. He landed hard, forelegs absorbing the impact with a grunt that traveled through the lattice. The crowd saw it. They saw him favor the right side, saw the stiffness in the joint, saw the way Keziah's hand went to the same shoulder he was guarding. They measured us, Wakesfire said. Every wound, every limit. Then we give them new ones to measure. The starting horn blasted. Tovin Maris launched from the opposite side of the arena on his russet-scaled, copper-veined dragon, taking the high line with the clean, surgical precision that had defined his entire circuit run. No wasted motion, no hesitation. He was already reading the course, already calculating the path through the obstacles that had been rearranged overnight. Keziah did not calculate. She mounted Wakesfire and let him launch when he was ready, not when the crowd expected it. The takeoff was ugly. His wing caught a cross-draft and yawed hard before he corrected. Someone in the lower tiers laughed. The laugh died when Wakesfire caught the thermal. Not the one she would have chosen. A thin, unstable ribbon of rising air that ran along the eastern wall, barely wide enough for a draken his size. She would have avoided it. He dove into it. The bond flared. Trust me. She let go. Not of the reins, not of the seat, of the command. She stopped trying to read the course, stopped trying to anticipate the next obstacle, stopped trying to be ready for everything. She opened the bond wide and let Wakesfire fly. The course was a maze of swinging iron cages, fire vents, and ash geysers timed to catch riders mid-turn. The Concord had rebuilt it overnight, designed to punish the tactics she had used in the Qualifier. Every thermal was rigged. Every gap was narrower than a dragon's wingspan. Wakesfire flew through it like a man who had been waiting his whole life to be trusted. He took the first cage cluster at an angle that should have snapped his wing. He folded at the last instant, letting the momentum carry them through sideways, his scawed hide scraping against iron. The crowd gasped. The second obstacle was a wall of fire vents. He dove under it, close enough to the sand that Keziah felt the filth through her boots, then pulled up hard, too hard, his damaged wings screaming through the lattice. She did not pull back. She poured strength into the bond instead, her will into his muscle, her breath into his lungs. The shared wound flight, raw and imperfect, holding them together where either alone would have failed. They cleared the firewall. Tovin was already on the other side, his copper-veined dragon moving through the upper course with mechanical precision. He had not touched a single obstacle. He had not taken a single risk. He was winning. Keziah did not care. She was flying, not fighting the course, not fighting Wakesfire, not fighting herself. She was flying the way the old carvings in the temple had shown, rider and dragon as one shape, moving through the air like a single creature with two hearts. The crowd felt it. The nervous hum shifted. Someone in the upper tiers stood, then another. Then a ripple of movement spread through the stands as people rose to watch the ash crown fly the way no Concord rider had ever taught. The final obstacle was a narrow gap between two stone pillars, barely wide enough for a dragon's body, with a thermal vent at the base that would either lift them through or cook them alive. Wakesfire's not slow. He drove toward the gap, his good eye fixed on the opening, his damaged wing tucked so tight against his ribs that Keziah felt the joint grinding through the bond. Now. She leaned forward, pressing her branded palm to his neck, and they flew through the gap together. Not rider commanding dragon, not dragon carrying rider, but one creature moving through fire and stone because neither would let go. They cleared it. The bell rang. The round was over. Keziah had advanced. Tovin had advanced on the opposite side of the bracket. The final would be between them. The crowd erupted. But the sound was wrong. Not triumph, alarm. A runner burst onto the sand, her face pale, her voice carrying through the noise like a blade. "The Eastern Gate! The Concord has opened the Eastern Gate!" Keziah's hand went to the bond. "He is here," Wakesfire said. The crowd parted. The arena master's box went silent. And through the open gate, walking with the unhurried stride of a man who had already won, High Warden Sami Bellanca entered Cinder Anchorage. He was not looking at the arena. He was looking at Keziah. And he was smiling. Chapter 60. The arena held its breath. Sami Bellanca walked through the Eastern Gate like a man who had already won. The crowd parted before him, not out of respect, but out of the old instinct that made prey freeze when the hunter entered the clearing. He looked different. The burned seam along his jaw had healed into a ridge of tight, pale skin that pulled at the corner of his mouth when he spoke. The lattice scar tissue spread across his throat like cracked copper veins, visible above his collar. His left shoulder sat crooked, the arm hanging at an angle that suggested the bone had never been properly set. He had survived the heart roost collapse. It had not left him untouched. Keziah stayed on Wakefire's back, her branded palm still pressed to his neck, the bond thrumming with shared wariness. The crowd's noise had died to a murmur, then to silence. Sami stopped at the center of the sand. He did not look at the arena master. He did not look at the observer houses. He looked at Keziah, and his voice carried through the still air like a blade drawn across stone. The ash crown survives the circuit. The city applauds. The children sleep in sanctuary, believing they are safe. He let the words settle. But the awakening is not a story. It is not a symbol. It is a fire that had already crossed the thermal shelf. He turned, slowly, addressing the crowd as much as the council. 3 settlements in the outer belt have reported uncontrolled bondings in the last 7 days. Children who touched a dragon and woke something they could not contain. Riders who lost control of mounts that had been sleeping for decades. The Concord has contained each incident. The keepers have not. A ripple of unease passed through the stands. Sami raised his hand, and a rider in deep blue Concord leather stepped forward from the gate, carrying a dispatch case. Sami opened it without looking, pulling out a folded sheet. Glass Mile Step, population 400. A bonded pair lost control of their lattice during a public ceremony. The dragon did not kill them. The backlash did. 17 dead, including 6 children who were not Ember heirs. He held the paper up. Confirmed by Concord recorders. I have 12 more. The crowd's unease sharpened into something uglier. Fear looked like anger when it did not know where to strike. Keziah's grip tightened on the bond. He is building a story, Wakesfire said. He is making himself the only answer. She knew. She had known since the moment he walked through the gate. Sami turned back to her, his burned face unreadable. I am not here to seize the circuit. I am not here to arrest the Ash Crown. I am here to offer the only thing that has ever stopped an uncontrolled awakening from becoming a second shattering. He paused. Order! The word landed like a stone in still water. Tovin Maris stepped forward from the edge of the sand, his copper-veined dragon shifting behind him. His face was unreadable, but his voice carried the same careful precision that had marked every word he had spoken since the Qualifier. High Warden. Sami inclined his head. Candidate Maris, you are asking the city to trade sanctuary for control. I am asking the city to trade fear for survival. Tovin's jaw tightened. Those are the same thing when you say them. No, Samael said, and his voice softened into something almost kind. They are the same thing when the alternative is Ash. The crowd murmured. Tovin did not step back, but he did not step forward either. He was weighing, calculating, measuring the distance between principle and catastrophe. Keziah saw the fracture forming. She dismounted. Wakefire's rumble of protest vibrated through the bond, but she did not stop. She walked across the sand until she stood 10 paces from Samael Ikaru, close enough to see the lattice burn scar that spread across his throat like a confession. "You told them I was dead," she said. The crowd went still. Samael's expression did not change. "You were not yet what you needed to become. You orchestrated my mother's death. You let me live in the underside markets, branded but unclaimed, waiting for the moment I would be useful." She did not raise her voice. "And now you stand in a city that just watched me open a Roost hub without killing anyone, and you tell them that freedom is the danger." "I tell them what I have seen." Samael's voice was quiet, almost gentle. "I have seen what uncontrolled bonds do to people who do not understand what they carry. I have seen children hollowed by the same lattice that you call a gift. I have seen the aftermath of the first awakening, Keziah. I have walked through the glass pits where the bones of 10,000 are still fused into the stone." He took a step toward her. "I am not the enemy of the Ember heirs. I am the only person he has spent 40 years learning how to keep them alive." Keziah felt the weight of his words. They were true in the way that poisoned water was still wet. He had kept children alive. He had also kept them in cages. "You are asking me to trust the same system that sold my mother to Ashfall Gate. I am asking you to trust the same system that let her daughter love." The silence stretched. Then Tovin Maris moved. He walked to the center of the sand, positioning himself between Keziah and Samael, his hand raised in a gesture that was almost a wave. "I will be watching." The gate closed behind him. The crowd erupted into noise, not chewing, not panicking, but the raw, fractured sound of a city that had just been told to choose between two futures and did not know which one would burn. Tovin turned to Keziah. "He is planning something. You are just realizing that. I am realizing that I have been used." His voice was flat, controlled. "I believed in the circuit because I believed in the principle. But he has been waiting for this since before I entered the bracket. He has been waiting for this since before I was born." Tovin was silent for a long moment. Then he looked at her, and his eyes were not the eyes of an enemy. "Then we finish it, and we find out what he is really waiting for." He walked away. Keziah stood alone on the sand, the crowd's noise washing over her, the bond with Wakefier pulsing with shared dread. "He is not afraid of losing," Wakefier said. "I know. He is afraid of something else, something that happens after the final." Keziah looked toward the eastern gate, where Samael had disappeared into the shadows of the city. "Then we find out what it is before he does." The bond flared with agreement. Behind her, in the shadows beneath the stands, Ping Druval crouched over a grate that had been pried open, his hands trembling as he traced the edge of a Concord supply seal that should not have been there. Beside him, the branded gueux from the refuge quarter pressed her finger to the grate, her face pale. "They are already inside," she whispered. "They have been waiting." Chapter 61. The family gathered in the Roost chamber beneath the keeper's hall, the amber light from the opened hub casting long shadows across the stone. Keziah stood at the center, still wearing the ash and blood of the semifinal, her branded palm pressed against her chest where the lattice pulse had not stopped humming. Pim spread his stolen freight proof across the floor, the pages trembling in his hands. "I told you there were 12 ingress points," he said, his voice thin and urgent. "But I did not understand what they were connected to." He flattened a map of Cinder Anchorage's underlevels. The parchment yellowed and creased from being folded inside his coat for 3 days. Someone had marked the city's foundations in black ink, tunnels, maintenance shafts, stormlock overrides, and at the center, a circle drawn in dried blood. "This is not a transport network," Pim said. "It is a cage, but the Concord built it around the entire circuit course." Keziah knelt beside him, her eyes tracing the lines. The tunnels connected every tier of the arena, every keeper hall, every shelter quarter, every roost chamber. They converged on a single point beneath the championship course. What is at the center? Pym's hand hovered over the blood-drawn circle. A sealed roost hub, older than the city. The Concord found it when they built Cinder Anchorage and built the circuit on top of it to hide what they were doing. Hide what? Pym looked up at her, and his face was the color of old bone. They have been using the circuit to measure the children. Every round, every obstacle, every test of the body and will, it is not a competition. It is a diagnostic. The lattice under the arena reads the bond signatures of every branded heir who flies the course. It maps their resonance, their strength, their potential. The Concord has been collecting that data for years. The room went silent. Zuri stepped forward, her jaw tight. So the final is not about who wins, it is about who is watching, Pym said. The Concord does not care who survives the circuit. They care about the signatures the hub collects. Every heir who flies the course leaves a mark in the lattice. The Concord reads those marks. They know exactly who is in the city, who has awakened, who is still dormant. He pulled a folded page from his satchel, the Bellanca seal still visible at the edge. This is the transport schedule for the third wave. It is dated for the night of the final. They are not waiting for the match to end. They are moving the children out while the crowd is watching the sky. Keziah felt the cold settle into her chest. They are using the final as cover. Yes, to identify the heirs in the crowd. Yes, to lock the sanctuary routes. Pym's hand trembled as he unfolded the last page. There's more. He laid out a Bellanca channel record, the handwriting matching the deputy quartermaster's hand from the Ashfall Gate ledger. The page listed names, ages, and a column marked lattice signature acquired. Beside each name, a date stamp. Tandazil stepped forward, her scarred face unreadable. These are the children they have already processed through the circuit. They are not candidates. They are harvests. Keziah counted the names, 23. All branded, all between the ages of 7 and 14, all marked with a date stamp in the last 3 months. Where are they now? Pym's voice cracked. The route heads east, toward Ashfall Gate. But the last transfer point is not marked on any map I have seen. It is somewhere beneath the arena. The room held its breath. Then Alara spoke. The betrayer sat in the corner, her branded forearm pressed to her chest, her eyes fixed on the floor. She had not spoken since Keziah pulled her from the cargo hold. The group had given her space, not trust, but no one had told her to be silent. I know where the tunnel ends. Keziah turned to her. Tell me. Ilara's voice was barely a whisper. I saw it in the dreams. The Concord hollowing people out, the place where they keep the ones who wake before the circuit. It is under the course. There is a door. A black door with a mark that looks like a circle split by a line. She pressed her hand to her chest. I saw it because I was supposed to go there. The woman in gray said I would be transferred after the mid-bracket. She said I would be useful. The room was silent. Then the lattice tremor hit. It was not a wave. It was a needle, thin and cold, sliding through the bond network from somewhere beneath the stone. Keziah felt it in her brand, in her ribs, in the hollow space where Wakefire's presence lived. It was not hostile. It was searching. Keziah's breath caught. Sami. She felt it. The divided will, the forced bond, the buried consciousness fighting against the leash. Sami was not in the city. She was not in the tunnel. She was somewhere between, brushing the lattice from a distance, trying to find a way through. The tremor faded. The room was still. Keziah looked at the blood-drawn circle on Pym's map. The final is not just a trap for the heirs. It is a signal. Samuel is waiting for something to happen inside the hub, something that requires the circuit to be in motion. She pressed her branded palm to the stone floor. And I think Sami is the key. The floor beneath her hand pulsed once, warm and alive, as if something buried under the arena had just heard its name called. Chapter 62. The keeper's hall had emptied. The family had scattered to their stations. Zuri and Mati checking the tunnel seals, Calvo and Thandaziel tending the wounded, Pym locking the stolen records in a lead-lined box, Nizand curled against the copper dragon with the hatchling in his lap. The amber light beneath the arena still pulsed, slow and patient, waiting for dawn. Keziah stood at the map table with her palms flat on the blood-drawn circle, feeling the residual warmth where the floor had answered her call. Idrisi appeared at the edge of the light. The bandage on his shoulder had darkened at the edges again, but he had not come to be treated. "There is one more Bellanca laid," he said. "A channel manifest I did not copy. It is sealed in the deputy quartermaster's office beneath the customs house." She looked up. "You said the manifest was complete?" "I said the manifest I copied was complete." He did not look away. "There is a second book, restricted. It tracks the movement of bonded signatures, not bodies. Shipments of hollowed bond hollows, extracted lattice threads, and the living carriers who carried them." "Sami." "She is listed as cargo in transit," he said. "Not a location, a status. The entry updates every time the lattice under the arena reads her signature." Keziah pushed off the table and grabbed her coat. The customs house was dark when they reached it, the lower levels sealed for the night. The Idrisi knew the Bellanca override. He pressed his palm to a rusted plate in the foundation wall, and the seam opened, letting them into a narrow corridor that smelled of old oil and sealed paper. The deputy quartermaster's office was a locked worm at the end of the corridor. Idrisi picked the lock with a wire from his coat, his hand steady despite the wound in his shoulder. "You have done this before," she said. "I was trained to open doors," he said. "It was the only useful thing my father taught me." The door swung open. The room was small, windowless, stacked with ledgers. A single lamp burned on the desk, the flame so low it barely touched the glass. The second manifest sat open, as if someone had been reading it moments before. Idrisi went to it first. Keziah watched his face as he read. The color drained from his skin, then returned, then drained again. "She is here," he said. "Not in body, in signature. The lattice under the arena has been reading her bond hollow for 3 days. The Concord has been using the circuit to map the route she is being moved through, and every time her signature passes through the hub, the arena floor pulses." The pulse Keziah had felt when she called Sami's name. "They are not keeping her alive," Idrisi said. "They are keeping her open." Keziah stepped to the desk and looked at the entry. The handwriting was the same deputy quartermaster's hand. The entry listed a designation, a status, and a column marked Lattice Echo. The designation read, Sarah. The status read, In Transit. The Lattice Echo read, Divided, Contained, Awaiting Convergence. "She is fighting," Keziah said. The words came out raw. "The Echo is divided. That means part of her is still herself, buried underneath the hollow." Idrisi's hand found the edge of the desk and held. "I told myself I could reach her before the final," he said. "I told myself there was time." Keziah turned to him. The lamplight carved his face into shadow and hollow. The bruise on his jaw from the Ari collapse had faded to a yellow-green wash, but his eyes were raw, open, bleeding something he had not let her see before. "There is no time," he said. "The final is at dawn. She is already inside the hub. The Concord had been using every circuit round to pull her signature deeper into the lattice, and when the championship opens the hub fully, she will be the lock that closes it." He was not telling her something she did not already know. He was saying it aloud because saying it aloud made it real. Keziah stepped closer. The space between them filled with the heat of the lamp, the smell of sealing wax, the sound of the storm belt grinding against the arena dome above them. "I am not going to let her become the lock," she said. "You cannot stop it by winning the match." "I know. You cannot stop it by dying either." She met his eyes. "I know that too." He did not move. The bond between them, the one that was not a bond but felt like one, the one built from shared silences, stolen touches, and the weight of every choice they had made to stay, pulled at the air between them. "When I was a child," he said, "I used to watch the Bellanca ships leave the eastern pier and tell myself I would be on one of them someday. I would go east, past the mapped shards, past the patrol routes, and find something the Concord had not already claimed." He paused. "I did not know what I was looking for. I just knew I wanted to be somewhere my name did not mean cargo." She did not look away. I found it, he said. It is not a place. It is standing in front of me. The air broke. Keziah reached for him. His hand caught hers, his fingers threading through the spaces between hers, and the contact was a blade, too sharp, too real, cutting through the exhaustion and the fear and the weight of every name on Pym's list. She pulled him closer. He let her. They stood in the dark room with the manifest open on the desk, the lamp burning lower, and the knowledge that Sami was somewhere beneath them, divided, fighting, waiting for someone to reach her. Keziah pressed her forehead to his. I cannot promise I will survive the final, she said. I am not asking you to promise. I cannot promise I will reach her before the lock closes. I know, but I can promise you this. She lifted her head and looked at him. When the sky opens, I will be standing on the same side as you. Not ahead, not behind, beside. He let out a breath that sounded like something breaking. She kissed him. It was not the kiss they had shared in the Registry loft, hungry and stolen and half disbelieving. It was slower, steadier, a promise made in the dark where no one could witness it. She felt his hand press against her spine, the heat of his palm through the worn fabric of her coat, and she let herself want it, just for a moment, before the dawn came. When they broke apart, the lamp had burned to the glass. We should go, he said. Yes. Neither of them moved. Then the floor beneath them pulsed, not the steady rhythm of the hub, something else. A single sharp beat, like a fist striking stone from below. Keziah looked at the manifest. The lattice echo column had changed. The entry now read, divided, contained, awaiting convergence. Convergence, imminent. The ink was still wet. Chapter 63. The arena bell did not ring. It detonated. The sound hit the stone before the light reached the sand, a bronze concussion that rattled through the stands and sent the crowd surging to their feet. Keziah did not rush. She placed her branded hand on Wakefire's neck, felt the ache of his damaged wing through the bond, and let him feel the shape of her intent before she spoke it aloud. We do not have to win fast. We only have to win. Wakefire's answer came as a low rumble through his chest. Not words, not images, just the old, familiar rhythm of agreement. He launched. The takeoff was ugly. Wakefire's bad wing caught the crosswind wrong, yawing them hard left before he corrected with a snap of his tail. A ripple of laughter moved through the cheaper tears. Keziah ignored it. She was watching Tovin. He was already reading her, his dragon banked in a tight arc, cutting across the arena's upper rim, and Keziah felt the weight of everything Idrisi's old reports had taught the Concord. Tovin knew her patterns. He knew Wakefire's blind side. He knew the thermal shears she favored, and the way she pulled left when she was about to commit. The first pass came fast. Tovin's dragon dropped from the high line, wings folding, and Keziah saw the strike before it landed. She called the correction, but Wakefire was already moving, pivoting on his good wing, letting the russet dragon's claws rake air where his flank had been a heartbeat earlier. You can see it, Tovin said, not a question. He pulled his mount into a climb, circling back above her. The bond lets you read my approach before the dragon commits, but you were still compensating for the blind side. He was right. Wakefire's ruined eye had been a wound for so long that Keziah had learned to work around it, calling angles, feeding him positions through the bond. But working around a weakness was not the same as fixing it, and Tovin had been trained to find the seam. The second pass was a feint. He dove left, then wrenched his dragon into a roll that brought him under Wakefire's belly, claws up. Keziah felt the impact through the bond as Wakefire twisted, catching the strike on his armored chest instead of the vulnerable wing. The sound of metal on scale cracked across the arena. The crowd screamed. Wakefire banked hard, dropping toward the furnace vents, looking for the thermal shears that had saved them in every match before this one. But Tovin did not follow. He held position, watching. He knew. He knew the thermal shears, knew the furnace line, knew every trick Keziah had used in the Qualifier and the mid-bracket. The Concord had given him her patterns, and he had studied them until they were bone deep. Keziah pulled up, abandoning the thermal approach. Then we give him something he has not seen. Wakefire's answer came as a flicker of dry amusement. That is a short list. She opened the bond wider. The first time she had done this, in the pain course, it had nearly broken her. The flood of Wakefire's age, his grief, the bone-deep weariness of centuries, had threatened to drown the part of her that needed to think. But she had learned to let the flood pass through her instead of filling her, to stand in the current without being swept away. She let him see what she saw. The arena, the crowd, the hub beneath the stone. Tovin's dragon climbing above them, ready to strike again. She let Wakefire see it all through her eyes, and she felt him adjust, felt his body shift in response to information his ruined eye could not gather. The third pass came. Tovin's dragon dropped like a stone, and this time, Keziah did not call the correction. She let Wakefire fly. He pivoted, caught the thermal shear at the wrong angle, and used it not to climb but to spin, reversing their positions in a maneuver that looked like a mistake until it was too late. Tovin's dragon overshot. The crowd gasped. Keziah did not press the advantage. She pulled back, giving Tovin space to recover, and she saw something flicker in his expression. Not gratitude, recognition. He knew she had let him regroup. The arena fell into a rhythm then, a dance of attack and counter, strike and parry, each pass teaching Keziah something new about how her bond worked under pressure. Tovin's discipline was flawless. He exploited every pattern the Concord had given him, and he did it without cruelty, without relish, simply executing the plan with mechanical precision. But mechanical precision could not read the bond. It could not feel the way Wakefire's wings screamed when he banked left, or the way Keziah's breath hitched when she pushed too much strength into the shared wound. It could not know the shape of the thing they had become together, the creature that was neither rider nor dragon, but something older, something the Concord had tried to erase. The fifth pass opened a gas along Wakefire's flank. The sixth drove them into the furnace vent, forcing Keziah to ride the thermal surge or crash into the stone. The seventh pass, Tovin aimed for Keziah, not the dragon, Keziah. His dragon's claws raked the air where her shoulder had been, and she felt the wind of the strike against her throat, close enough to draw blood if she had not leaned back at the last instant. "He is testing," Wakefire said. "Not fighting, testing." Keziah understood. Tovin was not trying to kill her. He was trying to measure the distance between what the Concord had told him and what she actually was. And the closer he came, the more she could see the something working behind his eyes, the calculation that was not about victory, but about the truth he was trying to find. Below them, the arena floor began to hum. Not the crowd, the stone. Keziah felt it through the bond, a deep subsonic thrum that vibrated up through Wakefire's claws and into her chest. The hub. The sealed Roost hub beneath the championship course was waking. She looked at the eastern tier. Samuel Ikaru stood at the rail, his starred throat visible above his collar, his mouth set in a line that was almost satisfaction. He was not watching the match. He was watching the stone. He is not waiting for the winner, Keziah realized. He is waiting for the hub. Tovin's dragon dove again, and this time, Keziah answered with a strike that was not a pattern. She drove Wakefire into a climb that strained his injured wing past its limit, felt the membrane tear, tasted blood in her mouth, and did not stop. They rose above Tovin's position, above the thermal line, above the arena rim, into the thin, cold air where the storm churned, and Keziah saw what Samuel had been waiting for. The stone beneath the arena was cracking. Not from the hub's awakening, from the Concord's preparation. The ingress points Payne had met, the tunnels beneath the stands, the pried open grates, all of it converging on the same point, the same moment, the same orchestrated collapse. The final was not a match, it was a signal, and the hub is opening to answer it. Chapter 64. Tovin's dragon came again, and this time Keziah felt the difference in the angle of his dive. Not a test, a statement. She pulled Wakefire into a tight spiral, using the thermal shear along the eastern wall to gain altitude, but Tovin had already read the move. He cut across her arc, forcing her into the furnace vent's dead air, where the lift died and Wakefire's bad wing had to work twice as hard to keep them airborne. The crowd gasped. Keziah felt the membrane tear a little more. Tovin did not press the advantage. He pulled back, giving her room to recover, and she saw it clearly now. He was not trying to break her. He was trying to prove that discipline could contain her, that the system he believed in could absorb everything she was and still hold. He called down, his voice carrying across the arena. "Yield, Ash Crown, you have nothing to prove to me." Keziah laughed. It came out raw, wind-scraped and honest. "I have nothing to prove you, Tovin Maris, but they need to see something." She did not explain. She drove Wakesfire into a climb that strained his injured wing past its limit, felt the shared wound pulse hot through her chest, and did not stop climbing until they were above the arena rim, above the thermal line, in the thin, cold air where the storm belt churned. Below her, the arena was a bowl of waiting faces. Tovin followed, of course. He was too disciplined to let her gain the high ground uncontested. His dragon climbed in a clean spiral, conserving energy, reading the currents the way a scholar read a text. Mechanical, precise, predictable. Keziah waited until he was level with her. Then she opened the bond wide and let Wakesfire see through her eyes. She showed him Tovin's position, the angle of his dragon's wings, the tension in Tovin's shoulders that meant he was about to commit to a strike. She showed him all of it, and Wakesfire adjusted without a command, shifting his weight, reading the current in the bond before it became a movement in the air. Tovin struck. Keziah did not dodge. She leaned into the strike, let his dragon's claws rake the air where her shoulder had been, and used the split second of his overcommitment to drive Wakesfire into a spin that brought them around behind him. The crowd roared. But Tovin was already recovering. His dragon tucked, dropped, and leveled out below her, giving her no opening to press the advantage. He had read her move before she made it, not through the bond, but through preparation. He had studied every pattern she had ever shown, every thermal shear she favored, every trick she had used in the pain course. He knew her better than she knew herself, and he still believed the system was right. Keziah caught the next thermal, a thin, unstable ribbon that should have thrown them into the wall, but she rode it the way Wakesfire had taught her, letting the chaos carry them instead of fighting it. Tovin followed, and she felt him hesitate. He did not know how to read a move that was not a pattern. She drove into the furnace vent at full speed. The heat hit her like a wall, and the shared wound flared, and she felt Wakefire's wings scream in protest, and she did not stop. She rode the thermal surge, let it carry them through the vent and out the other side, where the cold air hit them like a fist. Tovin was waiting. He had anticipated the exit. His dragon was already positioned, claws ready, and Keziah saw the strike coming and knew she could not dodge in time. She did not need to. She opened the bond wider than she had ever opened it, let Wakesfire see through her eyes, and let him move her body as if she were the one being flown. He wrenched them sideways, used the bad wings drag as a pivot, and spun them out of the strike's path by the width of a hand. The crowd was on its feet. Tovin pulled back, and Keziah saw something flicker in his expression. Not frustration, something closer to recognition. He circled, and she let him, using the pause to breathe, to feel the bond steady, to read the arena below them. The stone was still cracking, the hub was still waking, and Samuel was still watching the stone, not the match. Tovin's voice carried across the gap. "You are not fighting to win." "No," Keziah said. "I am fighting to show them what a bond can be. The Concord will not let you finish." "I know." Tovin was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "I cannot let you lose to the Concord's plan, but I cannot let you win on the terms you have chosen either." Keziah understood. He was not going to stop fighting her. He was going to fight her the only way he knew how, with discipline, with preparation, with the belief that controlled authority saved more lives than chaos ever could. And she was going to have to prove to her way was stronger without breaking him. The arena floor shuddered. The cracking stone was spreading. The hub was almost open. And Keziah knew she had one chance to show the crowd what she needed them to see, before the Concord's plan consumed everything. She drove Wakesfire into a dive, straight at Tovin, and she did not pull up. Chapter 65. She dove. Wakefire's wings screamed through the bond, the torn membrane catching the wind wrong, but she did not pull up. She drove straight at Tovin, at the space where he would be in the next heartbeat, trusting the bond to close the gap. Tovin did not dodge. He held his line, his dragon's claws extended, and Keziah saw in his eyes that he was not going to yield. He was going to meet her impact, let the collision decide what the crowd could not. 3 lengths. 2. The arena floor shuddered beneath them, and the hum that had been building since the first bell turned into a grinding, wrong rhythm pulse that vibrated through the stone and up through the air. Tovin's dragon faltered. The copper-veined wings stuttered as the current beneath the arena surged, and Keziah felt it through the bond before she saw it. The hub. The sealed Roost hub. Something had cracked it open from below and the lattice was bleeding. She pulled up. Wake's fire obeyed without question, wrenching them out of the dive with a force that sent fire through his injured wing and into her chest. They spiraled up, away from Tovin, away from the collision, and Keziah looked down. The arena floor was splitting. Not the hairline cracks of the match, deep fissures running from the center outward, and through them amber light pulsed like a heartbeat. The crowd was on its feet, not cheering now, screaming. The stone beneath the eastern tier groaned, and Keziah saw the Concord ingress points, the grates Pym had found, the tunnels he had mapped, and they were open. Figures in black plate poured through. Not riders, ground teams. They carried something Keziah did not recognize, iron rods with glowing tips, and they drove them into the cracks in the stone. The amber light surged, and the hum became a howl. Keziah felt it through the lattice. The hub was not just opening, it was being forced open, and the strain was tearing through the bond network beneath the arena. She felt the branded children in the lower tiers, their fear, their confusion, their bodies responding to the lattice current like iron filings to a magnet. She felt the hatchling, somewhere in the Roost with Nizan, let out a cry that was not pain but warning. Tovin's voice cut through the chaos. "Keziah, the eastern span is collapsing!" She looked. He was right. The stone beneath the eastern tier was crumbling, and the crowd was surging toward the exits, but the exits were sealed. The Concord had locked them in. She had a choice. She could chase Tovin, finish the match, claim the victory that would give her the routes, the recognition, the authority to gather the heirs. She could win, or she could turn. Wake's fire's thought met hers before she had finished forming it. We cannot win if there is no one left to follow. She turned. She drove Wake's fire down, not toward Tovin, not toward the finish line, but toward the center of the arena floor, where the amber light was brightest. The heat hit her like a wall, and the shared wound flared, and she felt the hub's current try to pull her bond apart. She did not fight it. She opened the bond wide, wider than the pain course, wider than the dive, and let the hub's current flow through her. She felt its shape, its wound, the place where the Concord's iron rods had driven into the lattice, forcing it open, forcing it to bleed. She could not stop the current, but she could redirect it. She pressed her branded palm to the raw amber light, and she sang. Not the lullaby, not the words her mother had left in the white dragon's memory. A sound without shape, a vibration that matched the hub's frequency and then shifted, pulling it away from the cracks, away from the crowd, away from the children. The amber light surged toward her. It hit her chest like a blade, and she felt Wake's fire take the strain with her, felt his wind lock, his heart stutter, his will hold. She felt the hatchling's resonance join him, thin and distant but real. She felt Nizan, somewhere in the Roost, press his branded hand to the stone and push. The howl stuttered. The amber light flickered, and Keziah saw Samola Ikaru watching from the eastern tier, his face unreadable, his hand raised in the signal she had seen before. The signal for the iron collars, the signal for the seizure. He lowered his hand. The Concord teams below stopped. The iron rods went dark. The howl faded to a hum, and the amber light retreated, pulling back into the cracks, into the hub, into the sealed dark beneath the arena. Keziah hung in the air, gasping, her branded palm smoking, her bond with Wake's fire stretched thin but holding. The arena was silent. Then the crowd roared. Not for blood, not for victory. For her. For the ash crown who had turned away from the match to save them. Keziah looked at Tovin. He was still in the air, his dragon steady, his face unreadable. He had not attacked while she was vulnerable. He had waited. "Finish it," she said. Tovin shook his head. "There is nothing to finish." He turned his dragon toward the eastern gate, where the Concord teams were withdrawing, and Keziah saw that the hub was not the only thing that had broken open. The floor beneath the arena had stopped cracking, but the amber light was still pulsing. And from the darkness beneath the stone, something answered. Chapter 66. The amber light had not retreated far. It pulsed beneath the cracked stone, waiting, and Keziah felt it through the bond like a second heartbeat. The hub was not stable. It was holding, barely, because she had taken the strain into her own lattice, but the current was still live, still searching for a path to ground, and she was the only path it had found. Wakefire's thought met hers, not words but a pressure, the shape of the bond shifting. He was asking her something, not with language but with the whole weight of his presence, and she understood. Let me carry it with you. Not behind you, not beneath you, with you. Keziah pressed her branded palm to his neck, and the amber light flared between them. The crowd saw it. The keepers saw it. The Concord teams in black plate halted at the rim of the arena saw it. The amber light flared from Keziah's palm and from Wakefire's chest at the same instant, and the bond between them became visible. A thread of gold light, pulsing, alive. The shared wound flight. Keziah had not planned it. The technique had risen from the bond the way Wakefire's instincts rose in the air, without thought, without command. She opened herself fully, not as a rider opening a channel, but as a person opening a door. She let Wakefire into the parts of her she had been holding alone, the grief for her mother, the fear for Sami, the exhaustion of carrying 11 names she could not save fast enough, the weight of a dozen people who had chosen her, and the terror of failing them. He took it, not as a burden, as a truth he already knew, had always known, and was simply waiting for her to stop hiding. The amber light in the cracks shifted. The hub's current, which had been searching for ground, found the bond instead and flowed into it. Keziah felt the strain land on her chest, on her spine, on the raw edges of the bond where she had been holding it alone. And then she felt Wakefire take the other end. The strain split, not halved, shared. The current flowed through both of them, and the bond held. The hub's howl softened to a hum, and the hum became a rhythm, and the rhythm matched the pulse of Keziah's heart and Wakefire's heart, and the two were beating in the same cadence for the first time since the bond had been forged. The crowd was silent. Not the silence of shock, the silence of people watching something they did not have words for, something the Concord had told them was impossible, something the keepers had whispered about in old stories, the kind that ended with, and they were never seen again. Keziah hung in the air, her palm pressed to Wakefire's neck, the amber thread of the bond visible between them, and she felt the hub stabilize. Not sealed, not closed, settled. The current was no longer surging toward detonation. It was cycling through the bond, through her, through Wakefire, and back into the stone. A closed loop, living, consent built. She had done it. The Concord's riders began to move. They came from the eastern ingress, not in formation but in a spread, surrounding the arena floor, the lower tiers, the exits. Black plate, iron collars, chains. Not the ground teams with the rods, the seizure teams. Samuel had not given the order, but he had not stopped them either. Keziah saw them through the bond's shared vision, saw them through Wakefire's good eye, saw them through the amber light's reflection on the stone. Dozens of them, converging. She tried to move, and the bond screamed. The strain she had been sharing with Wakefire was still live. She could not break the loop without the hub surging again. She could not fly without pulling the current with her. She was anchored, held in place by the very thing she had just stabilized. The riders were closing. Wakefire's thought came through the bond, calm and clear. I can hold it alone. Keziah's answer was immediate. No, if you stay, they take us both. If you go, you can come back for me. I am not leaving you. Then we are both taken, and the children go east at dawn. The riders were 20 beats out, 15. Keziah could see their faces now, the iron collars in their hands, the chains. A figure stepped into the amber light. Tovin Maris, on foot, his russet dragon circling above the eastern rim. He walked past the riders without looking at them, walked past the broken stone, walked to the edge of the crack where the amber light was brightest, and he stopped. Keziah. She could barely hear him over the hum of the bond. The Concord wants the hub, wants the children, wants you. But if you are standing here with the bond open when they take you, they will have everything they need. He was not holding a weapon. "I can hold the loop." Tovin pressed his hand to his dragon's neck, and Keziah found something new enter the lattice. Not a bond, not a latch, a bridge. Tovin's discipline, his precision, his years of training, all of it focused into a single act of transfer. "I will hold the strain until you can break it cleanly." The riders were 10 beats out. Keziah looked at Tovin, at his hand on his dragon's neck, at the amber light flickering in his eyes. "Trust me," he said, and the bond shuddered as someone else took the weight. Chapter 67. Tovin's hand pressed to his dragon's neck, and the lattice bridge held. Keziah felt the strain shift, not leave her entirely, but spread, settling into a new configuration where she was no longer the only anchor. The amber light still pulsed through the bond, through Wake's fire, through her chest, but Tovin had taken the heaviest edge of it. His discipline, his precision, his years of training, all of it channeled into a single act of transfer that should have been impossible without a bloodline echo. The Seizure teams were 8 beats out. Keziah looked at Tovin. His face was calm, the same calm he wore in the Qualifier, in the course, in every match she had watched him fly. But his hand trembled against his dragon's neck, and a thin line of blood ran from his nose. "Go," he said. She did not argue. Wake's fire launched before she could think, the bond screaming as the amber thread stretched between them, but Keziah held it open. She felt the hub's current cycling through Tovin, through his dragon, through the lattice bridge, and she felt it hold. The crowd was not silent anymore. They were roaring, but not the hungry roar she had heard in the Qualifier. A different sound. Recognition. The sound of people who had watched something the Concord had told them was impossible, and now they had seen it with their own eyes. The Seizure teams were 5 beats out. Keziah pulled Wake's fire above the rim, above the amber light, above the broken stone, and she saw the arena from above. The ingress points were open, black plate riders pouring through them, but the crowd was not fleeing. They were watching her, watching the bond, watching the gold thread that still pulsed between her and Wake's fire, visible in the air as if the lattice itself had become flesh. Coven stood at the edge of the crack, his hand still on his dragon's neck, and he raised his voice. "The Concord told you this was dangerous." The crowd fell into a waiting hush. The Seizure team stopped moving, their iron collars and chains still in their hands, but their momentum broken. "They told you it was a wound," Tovin said, his voice carrying across the arena. "Something to be controlled, something to be feared." He turned to face the crowd, and Keziah saw what he was doing. He was not yielding the match. He was yielding the argument. "I have spent my life believing that," he said. "I believed discipline could contain anything. I believed order was the only thing standing between us and another shattering." He touched the amber light at his feet, and the lattice bridge flickered. "I was wrong." The crowd erupted. Keziah felt it through the bond, through the lattice, through the shared wound thread that still connected her to Tovin. The crowd's roar was not for her. It was for the truth he had just spoken, the truth that could not be faked, the truth that the Concord had been lying about the nature of the bond since the first shattering. The Seizure teams began moving again, but they were not faster than the crowd. The hidden heirs, the ones who had been watching from the tiers, the ones who had been waiting to see whether the Ash Crown was a leader or a weapon, they began to move. Not to attack, to shield, to stand between the Concord riders and the couple at the center of the arena. Keziah saw a woman in the gray of the lower tiers step into the path of a black plate rider. A man in the ash-stained leather of a keeper pushed a child behind him. 24 people, then 100, then more, forming a wall of bodies between the Seizure teams and the bond she had made visible. The riders stopped. They could not take her without trampling the crowd. They could not seize the Ash Crown without making the Concord's violence visible to every person in the arena. Tovin lifted his hand from his dragon's neck. The lattice bridge held. He turned to face the eastern tier, where Samuel Ikaru stood at the rail, watching the stone floor. Not the crowd, not the match, not the collapse of his narrative. And Samuel saw what Keziah saw. The crowd was no longer watching for blood. They were watching for what came next. Tovin spoke one last time, quiet enough that only the nearest tiers heard, but the silence carried his voice. "There is nothing to finish." He turned his back on the Seizure teams and walked toward the eastern gate, his russet dragons circling above him, and the crowd parted to let him pass. Keziah hung in the air, the bond still open, the amber light still cycling through her in Wakesfire and Tovin's bridge, and she felt the weight of what had just happened settle into her chest. The Concord had lost the narrative. Samuel Ikaru raised his hand. The seizure teams did not move. The crowd did not scatter. The amber light beneath the stone pulsed once, steady, and the thing in the darkness answered again, not with hunger, but with recognition. Samuel's hand remained raised, and Keziah saw his face for the first time. Not calculation, not satisfaction, something else. Something that looked almost like relief. He lowered his hand. The seizure teams withdrew. The crowd began to cheer, not for blood, not for victory, but for the bond they had seen made visible, the bond the Concord had said was impossible. And Keziah, still holding the amber thread, still feeling Tovin's bridge holding the strain, knew that the war was not over. It had just become something else. Chapter 68. The seizure teams did not withdraw. They stopped. They held position, but they did not withdraw. And Keziah understood in the space between one breath and the next that Samael had not called them off. He had only paused them. The crowd was still cheering, still pressing against the black plate line, still believing the impossible had happened, that the Concord had blinked, that the Ash Crown had won without blood. Samael was not blinking. He was waiting. The amber light beneath the stone pulsed once, steady, and Keziah felt the thread between her and Wakesfire tighten. Tovin's bridge was still holding, but the strain was shifting, redistributing, spreading through the lattice like water finding cracks. She looked up. Samael stood at the eastern tier rail, his hand lowered, his face unreadable. And behind him, moving through the tunnels beneath the stands, she saw them. Not the seizure teams, not the black plate riders. The children. The hidden heirs were being pulled from the tiers. The crowd was still cheering when the first scream cut through. It was not a battle cry. It was a child's voice, high and sharp, breaking through the roar of 40,000 throats, and Keziah felt it hit the bond like a blade. She turned. A woman in the gray leather of a keeper was being dragged backward through an open ingress point, her arms locked around a small girl who was screaming, her branded palm raised, her eyes wide with recognition. She was looking at Keziah. She was calling her name. The bond surged, the amber light flared, Wakesfire launched before Keziah could command him, his damaged wings screaming through the lattice, but he was already moving, already diving, already reaching for the ingress point. The black plate riders met him with chains. Keziah hit the ground running, the bond still open, the amber thread still cycling through her chest, and she saw the arena dissolving around her. The crowd was no longer cheering. They were scattering. The seizure teams were no longer holding position. They were moving through the stands, pulling branded children from their families, dragging keepers away from the doors. The war had not become something else. It had become exactly what it had always been, a seam of children dragged through the dark. Keziah reached the ingress point at the same moment as a keeper she did not recognize, a man with ash-scarred hands and a face that had already accepted the cost. "The eastern tunnels," he said. "They are taking them through the eastern tunnels, the same routes the Concord used to move the Bellanca cargo." Keziah's hand went to her belt. The Bellanca manifest was still there, folded and blood-stained, Idrissi's blood still dark on the paper. "Where does it surface?" The keeper shook his head. "Surface. It does not surface. It goes under the city, under the pier, under the light." The light beneath the water, the amber bronze glow that had been pulsing since they landed. Keziah turned. She saw Zuri at the far end of the tier, her hand on a child's shoulder, her other hand raised in a signal Keziah recognized, the signal for an ingress point, the signal for a way out. Zuri was pointing at the stone floor. Keziah understood. The ingress routes were not just for the Concord, they were for everyone. The same tunnels that carried the children out could carry the family in, but only if someone knew the path, only if someone had walked it before. The saved betrayer stepped out of the crowd. Ilara. She was pale, her branded forearm hidden beneath her coat, her eyes red-rimmed and fixed on Keziah's face. She did not speak. She did not have to. She held out her hand. Keziah took it. The arena was burning. The crowd was screaming. The seizure teams were pulling children from the tiers, and Samael was watching from the eastern rail, his hand still lowered, his face still unreadable, and Keziah realized what he was doing. He was not trying to win. He was trying to make her choose. She could follow the children into the tunnels. She could save them one by one, pulling them from the darkness, gathering them into the light. But the city would burn behind her. The keepers would fall. The routes would close. Or she could stay. She could hold the arena. She could face Samael on the stone floor, in the open, in front of the crowd that had cheered for her. She could win the city, the routes, the war. But the children would be gone. The amber light pulsed beneath her feet. The bond hummed in her chest. Wakesfire did not speak, but she felt him anyway. Felt the weight of his attention, the weight of his trust, the weight of 17 years of waiting for a rider who would not let the world burn to save it. She looked at Alara. "Show me the way." Alara's hand tightened around hers. "It goes under the arena, under the hub, under the light." Keziah felt the words settle into her chest like stones. The light beneath the water. The light beneath the city. The light that had been pulsing since they landed, since the first egg cracked, since the first dare woke. The light was not a beacon, it was a door. And the Concord was already on the other side. Chapter 69. Keziah ran. The tunnel swallowed her, Ilara's hand a fixed point ahead through the dark, and behind her the arena screamed with a sound she had learned to recognize. The sound of a crowd that had stopped being a crowd and started being a mob. Not hunting, not yet. But the fear was spreading faster than the seizure teams, and fear turned into violence when it found no other door. Ilara's breath came sharp and practiced. "Left here, there is a junction. The lock mechanism is 3 levels beneath the main hub." Keziah followed. The bond thrummed through her chest, the amber thread still cycling between her and Wakesfire. But she felt him circling above the arena, feel his attention split between the chaos below and the sky where the hatchling was climbing with the green dragons. He was not following her into the tunnels. He could not. The hub would surge if he broke the loop. She was alone. No, she was not alone. The tunnel opened into a wider passage and Keziah saw them. Pyre was crouched against the far wall, his satchel open, his hands moving through the stack of paper he had carried since the heart roost. The freight proof, the stolen records, the names. He was not running. He was spreading the pages across the stone floor, weighting them with stones and broken harness buckles, laying them out like a map of everything the Concord had tried to bury. "The lock mechanisms," he said without looking up. 3 levels down. Maddie is already there. Zuri is covering the eastern junction. I am making sure the proof does not burn before someone sees it. Keziah stubbed. "How did you?" "I memorized the seizure patterns during the further ground." Pyre's voice was steadier than she had ever heard it. "They will come through the western ingress first. They will secure the lock mechanism second. They will burn the records third. I am denying them the third." He looked up. His eyes were wet, but his hands were not shaking. "Go." Keziah went. The tunnel forked. Ilara took the left passage without hesitation, and Keziah followed, her branded hand pressed to the stone, feeling the lattice pulse beneath the city. The hub was still cycling. The amber thread was still holding. But something was changing. The rhythm was shifting, the pulse deepening, as if the sealed roost beneath the arena was drawing breath for the first time in centuries. The passage opened into a chamber. Maddie was there. He was standing on a platform of rusted iron, his hands wrapped around a chain that ran through a pulley system bolted into the stone ceiling. The chain connected to a massive iron gear cage, the lock mechanism that controlled the ingress points beneath the eastern stands. He was not trying to break it. He was rewiring it. "The Concord designed this system to lock from the outside," he said, his voice tight with effort. "The ingress point sealed behind the seizure teams, trapping anyone who follows. But if I reverse the tension on the main gear, the locks will open from the inside instead." "How long?" 3 minutes, maybe 2. Zuri's voice came from the shadows behind him. "Make it 1. Keziah turned. Zuri was standing at the chamber's far entrance, her hand on a blade she had pulled from a dead handler. Her face was streaked with ash and blood that was not her own. Fantaziel has the children. Calvo is with her. They are moving them through the lower maintenance shaft, the one Maddie marked on the map, the one the Concord does not know about. She paused. Ejisi is not with them. Keziah's chest tightened. Where is he? Zuri's jaw tightened. He found the Bellanca channel, the manifest room, the place where the deputy quartermaster kept the records before Pym stole them. He is tearing it apart. Keziah fight the words hit her like a blade. The Bellanca channel. The same route that had carried her mother to Ashfall Gate. The same route that had carried 12 children through the vault. The same route that had carried Sami, divided and hollowed, toward the convergence. Idrisi was not fighting to save the children. He was fighting to burn the road that his family had built. She wanted to go to him. She wanted to pull him out of that room, out of the grief that was swallowing him whole. But she could not. The tunnel was waiting. The children were waiting. The hub was straining, and the amber thread was thinning, and the roost beneath the city was drawing breath, and she was running out of time. Maddie's voice cut through the dark. Got it. The chain snapped taut. The gear cage groaned. The lock mechanisms beneath the eastern stands began to open, one by one, the ingress points unlocking from the inside. Zuri moved. She was at Maddie's side in 3 strides, her hand on his shoulder, her eyes on the chain that was now holding the entire system in place. It will hold, Maddie said, but only if someone cuts the secondary line once the children are clear. Zuri's hand tightened on his shoulder. I will cut it. Keziah felt the words settle into her chest like stones. The family was not following her. They were fighting beside her. She turned and ran. The tunnel sloped downward, the air thickening with the smell of old stone and preservation oil, the same smell that had filled the vault beneath the shard graveyard. Ilara was still ahead, her hand still reaching back, her breath still shot and steady. The light was changing. The amber bronze glow was no longer pulsing through the stone. It was pooling, gathering, thickening into something that was not light, but presence, not heat, but attention. The hub was reopening. Keziah felt it through the bond, through the amber thread that was still cycling between her and Wakesfire, through the lattice that was stretching and shifting and singing with a voice she'd never heard before. The roost beneath the city was not straining, it was waking, and the door beneath the water was opening. She reached the end of the tunnel. The chamber opened before her, vast and circular, built from the same fused glass masonry as the vault beneath the graveyard. The walls were lined with niches, and in the niches were boxes, and in the boxes were the remains of children who had been taken before the circuit had even begun. The light was at the center, a door, not of stone or iron, but of amber bronze light, suspended in the air above the stone floor, pulsing with the same rhythm as the lattice beneath the arena. The door was open, and on the other side, a figure stood in the light. Sami Bellanca, barefoot, branded palm glowing, eyes hollow, her body held in the same puppet stillness that had carried her through the vault beneath the shard graveyard. She was not moving. She was not speaking. She was standing in the light, waiting. Behind her, the darkness stretched into a corridor that Keziah knew, the corridor that led to Ashfall Gate. Keziah stepped forward. The door shuddered, the light flared, and the rust beneath the city slowly opened. Chapter 70. The amber bronze door did not shatter. It opened. The light that spilled through was not the harsh flare of forced awakening, but a slow, pulsing gold, the same rhythm that had been cycling through Keziah's bond with Wakesfire since the hub stabilized. The same rhythm that had spread through the crowd, through the hidden heirs, through the keepers who had chosen to stand instead of flee. The roost beneath Cinder Anchorage was not breaking, it was answering. Keziah stood at the threshold, Sami's hollow figure still suspended in the light on the far side, and felt the lattice shift beneath her feet. Not the strained, bleeding lattice that the Concord had forced open with iron rods and sealed ingress points. A different lattice, older, woven from the same threads that had held the heart roost together before the shattering, before the Concord had buried it and called it dangerous. The door widened. The amber light stretched, reaching past Keziah and into the tunnel behind her, touching the fused glass walls, the niches with their boxes of children's remains, the stone floor that had been built to forget. The light did not burn. It recognized. Behind her, Elara made a sound that was not quite a word. Keziah turned. The keeper with the silver-threaded braids was standing at the tunnel's far end, her face streaked with ash and her hand pressed to the stone wall. Behind her, the other keepers were emerging from the maintenance shafts, from the tiers, from the places the Concord had sealed. They were not running. They were walking toward the light. The silver-threaded keeper spoke. "The Roost has not opened since the first shattering. Not like this. Not chosen." Keziah felt the weight of the words settle into her chest. "What does it mean?" The keeper's eyes were wet. "It means the Concord lied. The bonds were never the wound, the sealing was." The amber light pulsed again, and the lattice answered. Keziah felt it through the bond, through the thread that was still cycling between her and Wake's fire, through the echo of Tovin's bridge and Nizan's resonance and the hatchling's white gold fire. The lattice was not just stabilizing, it was spreading. Routes. She saw them in the amber glow, not as lines on a map, but as threads of gold filament that stretched beyond the mapped shards, beyond the keeper rings, beyond the places whose names had been burned from the archives. Sanctuary routes that the Concord had sealed. Hidden roost paths that the keepers had guarded for generations. Dormant dragon calls that had been waiting, silent, for someone to answer. The Roost was not just reopening. It was revealing what the Concord had tried to erase. The silver-threaded keeper stepped forward, her hand reaching toward the amber light. When her fingers touched it, she shuddered. And Keziah felt the ripple through the lattice, a keeper's recognition. Older than the Concord, older than the tournament, older than the Ash Crown title. "The heirs are watching," the keeper said. "The ones who survived, the ones who ran, the ones who have been waiting for someone to prove that the bonds do not have to be owned." Keziah's throat tightened. "Then let them see." She stepped through the amber bronze door. The light swallowed her, and for a moment there was nothing but gold and warmth, and the hum of the lattice singing through every part of her. She felt Wake's fire above, still circling, still holding the thread, his heart beating in the same cadence as hers. She felt Nizan, his branded hand pressed to the stone floor, his resonance joining the song. She felt the hatchling, its white gold fire flickering in the dark, and the green dragons, and the copper dragon, and the work dragons that had carried them this far. She felt the family. And then she felt Sami. Not the hollow puppet standing in the light, the Sami beneath it. The girl who had followed Idrisi to the stables, who had asked how the wind tasted at altitude, who had stolen the ledger from her father's safe and pressed it into her brother's hands. The Sami who was still fighting, even now, even hollowed, even divided. Keziah reached for her through the lattice. The amber light between them thickened, and for a single breath, Sami's eyes flickered. Not hollow, not empty, present. Then the light surged, and the moment was gone, and the roost beneath the city fully opened. The lattice did not just stabilize. It sang. Sanctuary roots, hidden roost paths, and dormant dragon calls poured into the bond network, spreading through the keepers, through the hidden heirs, through the crowd that was still standing in the arena above. The war was not over. But the map was no longer hidden. The silver-threaded keeper stepped through the door behind Keziah, her hand still glowing from the amber touch. "The keepers choose you," she said. "Not because you won the circuit, not because you carried the hub, because you proved that a bond does not have to be owned to be strong." Keziah turned to face her. "And the heirs?" The keeper's smile was thin and wet. "They are watching, and they are choosing. But the choice is not a crown you wear alone. It is a road you walk together." Keziah felt the weight of the words, and for the first time she did not try to carry it alone. She felt Wake's fire's warmth, the bond. She felt Nizan's resonance. She felt the hatchling's fire, and the green dragon's recognition, and the family's presence, scattered but holding. She looked at the amber light, at the roots unfolding, at the eastward path that was already glowing brighter than the rest. Sami's signal was moving again, Not toward the door, away from it. East, toward Ashfall Gate. And behind her, from the tunnel where the Bellanca Channel manifest room was burning, Keziah heard Idrisi's voice, raw and broken, calling a name that was not hers. Chapter 71. The amber light of the reopened roost steadied into a warm, breathing glow, not the cold amber of the hub's forced current, but something older, something that pulsed like a heartbeat beneath the stone. Keziah stood at the threshold, the gold filament map still burning behind her eyes, the family's presence threaded through the bond. And Idrisi's voice, still echoing from the burning tunnel, calling a name that was not hers. She turned from the light. The silver-threaded keeper stood at the edge of the roost chamber, her hand still glowing from the amber touch, her face etched with the kind of exhaustion that came from watching something buried for decades finally break the surface. "The roots are open," the keeper said. "The keepers of the Northern Ring, the Eastern Shelf, and the Salt Canyon sanctuaries have all felt the resonance. They will offer shelter, supplies, and passage to any heir who asks." Keziah's jaw tightened. Offer. The keeper met her eyes. Not command, not transfer, not seizure. Offer. Keziah felt the weight of the distinction settle into her chest. The Concord took. The keepers invited. The difference was the whole war. And the heirs? The keeper's smile was thin. The heirs have been taught to trust no one. They will not come because a keeper tells them to. They will come because they choose to. Keziah nodded. She understood that better than the keeper knew. Pym emerged from the tunnel mouth, his satchel pressed against his chest, his face streaked with ash and sweat. He was carrying the gold filament map, the one that had been burned into the roost's memory, the one that showed the roots spreading east toward Ashfall Gate like veins of fire. "The root web is stabilizing," he said, his voice hoarse. "The Concord tried to seal it, but the roost's lattice is older than their seals. The paths are holding." He spread the map across a fallen stone, and Keziah stepped closer. The gold threads wove through the mapped shards, branching into territories she had only heard of in whispers. Glassmile Steppe, Red Hang, the salt canyons, the thermal graveyards. And beyond them, the eastern route that glowed brighter than the rest, a line of fire cutting through the dark toward Ashfall Gate. "That one," Keziah said, pointing. "Why is it burning hotter than the others?" Pym's hand hovered over the map. His fingers trembled. "Because someone is moving on it," he said. "A bonded signature, young, strong, running or being driven." Keziah's blood went cold. "One of the 11. Pym nodded. "The route is active. The Concord has already started the next transport wave." The silver-threaded keeper stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the burning path. "The keepers have resources, cache houses along the eastern shelf, his heirs Ares in the storm wilds. But the Ritzes are impossible," Zuri said, stepping out of the shadow. "I know. I looked at the map." Matty followed her, his hands still black with gear oil, his face tight with the same calculation that had been running through Keziah's mind since the moment she saw the gold thread. "The nearest cache is 3 days' flight at full speed," he said. "The Concord has a 12-hour head start, and Wake's fire cannot fly that far with his wings still torn." Keziah felt the words settle into the space between them, cold and heavy. She looked at the map, at the burning route, at the impossible distance separating her from the heir who was already being moved. Then she looked at the family. Nizan, standing beside the Kappa dragon, his branded hand pressed to the creature's flank. The hatchling curled against his chest, its white gold fire flickering. The green dragons perched on the upper rim, watching. Zuri and Matty, shoulder to shoulder, waiting for her to decide. Pym, clutching the map, his eyes wet but his hands steady. Calvo, already moving among the wounded, checking bandages, assessing what could be carried. And Idrisi. She had not seen him since the tunnel, since the burning room, since the name he had called that was not hers. The silver-threaded keeper spoke again, her voice low. "The keepers will not command you, Ash Crown, but we offer what we have. Roots, cash per salis, recognition. The heirs will be told that the roost has reopened, and that the one who opened it does not claim them as property." Keziah turned to face her. "Then tell them," she said. "Tell them the Ash Crown does not summon," she asks. and she will wait for those who choose to answer. The keeper's breath caught. She held Keziah's gaze for a long moment, then bowed her head. It will be done. The amber light pulsed once, as if the Roost itself had heard the words and recognized them. Keziah looked back at the map. The burning route was still glowing, the air was still moving, the distance was still impossible. But the routes were open, the keepers were watching, and the family was standing behind her. She pressed her branded palm to the map, and the gold filament flared under her touch, the path to Ashfall Gate burning brighter than before. "We move at dawn," she said. "We take the eastern shelf route, we hit every cast house we can reach, and we do not stop until we touch up to that transport." Zuri nodded. Matty folded the map. Ping wiped his eyes, and from the tunnel mouth behind her, she heard footsteps. She turned. Idrisi stood at the edge of the Roost chamber, his coat torn, his hands black with ash, his face a mask of grief and resolve. He did not speak. He did not have to. The name he had called in the burning tunnel was still between them, raw and unspoken, but he was here. He had walked out of the fire. Keziah Onwuamaeze. Then the amber light flickered, and the map beneath her hand flared hot enough to sting. She looked down. The burning route had changed. It was no longer a single line of gold. It was splitting. 3 paths, 3 directions, 3 heirs moving at once. The Concord was not running 1 transport. They were running 3. Chapter 72. The Roost chamber had emptied. The amber light still pulsed, warm and breathing, but the keepers had withdrawn to their roots, and the family had scattered to the edges of the reopened space. Zuri and Matty were checking the cash inventory. Pim was copying the gold filament map onto fresh hide. Calvo had taken Nizan and the hatchling to the upper tier where the air was cleaner. Keziah stood at the chamber's center, her branded palm still pressed to the stone where the map had burned itself into her memory. 3 paths, 3 heirs, 3 transports moving at once. She had not moved since the map flared. Her hand was still pressed to the stone. Behind her, footsteps. She knew the weight of them before she turned. Idrisi stood at the edge of the amber light, his coat torn, his hands black with ash, the skin around his eyes raw and dark. The grief on his face had not settled. It was still moving, still finding its shape. "You should let Calvo look at your hands," Keziah said. "I should have been there." The words came out flat, stripped of defense. He was not arguing. He was stating a fact he had already decided was true. Keziah turned to face him fully. "In the manifest room," she said, "when you called out, who were you calling?" Idrisi's jaw tightened. He looked at his hands, ash black and trembling, as if he did not recognize them. "My mother's name," he said. "I found her records in the sealed vault behind the manifest room. The Bellanca family kept her death certificate in the same drawer as the transport logs." Keziah felt the words land like a stone in her chest. "She was Ember," Idrisi continued. "Not a carrier, not a candidate, full bonded, untrained. My father had her transferred to Ashfall Gate when I was 3 years old. I was raised by the woman who signed the transfer order." He said it without accusation, without plea, as if he had already exhausted the capacity to feel the full weight of it. Keziah crossed the space between them. She did not speak. She reached for his hands, the ash-blackened hands he had used to tear apart the records of his own family's betrayal, and held them. The ash smeared against her palms. "Your mother's name," she said. "Tell me." Idrisi's breath caught. He looked at her, and for a moment the grief was too raw to hold. "Marin," he said. "Her name was Marin." Keziah did not let go of his hands. The amber light pulsed around them, warm and patient, as if the Roost itself was waiting for them to finish something they had started long before this chamber. "Idrisi," he looked at her. "I am not your mother's ghost," she said. "I am not your penance. I am not the thing you carry to prove you have changed." He started to speak, but she kept going. "I am the woman who loves you, and I am the woman who is going to find your sister, and I am the woman who will burn every Bellanca channel and every Concord route to the ground if they try to keep her from me." His breath stopped. The ash on his hands was warm against her skin. "I know," he said. "I know what you are." He pulled his hands free, but only to raise them to her face. his ash-blackened fingers tracing the line of her jaw, the curve of her cheek, the edge of her branded palm where it met her wrist. "I know what you are, Keziah," he said again. "And I am still here. I am still choosing you." She kissed him. It was not gentle. It was not careful. It was the kiss of two people who had walked through fire and found each other on the other side, still breathing, still bleeding, still refusing to let go. His hand slid into her hair and she pressed into him, and the amber light around them flared as if the Roost had felt the weight of the moment and answered it. When they broke apart, they were both breathing hard. "Your hands are still bleeding," she said. "So are yours." She looked down. The ash had mixed with the old cuts on her palms, dark and wet. She had not noticed. Idrisi took her hand and pressed his lips to the wound, slow and deliberate, and the gesture was so tender it ached. "Idrisi." He looked up. "Sam is still out there," she said, "and I love you, and I do not know how to hold both of those things at the same time." He did not look away. "Neither do I," he said, "but I am not going anywhere." The amber light flickered. Keziah felt it before she saw it, a cold tremor in the lattice, familiar and wrong. She turned. The gold filament map on the stone had changed. One of the 3 burning roots had flared, not hotter, brighter, as if someone had poured fuel on the fire. And beneath it, a pulse, a presence. Keziah's branded hand went cold. "She is nearby," she said. "She is moving. She is." The pulse came again, closer this time, and Keziah felt the divided will of Sami Bellanca pressing against the edge of the Roost's open lattice, a scream trapped behind glass. Idrisi was already moving toward the map, his face stripped of color. "Where?" Keziah pressed her palm to the stone. The map burned. The route was not east, it was beneath them. Sami was not moving toward Ashfall Gate. She was already here. Chapter 73. The chamber fell silent as Pym climbed onto the broken stone, the stolen records pressed against his chest like a shield. The gold filament map still glowed beneath Keziah's hand, Sami's pulse a cold rhythm against the warmth of the reopened Roost. But Pym's face held something worse than urgency. It held recognition. "I have been reading these names since the vault," he said, his voice low and steady despite the trembling in his hands. 11 Ember heirs. 11 children the Concord has been tracking since before most of them were born. He spread the pages across the stone floor, the stolen freight proofs and manifest copies mingling with the gold root light. The ink was smudged in places, still wet where Pym had been copying roots in the dark. Cal, Dina, Miri, Cass, Hezina. He touched each name as he spoke it, his finger tracing the faded entries. 7 more. The Bellanca Channel records matched them to settlements that no longer exist. Burned, sealed, erased from every chart except the Concord's internal ledgers. Zuri stepped forward, her eyes fixed on the pages. "How many of them are still alive?" Pym's hand paused over the last name. "I do not know. The transport marks end at Ashfall Gate. The records do not say what happens after delivery." The amber light pulsed once, slow and patient, as if the Roost itself was listening. Keziah pressed her branded palm harder against the stone. The map responded, the gold filaments rising to meet her skin, and she felt the weight of each root like a vein in her own body. "Show me the brightest path," she said. Pym pointed without hesitation. "This one." The bonded signature moving through the red hang salt canyons. Young, strong. The Concord is running that transport at full speed. No stops, no cache houses. They are not trying to hide it. Idrisi's voice came from the edge of the chamber, raw and strained. "They are not hiding it because they want us to follow." Keziah looked at him. His hands were still black with ash, the grief still carved into his face, but his eyes were clear. If they wanted to keep Sami hidden, they would have moved her through the sealed passes under guard. They are running her open because they know we chase. And when we do, they will know exactly where we are. The chamber held its breath. Tovin Maris stepped through the gap in the sealed door, his russet dragon waiting in the corridor behind him. His face was pale, his jaw tight, and he did not meet anyone's eyes. "The keepers let me through," he said. "I told them I had information." Keziah did not move her hand from the map. Say it. Tovin's throat worked. He looked at the gold filaments, the burning roots, the names spread across the stone. My patrons, he said. The houses that funded my bracket run. They have been redirecting their support east for the last 3 days. Not toward Ashfall Gate, toward the salt canyons. Idrisi straightened. Who? Tovin shook his head. I do not have names, but I know the pattern. They are not pulling back because they lost faith in the circuit. They are pulling back because they know where the next harvest is. Zuri's hand went to her knife. The next harvest. The Concord is not running 3 transports. Tovin's voice cracked. They are running 1 visible transport and 2 decoys. The real heir is the one in the salt canyons, and the houses that funded me are already positioning themselves to buy what comes out of Ashfall Gate. The silence that followed was not empty. It was full of everything they had been running from. Pim's voice cut through it, quiet, but precise. He is right. He pulled a folded page from the bottom of his stack, yellowed at the edges, the ink faded but legible. This is the original transport manifest, not the copy. The one the deputy quartermaster kept in his private drawer. It lists the same settlement names as the execution orders from the 3rd cycle subarchive. He laid it beside the gold filament map. The settlements that burned, the children who were taken, the routes that the Concord sealed. They are all connected. Keziah looked at the names. Cal, Dina, Miri, Cass, Hezina. Each one a settlement that had been erased, a child who had been taken, a bloodline that had been harvested. And beneath them, written in the same hand as the execution order for D. Onwuamaeze, a single line of text. Ashfall Gate. Final destination. No return. She lifted her hand from the map. The gold filaments dimmed, but they did not fade. The roots were still there, waiting. Tovin, she said, if your patrons are already moving east, how long before they reach the salt canyons? Tovin's face was gray. 3 days, maybe 4. The Concord transport is already 2 days ahead of us. Idrisi stepped forward, his voice low and steady despite the ash still clinging to his hands. Then we do not follow the transport. Keziah looked at him. We do not follow the transport, she repeated. What do we do? Idrisi met her eyes. We find the route the Concord does not want us to find, the one that is not on any manifest, the one that connects the vanished settlements to Ashfall Gate without passing through the salt canyons. Pim's breath caught. The old keeper roads. Idrisi nodded. The Bellanca family sealed them, but I know where they begin. The amber light flared, and the gold filament map shifted, a new path burning through the stone amid their feet. Keziah looked at the path, then at Idrisi, then at the names spread across the floor. Cal, Dina, Miri, Cass, Hezina. She said each name aloud, feeling the weight of them settle into her chest. We are not leaving any of them behind. The chamber held its breath, and then the lattice shuddered. Not cold, not warm, something else. Something that made Keziah's branded hand pulse with a rhythm that did not match her heartbeat. The Foviendet map flickered. One of the burning roots went dark. Not faded, not dimmed, extinguished. Pim's face went white. That is not possible. The lattice cannot. The amber light dimmed. And from the darkness beyond the roost, a voice answered. Not Sami's, not Samal's. Something older. Something that had been waiting in the dark between the vanished settlements, between the names on the manifest, between the sealed roads and the burned houses. It spoke one word. Ash. The gold filament map shattered. Keziah's hand dropped from the stone, the brand cold and dead against her palm. The roost fell silent. And in the silence, the lattice began to burn. Chapter 74. The amber light guttered, and the silence that followed was not silence at all. It was the sound of a lattice that had just been touched by something that did not belong to it. Keziah looked at her hand. The brand was cold, not dormant, not resting. Cold, as if the connection had been severed at the root. She could still feel Wake's fire through the bond, barely. A thread-thin presence, like a voice heard through deep water. But the lattice was gone. The gold filament map lay in fragments across the stone, the filaments dark and crumbling at the edges where the light had burned through. Pin was the first to move. He knelt beside the fragments, his hand hovering over the dead filaments without touching them. "It is not destroyed," he said. His voice was thin, precise, the voice of a man holding panic at arm's length. "It is sealed. The lattice is still there. Something has just closed the door." Idrisi took Keziah's cold hand in his. His palm was still black with ash from the manifest room, but his grip was steady. "Can you feel it?" Keziah shook her head. "Not the lattice, just Wake's fire. And he is barely there." She looked at the Roost's amber walls, at the warm glow that had been pulsing with ancient recognition. It was still there, but it was dimmer now, waiting. The ancient entity had spoken one word, Ash, and the lattice had answered. The group converged around her without needing to be called. Zuri and Mati emerged from the tunnel, their faces streaked with ash and sweat. Calvo appeared from the upper tier, Nizan silent at his side. The hatchling curled against the boy's chest with its pale, bright eyes fixed on the darkness beyond the roost. Thandazil came last. She walked through the amber light without looking at it, her scarred face unreadable, her hand resting on the knife at her belt. She stopped beside Keziah and looked at the dead map. That was not the Concord. Keziah met her eyes. I know. It was not Samoil. I know. Then what was it? Keziah looked at her cold hand, at the brand that had been the center of her world since the moment Wake's fire pressed his claw to her palm in the fish market. Something older, she said. Something that has been waiting in the dark between the settlements, between the names on the manifest. She looked at the fragments of the map. Between the sealed roads. The silence that followed was not empty. It was thick with the weight of everything they did not know. They sat in the Roost's amber glow, scattered across the stone floor and the broken tiers, and for a long moment no one spoke. The hatchling curled against Nizan's chest, its pale, ash-colored scales reflecting the dim light. The green dragons had settled on the upper rim, their eyes half closed, their breathing slow and synchronized. Zuri broke first. I hate this. Mati looked at her. Hate what? This. Zuri gestured at the air. The waiting, the not knowing, the sitting in a circle while something old and Hunwen speaks one word and then disappears. She looked at Keziah. We are not going to figure out what that thing is by sitting here. Keziah did not answer. She was still looking at her hand. Thandazil spoke. We are not going to figure it out by rudding either. Zuri's jaw tightened. So what do we do? Sit here until it speaks again? The hatchling made a low sound, not quite a growl, not quite a cry. Nizan pressed his branded hand to the creature's flank, and the sound stopped. I think, Pim said slowly, that we are asking the wrong question. He looked at the fragments of the gold filament map. The question is not what spoke. The question is why it spoke now. He picked up a piece of the map, a shard of amber glass with a single dark filament running through it. The lattice has been sealed for centuries. The Concord has been using it without understanding it. Then Keziah opens the heart roost. Then we open this roost. And the moment we start moving toward the old keeper roads, something that has been waiting in the dark wakes up. He looked at Keziah. It is not a coincidence. Keziah lifted her head. You think it is connected to the old roads? I think the roads were sealed for a reason, and I think whatever is on the other side of that seal is not something the Concord put there. The silence that followed was different. It was not empty. It was waiting. Idrisi spoke. His voice was raw, but steady. There is a story my mother used to tell me. Keziah looked at him. He had not spoken about his mother since the manifest room. She said that before the shattering, the bonds were not sealed. They were open. The lattice was a web that connected every bonded rider, every dragon, every roost. You could reach across the sky and feel another bond breathing. He paused. She said that is what the Concord was afraid of, not the bonds themselves. The web. The knowledge that no bond was truly separate, that every rider who opened their bond was connected to every other rider who had ever opened theirs. Pym's breath caught. The ancient presence. Idrisi nodded. If the web was never destroyed, only sealed, then what we felt to know it was not something new. It was something that has been there all along, waiting for someone to open the door. Keziah looked at her cold hand. Then why did it close the door on me? No one had an answer. The amber light flickered, and in the flicker, the silence was not empty. It was full. Keziah opened her mouth to speak, and the lattice shivered. Not the ancient presence, not the cold entity. Sami. Close enough to hurt, close enough to reach. Keziah's brand flared with a warmth that was not her own, a pulse that was not her heartbeat, and then the lattice shivered again, and Sami's presence slipped east, carrying the echo of a scream that was not quite a scream, a call that was not quite a word. The Roost fell silent, and in the silence, the amber light began to pulse. Chapter 75. The Roost chamber held the pulse of amber light like a held breath, the glow steady now, rhythmic, almost living. Keziah's cold brand pressed against her palm like a dead thing. She could feel Wake's fire through the bond, but the connection was thin, threadbare, a voice through deep water. He was alive, strained, holding. The family stood in the silence around her. Zuri was the first to move. She crossed to the chamber's eastern wall, where the stone had begun to fracture during the lattice seal, and pressed her ear to the crack. "Footsteps," she said. "Not Concord, too irregular." Maddie joined her, his hand tracing the fracture line. Runner, coming fast. The amber light flickered once, twice, and then settled as a keeper appeared in the chamber's entrance. Breath raw, coat torn, one hand pressed to his ribs. He looked at Keziah. Ash crown. His voice was sand and glass. "The Concord is pulling out of Cinder Anchorage." The words landed like stones in still water. Pym was on his feet first. "Pulling out? They had the eastern ingress locked. Seizure teams in the tiers, the Roost compromised. They do not pull out." The keeper shook his head. "Not retreating, regrouping. The officers are burning their relay stations as they go. Every channel we tapped has gone dark in the last hour. But before they cut the last line, we caught a fragment." He looked at Keziah. "Samael Ekaru is alive." The name hit the air like a blade. Idrisi's face went gray. "Where?" "East, moving toward the salt canyons. He has already ordered the roads to Ashfall Gate locked down. Every keeper route, every sanctuary lane, every pass that does not run through Concord steel. He is closing the board." Keziah felt the cold brand pulse once, a faint heat that died before it could become warmth. "How long?" 3 days, maybe 4. The keepers on the eastern shelf are already reporting Concord patrols at every junction. By the time we reach the first cache house, the roads will be sealed. The chamber fell into a different kind of silence. Not the stunned quiet of the lattice seal, but the sharp, calculating hush of people counting distance, time, and cost. Thaindazil was the first to speak. "Then we move before dawn?" Keziah looked at her. "We are already moving before dawn. Then we move faster." The keeper shook his head. "There is more." He reached into his torn coat and pulled out a folded slip of paper, smudged with ash and damp with something that was not water. "This came through the keeper relay 10 minutes ago, one of the eastern shelf stations, before the Concord cut the line." He held it out. Keziah took it. The handwriting was ragged, pressed hard into the paper as if the writer had been running out of time. "Ash crown. The roads are burning, but there is a path the Concord does not watch. The old keeper road beneath the salt. It begins at the sealed arch east of Glassmile Step. The key is the hatchling. It knows the way." The paper was unsigned. Keziah read it twice, then handed it to Pym. "Glassmile Step," she said. "That is 4 days east, not 3. Pym's eyes scanned the note. "If the Concord is locking down the roads in 3 days, we will never reach the arch before the patrols seal it." The keeper shifted his weight. "There is a closer route. A smuggler's run through the thermal graveyard. It cuts a day and a half off the journey, but it is not mapped. The keepers who used it are dead." Zuri let out a low breath. "Of course they are." Keziah looked at the amber light, at the cold brand on her palm, at the family standing in the chamber's fractured glow. She looked at the hatchling. The pale ash creature was pressed against Nizan's chest, its damp wings folded, its dark eyes watching her with an ancient patience that did not belong to something so small. It knows the way. She crossed to the hatchling and crouched. The creature's head tilted, its ember points flickered along its wing edges, and Keziah felt the thread-thin connection between them. Not a bond, not a lattice, but something. She reached out. The hatchling pressed its snout to her cold brand, and the debt mark flared with a warmth that was not her own, a pulse that was not her heartbeat. The roost shuddered. Not the amber light, not the lattice. Something deeper. The keeper's face went pale. "What did you do?" Keziah looked at her hand. The brand was still cold, but the pulse was real. She stood. "We move at first light, the thermal graveyard, the smuggler's run, Glassmile step." She looked at the note, "And we find out who sent this message before the Concord cut the line." The keeper hesitated. "There is one more thing." He reached into his coat again, and his hand came out shaking. "The relay station that sent the message. It went dark 3 minutes after the note arrived." He looked at Keziah. Not cut, not jammed. The station was there, and then it was not. The Concord did not silence it. He paused. Something else did. The silence that followed was not fear. It was recognition. The ancient entity that had spoken the word ash, sealed the lattice, and extinguished the gold filament map had not finished. It was still moving. Keziah looked at the amber light, at the hatchling, at the cold brand on her palm. She looked at the family. "Then we move faster." She turned to the keeper. "Burn the relay records. Every piece of paper that connects this roost to the eastern shelf. If the entity is tracking the keepers, it will not find us through the archives." The keeper nodded and disappeared into the shadows. The chamber fell quiet. Udrishi was the first to speak. "What is it?" Keziah did not answer. She looked at the hatchling, at the ember points still pulsing along its wing edges, at the warmth that had flickered through her dead brand. She looked at the note. "There is a path the Concord does not watch. The key is the hatchling. It knows the way." She folded the paper and pressed it against her chest. "I do not know what it is." She looked at the family. "But I know it wants something, and I know it is not done with us." The amber light pulsed once, twice, and then settled into a steady rhythm. And in the rhythm, the lattice shivered. Not the cold presence, not the ancient entity, something else. Close, closer than before. Keziah's brand flared with a warmth that was not her own, a pulse that was not her heartbeat. And then the lattice shivered again, and the voice that came through was not the entity's. It was Sami's. Broken, distant, desperate. "Ash, do not trust the road." The pulse died, the brand went cold, and the roost fell silent. Chapter 76. The roost chamber settled into a rhythm that was not peace, but the shallow breathing after a wound. Keziah stood at the gold filament map, the cold brand on her palm pressed against the stone where the roots had burned themselves into her memory. 3 paths, 3 heirs, 3 transports moving east while the family sat in the amber light and tried to decide what came next. The keeper had withdrawn. The hatchling was asleep against Nizan's chest. The green dragons had settled on the upper rim, their breath visible in the chill air, their eyes tracking every movement in the chamber below. Zuri was the first to break the silence. "We cannot chase all 3. She stood at the edge of the map, arms crossed, her voice carrying the weight of someone who had been counting supplies and measuring distance since the moment they landed. "The nearest cache is 3 days out. We have half the rations we need to reach it. If we split the group, we lose coverage. If we chase the wrong route, we lose the heirs who are actually moving." Keziah did not look up from the stone. "We are not splitting." "Then which one do we take?" The question hung in the air like a blade. Pim stepped forward, his hands still shaking from the map's collapse. He had copied the routes onto paper before the ancient entity extinguished them, and the pages were spread across the floor like a graveyard of possibilities. "The eastern shelf route is the brightest on the original chart. The Concord has been using it for 17 years, but the Salt Canyon route is the one Tovin's patrons are converging on. That is where the money is." Money does not mean the air is real, Matty said. No, but it means the Concord believes it is, and they have been right about every transport so far. Keziah traced the eastern shelf route with her finger, following the line through the thermal graveyard, past the sealed arch at Glassmile Steck, toward the point where the map ended and Ashfall Gate began. The route was long. The route was dangerous. The route was the only one that Sami had been moving along before her signal flickered and died. She is not on the map anymore, Idrissi said. His voice was flat, deliberate. The voice of someone who had been practicing the words until they stopped meaning anything. Keziah looked at him. I know. Then how do we know we are chasing the right road? We do not. She turned from the map and faced the family. Zuri, Mati, Pim, Calvo, Thundazil, Nizan with the hatchling pressed against his chest, the green dragons on the upper rim, the amber light pulsing in the chamber's heart, and Idrissi, standing at the edge of the light, his coat torn, his hands still black with ash, his face carrying the weight of a mother he had just found and a sister he was about to lose. I am not going to pretend I have an answer, Keziah said. I do not know which route is real. I do not know if Sami is still alive. I do not know if the ancient entity is tracking us, or if the Concord is already at Ashfall Gate burning every record and every heir before we can reach them. She paused. But I know that if we stay here, we lose them all. The keepers will shelter us, the routes will stay open, but the heirs will keep moving, and the Concord will keep harvesting, and every day we wait is another child who vanishes into the dark. Zuri opened her mouth, then closed it. Then we go east, Thundazal said. It was not a question. Keziah looked at her. The thermal graveyard route, the smuggler's route. It cuts a day and a half off the journey. The keepers who used it are dead, but their maps are still in the archives. Assuming the archives are still standing, Pim said. Assuming the archives are not standing, Keziah said. We will dig through the rubble if we have to. She crossed to the hatchling. The creature was asleep, its ember points dim along its wing edges, its breath shallow and warm against Nizan's chest. When Keziah crouched, its eye opened. Dark, ancient, patient. It knows the way. She reached out and touched the hatchling's snout. The warmth that flared through her dead brand was not the lattice. It was not the entity. It was something older, something that had been waiting in the bloodline before the Concord ever sealed the roosts. The hatchling's eye closed again. We move at dawn, Keziah said. The thermal graveyard, the smuggler's run, Glassmile Step, and then the road beneath the salt. She looked at the family. I am not asking you to follow. I am telling you what I am going to do. If you choose to stay, the keepers will protect you. If you choose to come, you will be walking into a road that is not mapped, not safe, and not guaranteed to lead anywhere but Ashfall Gate. She looked at Idrissi. I am going to find your sister. He held her gaze. Then I am going with you. Zuri let out a breath. Of course you are. She looked at Maddie. We are going to regret this. Probably, Maddie said. Then we should pack light. Pim was already gathering his papers. Calvo was checking the medical supplies. Thundazil was standing at the edge of the amber light, her face unreadable, her hand resting on the knife at her belt. Nizan stood. The hatchling stirred in his arms, its ember points flickering along its wing edges, and the boy looked at Keziah with eyes that had seen too much and was still willing to see more. I am coming too. Keziah nodded. I know. The Roost chamber settled into motion. Supplies were gathered, routes were memorized. The keeper returned with a sealed scroll containing the smuggler's run coordinates, the last known location of the dead keepers, and a warning that the road beneath the salt had not been traveled in living memory. The amber light pulsed. The green dragons shifted on the upper rim, and Keziah stood at the edge of the map, her brand cold against her palm, the hatchling's warmth still flickering in her chest, the weight of 11 names pressing against her ribs. She looked at the eastern shelf route. She looked at the Salt Canyon route. She looked at the road that was not marked, not mapped, not safe. And she thought of Sami, standing in the amber light, carrying a scream that was not quite a scream, her divided will pressing against the lattice like a hand against glass. She thought of Idrisi, standing beside her, his coat torn, his hands black with ash, his face carrying the weight of a mother he had just found and a sister he was about to lose. She thought of the family, not followers, not soldiers, not pieces to be moved. Family. She turned from the map. We move at dawn. The chamber settled into silence, and in the silence, the lattice shivered. Not the ancient entity, not the cold presence. Something else, close, closer than before. Keziah's brand flared with a warmth that was not her own, a pulse that was not her heartbeat, and then the lattice shivered again. And the voice that came through was not the entity's, it was Sami's, broken, distant, desperate. The road is not the trap. The road is the trap. The pulse died, the brand went cold, and the roost fell silent. Chapter 77. The roost chamber smelled of old ash and fresh bandages as Keziah moved through the pre-dawn dark, counting every bundle, every face, every breath she could not afford to lose. The green dragons stood in a loose cluster on the upper rim, their scales catching the amber light that still pulsed beneath the stone floor. The hatchling was curled against Nizan's chest, its ember points dim, its breath shallow and even. The copper work dragon stood at the edge of the platform, its ears flat, its eye rolling white whenever the wind shifted east. They were all watching her. Keziah felt the weight of their attention like a second skin. Not hostile, not demanding, just waiting. Waiting for her to say the word that would either save them or march them into ground that had not been walked in living memory. She crossed to Wake's fire. He stood apart from the other dragons, his good eye fixed on the eastern dark beyond the roost's broken dome. His wing wabal tight against his ribs, the membrane still weeping where the heart roost collapse had torn through muscle and scale. He did not turn when she approached, but the bond flared with a warmth that had nothing to do with the lattice. "You're thinking about leaving me behind?" She pressed her branded palm to his foreleg. "I am thinking about how to carry you." "You cannot carry me, Keziah. I am too old and too heavy and too full of wounds that will not close." "Then I will fly slow." His eye shifted, catching the pale light. "You will fly ahead, and I will follow. That is the order of things." She wanted to argue, wanted to tell him that she would rather burn the thermal graveyard to the ground than fly the smuggler's run without him beside her. But the bond held the truth she could not speak. He was slowing them down, and every hour of delay was another hour the Concord used to seal the roads ahead. She let her hand fall. "Then follow fast." His jaw brushed her shoulder, a breath of warmth against her neck. Then he turned his head back to the eastern dark, and the bond fell into the steady rhythm of a heart that had been beating long before she was born and intended to beat long after she was gone. Idrisi found her at the supply cache, counting dried rations and bandages by touch in the dark. "We are ready," he said. "You are not." He did not argue. His coat was clean, his hands were clean, but there was a hollow behind his eyes that had not been there before the manifest room, before he had read his mother's death certificate in his father's handwriting, before he had learned that the woman who raised him had signed the transfer order. Keziah set down the bandages. "We are going to find her." "Which her?" It was not a challenge, it was a question he needed answered, because he had been carrying too many names in his chest and did not know which one he was allowed to keep. "Both of them," Keziah said, his jaw tightened. "That is a long road. Then we walk it together." He held her gaze for a long moment, then he nodded, once, and reached for the supply pack she had been counting. "Let me carry that." She let him. The family assembled at the roost's eastern edge as the first gray light bled through the storm belt. Zuri and Mati stood shoulder to shoulder, their packs tight against their spines, their faces carrying the same exhausted restlessness that came from having nothing left to lose and choosing to move forward anyway. Pim clutched his satchel like a shield, the stolen names pressed against his ribs. Calvo stood apart, his healer's hands folded, his eyes tracking the wounded with the quiet precision of a man who had learned to triage hope as well as blood. Thundazil was already mounted on the gray work dragon, her hand resting on the knife at her belt, her face unreadable. Nizan climbed onto the copper dragon with the hatchling still pressed to his chest. The creature stirred, its ember points flickering once, then settled. No one spoke. The Keepo courier arrived as the first dragon stretched its wings. She was young, barely older than Pym, with smoke-stained leathers and a dispatch case chained to her wrist. She did not dismount. Ash crown. Keziah turned. The courier's face was tight. Concord scouts leapfrogging the eastern route network. They are not stopping at the relay stations. They are burning them. The silence that followed was not shock. It was the sound of a door closing. How far ahead? Keziah asked. 2 days, maybe less. They are not riding formation. They are riding fast, and they are not stopping to search. They are not searching, Idrisi said slowly. They are blocking. The courier nodded. The eastern shelf is already sealed. The Salt Canyon route is still open, but the scouts will reach the choke point before you do. Keziah looked at the map boned into her memory. The thermal graveyard, the smuggler's run, Glass Mile Steck, the road beneath the salt. 4 legs on a journey that needed 6. We move now, she said. She did not raise her voice. She did not need to. The green dragons launched first, their wings catching the gray light as they climbed toward the storm belt. The copper work dragon followed, Nizan's branded hand pressed to its flank, the hatchling's emp points leaving a trail of dying gold against the ash-heavy sky. Keziah mounted Wakesfire. His wing protested as she settled into the saddle. She felt it through the bond, the tear in the membrane pulling with every beat, the muscles screaming for rest it would not receive. I said I would follow. You also said you would not let me carry you alone. His eye rolled back, catching hers. I lied. Then he launched. The wind hit them like a wall as they cleared the Roost's broken dome. Cinder Anchorage fell away behind them, its smoke towers and rope bridges shrinking to gray threads against the ash flats. The storm belt churned above, low and heavy, promising rain that would turn the thermal graveyard into a maze of veils and false horizons. Keziah looked it back once. The Roost was still open. The amber light still pulsed beneath its stone. But the keeper on the pier was already turning away, and the fires the Concord had left behind were spreading slow and hungry through the lower tiers. She faced east. The wind carried the smell of salt and old ash and something else, something cold, something that had been waiting beyond the mapped roads for longer than the Concord had existed. The lattice shivered beneath her brand. Not the ancient entity, not Sami's desperate voice, something else. Something that had been silent until now. And in the silence, the road beneath the salt opened its mouth and waited. Chapter 78. The wind took them east, and for the first few beats, Keziah let herself believe they had made it clean. The thermal graveyard spread below, a broken field of stone spires and dead vents, the air thick with the smell of old fire and colder things. The green dragons flew formation ahead, their wings catching the gray light, the copper work dragon laboring behind with Nizan and the hatchling pressed tight against its neck. Wakesfire flew beneath her, his wing membrane screaming through the bond, each beat a promise he was not sure he could keep. Keziah kept her hand on the brand, waiting for the lattice to settle. It did not. The pulse hit her mid-breath, a cold spike driven through the bond hollow, and she felt Sami's presence like a blade between her ribs. Not broken, not gone, divided. The lattice delivered the sensation in pieces, fragments that did not fit together. Sami's voice screaming a warning that could not reach her. Sami's hands pressed against a seal that would not open. Sami's will wrapped in layer after layer of command that smoothed her features into a mask of perfect obedience. The mask was the worst part. It looked like peace. It looked like she had stopped fighting. Keziah's brand flared once, cold, then went dead again. The pulse did not stop. It carried a freight mark echo, a signature she had seen before on the manifests in the customs vault, the same code that had marked every crate of bond tissue, every child shipment, every sealed transport that had passed through Cinder Anchorage's hidden network. The city was not a prize. It was a station, one of many. The echo carried a count. 12 units processed through Cinder Anchorage in the last rotation, 5 still in transit, 3 sealed, 1 flagged for secondary extraction. And Sami. Sami was the flagged unit. The pulse ended. Keziah opened her eyes. The thermal graveyard stretched ahead, unchanging, indifferent to what she had just felt. The green dragons flew on. The copper work dragon labored behind. The wind carried the same salt and ash it had carried for hours, but the lattice had shown her something she had not known she was looking for. The Seizure map was not a single route. It was a web. Cinder Anchorage was one node. The salt canyons were another. The relay stations the Concord was burning were not retreats, they were disconnections, sealing the network so nothing could escape while they finished the harvest. "They are not running from us," she said. The words came out flat, bare, stripped of everything but fact. Idrisi's head turned. He was watching her the way he watched her when he knew she was carrying something she had not yet decided to share. "Keziah." She did not answer. The lattice shivered beneath her brand, not the ancient entity, not Sami's desperate voice, but something else. Something that had been waiting in the freightmark echo, buried beneath the count and the codes and the cold, bureaucratic language of the Seizure map. A name. Not Sami's, not one of the 11. A name she had never seen before, in a hand she did not recognize, written in the margin of a manifest that had been sealed before she was born. Ash Crown. The wind took her breath. She looked back. Cinder Anchorage was gone, swallowed by the storm belt and the distance, but she could still feel it. The weight of the city pressing against the lattice where it had been cut. The keepers she had left behind. The children she had not been able to reach. The secrets buried in the vaults beneath the ash piers. And somewhere in the dark between the mapped roads, the entity that had spoken her name in the Roost chamber was waiting. She faced east. The road beneath the salt had not yet closed its mouth. Chapter 79. The wind carried them east through the thermal graveyard, and Keziah kept her hand pressed to the cold brand, waiting for the lattice to settle. It did not. The pulse had faded, but the freightmark echo still burned behind her eyes. The count of 12 units processed, 5 in transit, 3 sealed, 1 flagged for secondary extraction. Sami. And beneath it, the name she had never seen before, written in a hand that should not have known it. Ash Crown. The words had been sealed in a manifest before she was born. Someone had known. She flew with the knowledge pressed against her ribs like a blade she could not pull out. The green dragons held formation ahead, their wings catching the gray light, the copper work dragon laboring behind with Nizan and the hatchling pressed tight against its neck. Wakesfire flew beneath her, his wing membrane screaming through the bond, each beat a promise he was not sure he could keep. Idrisi rode behind her, his arms loose around her waist, his breath steady against her shoulder. She did not tell him about the name, not yet. The thermal graveyard opened into a corridor of broken spires, the air thick with the smell of old fire and colder things. The road beneath the salt was still hours away, but the route web the keepers had drawn was already showing its teeth. The first sanctioned corridor split the graveyard along a seam of ancient stone, a path that had been waiting for someone to walk it. Keziah took the lead. The corridor narrowed, the spires closing in on either side, and she felt the weight of watching eyes. Not Concord, not the ancient entity. Something older, something that had been waiting in the dark between the mapped roads, measuring those who passed. She did not look for them. She flew. The first watchspire appeared at the corridor's edge, a tower of black stone rising from the ash, its fire pit unlit. A keeper stood at the rim, still as a statue, watching the formation pass. Their hand was not raised in welcome. It was not raised in warning. It was resting on the stone, waiting. The second watchspire appeared a mile further, its fire pit cold, its keeper watching. The third, the fourth, each one the same. The hidden eyes along the ring roads were not moving to block the path. They were not moving to help. They were choosing. Keziah felt the weight of the choice in the air, the same weight she had felt at the reopened Roost when the keepers had said, "The heirs will choose." The same weight she had felt when Nizan had asked, "Who decides?" The answer was still forming. The corridor curved east, and the fifth watchspire came into view. Its fire pit was burning. Keziah's hand tightened on the harness. The flame was not amber. It was not the warm gold of the keeper network, the welcome signal that had guided her through the night. The flame was Concord blue, cold and chemical, burning on a keeper tower that had been lit by someone who had already sold the news. Someone had known she was coming. Someone had told. The blue fire burned against the gray sky, a signal that could be seen for miles, a beacon that would draw every Concord formation in the eastern belt straight to the corridor. The green dragons faltered. Idrisi's arms tightened around her waist. "How far to the salt road?" she asked. 2 hours, he said. "Maybe less if we push." "Then we push." She leaned into the bond, felt Wakefire's wings scream through the current, felt him answer with a surge of will that should have been impossible. He did not argue. He did not question. He flew. The corridor narrowed further, the spires pressing in until the formation had to fly single file, the green dragons dropping back to cover the rear, the copper work dragon laboring behind with its load. The blue fire followed them, a constant eye in the sky, a mark that could not be outrun. Keziah did not look back. She kept her hand on the cold brand, feeling the lattice dead beneath her palm, feeling the weight of the name she had found in the sealed manifest. Someone had known she would come. Someone had been waiting. The road beneath the salt opened its mouth ahead. The corridor ended at a wall of fused stone, ancient and black, with a seam that ran from the base to the height of 3 riders. The seam glowed with a faint amber light, the same warmth she had felt in the heart roost, the same pulse that had answered the hatchling's call. The hatchling stirred. Nizan pressed his branded hand to its flank, and the creature lifted its head, its pale eyes finding the seam as if it had known the way all along. Keziah landed on the stone shelf before the wall, her boots hitting the surface with a sound that echoed through the corridor. The others landed behind her, the green dragons settling on the spires above, the copper work dragon folding its wings with a shudder. The blue fire still burned on the distant watch spire. The warning was already sent. She turned to face the seam, the amber light pulsing in the stone, and felt the hatchling's warmth press against her cold brand. The road beneath the salt was waiting, and someone had already told the Concord where she would find it. Chapter 80. The amber seam did not shatter. It opened like a wound parting, the fused stone drawing back along veins of gold light until the road beneath the salt lay exposed, a tunnel carved through ancient rock, its walls lined with the same crystallized bone she had seen in the glass pits, fused into the architecture as if the dead had been built into the foundation. The warm air that rushed out smelled of old fire and dry salt, carrying a pulse that matched the hatchling's breathing. Keziah stood at the threshold, her brand cold against her palm, the weight of the sealed manifest still burning behind her ribs. The name, the margin, the seal that had been stamped before she was born. Ash Crown. She had not said it aloud, not to Idrisi, not to the family gathering behind her on the stone shelf. The word sat in her chest like a stone she could not swallow, a truth she had not yet learned to carry. The hatchling stirred in Nizan's arms. The pale ass creature lifted its head, its eyes finding the amber glow of the tunnel, and made a sound that was not a cry and not a call, a recognition, old and certain. "It knows this road," Nizan said, his voice barely above a whisper. Keziah felt the truth of it in the bond hollow, in the thread-thin connection that still held between her and the dead brand. The hatchling had been waiting for this, not for the warmth of the roost or the answering dragons, but for the road itself. The road beneath the salt, the road the unsigned note had promised, the road Sami had warned her not to trust. Behind her, the family gathered on the stone shelf. Zuri and Matti, standing close together, their faces set in the same grim determination that had carried them through the burning refuge quarter. Pim pressed his satchel to his chest and walked in, his fear visible but his stride unbroken. Calvo led the copper work dragon forward, the beast's hooves echoing against the bone-lined floor. Dandaziel, her scarred face unreadable, her hand on her knife. Idrisi, standing at Keziah's shoulder, his breath still uneven from the flight. No one spoke. The blue fire still burned on the distant watch spire, cold and chemical, a beacon that had already sent its warning. The Concord was coming. The question was not whether they would arrive, but whether the road beneath the salt would close behind them before the seizure teams reached the seam. Keziah turned to face the family. She had no speech prepared, no words that would make the weight of what she was asking them lighter. The road beneath the salt was untraveled, unmapped, and Sami's warning circled in her mind like a blade she could not sheathe. The road is not the trap. The road is the trap. She did not know what it meant. She did not know if she was leading them into a dead end or a cage, but she knew the 11 names on the manifest. She knew the count of processed units, the 12 through Sind's in Anchorage, the 5 in transit, the 3 sealed. She knew Sami was flagged for secondary extraction. She knew the Concord believed she would reach Ashfall Gate. She was going to prove them right. "The road is open," she said, her voice flat and certain. "We go now, or we never go." No one hesitated. Zuri was the first to move, stepping past Keziah into the amber-lit tunnel, her hand on her blade. Matty followed a heartbeat later, his eyes scanning the walls, measuring the distance to the first curve. Pim pressed his satchel to his chest and walked in, his fear visible but his stride unbroken. Calvo led the copper work dragon forward, the beast's hooves echoing against the bone-lined floor. Dandaziel paused at the threshold, her scarred face catching the amber light, and met Keziah's eyes. "Your mother found this road," she said. "She did not walk it. She said it was not yet time." "Then it is time now," Keziah said. Dandaziel nodded once and walked into the tunnel. Nizan passed with the hatchling pressed to his chest, the creature's pale eyes fixed on the amber glow ahead. The green dragons followed, their scaled shoulders brushing the walls, their wings folded tight against the narrow space. Idrisi was the last. He stopped at the threshold, his face half lit by the amber seam, his hand reaching for Keziah's. She let him take it. She let him hold the cold brand against his palm, feeling the absence of the lattice where warmth should have been. "You are still carrying it," he said. "Whatever you found in that pulse, you are carrying it alone." She did not deny it. "I will tell you," she said, "when I understand what it means." He held her gaze for a long moment, then nodded. The trust between them was not healed, not whole, but it was chosen, and that was enough for now. They stepped through the seam together. Amber light closed behind them with a sound like stone settling, sealing the road from the outside world. The blue fire died at the same instant, as if the Concord had already lost the signal. The tunnel stretched ahead, its walls pulsing with the same rhythm as the hatchling's breath. Keziah walked. Behind her, the family moved in formation, each step carrying them deeper into the road beneath the salt. Ahead, the amber glow curved east, toward Ashfall Gate, toward the 11 names, toward Sami. She did not know what waited at the end of the road, but she knew, with a certainty that burned colder than the dead brand, that the road was not the trap. The trap was what waited for them when they reached the other side, and she was walking into it with her eyes open. The hatchling's warmth pulsed against the cold brand, and the road answered with a low hum that vibrated through the bone-lined walls, as if the ancient dead were counting the steps of the living who dared to walk where they had been buried. Keziah did not look back. East. Always east.